Hey there. Before you come in, leave today outside for a little while. I'm Nick, and whatever today brought you, it doesn't have to follow you into the night. This is your time to rest. We'll fill the silence with strange stories, gentle rain, and nothing that asks anything of you. Just a few ads in the first 10 minutes, then hours of uninterrupted listening ahead. If this little escape becomes part of your nightly routine, I'd love it if you subscribed and left a like. Tell me where you're joining me from tonight. Now, come on in. Ellis Merrick's boot broke through the snow crust an instant before he understood what the absence of resistance beneath his weight meant. And then he was falling, the white world above him, the blizzard, the distant black pines, the mining camp 3 miles behind him, where the foreman still lay bleeding in the company store, contracting to an irregular oval of gray sky that grew smaller and smaller as the walls of the crevasse blurred past him. He had time to think about the stolen ore samples in the canvas satchel that was also falling, tumbling end over end a few feet to his right, and to think about how the weight of them would probably kill him when he landed. And then he hit the ice at the bottom, and the air left his lungs in a rush that seemed to take with it every thought he'd ever had. The impact drove him flat. His spine met the ice like a hammer meeting an anvil, and for several seconds the only thing that existed in the world was the bright, shrieking pain that radiated from the base of his skull down through his hips. When he could breathe again, shallow, gasping draws that burned in his chest. He rolled onto his side and brought his knees up, arms wrapped around his ribs. The satchel had split open where it landed. Ore samples scattered across the blue-white floor of the crevasse, chunks of granite streaked with gold, quartz veins glittering in the weak light that filtered down from above. Ellis watched them for a moment, his mind not quite catching up to what they represented. And then he understood that the foreman had been right about the vein in the north shaft. Rich. Richer than Ellis had believed possible. He had killed a man for rocks that would have made him wealthy if he had lived long enough to sell them. He tried to stand. His left ankle folded under him, and he went down hard on his hands, breath hissing through his teeth. Sprained, maybe broken. He sat back and unlaced the boot, working carefully despite the cold that was already creeping through his coat. The joint swelled as he watched, skin going purple-black beneath the wool sock. He laced the boot back up tight, compressing the flesh until the pressure made his eyes water. The crevasse was perhaps 15 feet wide at the bottom and narrowed as it rose. The walls were glassy, old ice compressed under its own weight, until it had taken on the consistency of stone. Where the weak daylight reached, the ice was the pale blue of a robin's egg. Below that, it darkened to cobalt, then to a blue so deep it was nearly black. Ellis tilted his head back and looked up at the irregular slash of gray sky. 40 feet, he guessed, maybe 50. The wind howled across the opening, a thin, keening sound that reminded him of the whistle the foreman had tried to blow before Ellis had hit him the second time. No rope, no tools. The canvas satchel had carried a hand axe and a coil of thin line, but both were gone now, scattered somewhere in the fall or buried under snow he could not see. He gathered the ore samples methodically, crawling on his hands and one good knee, piling them beside the crevasse wall. 23 pieces in all. Enough gold to buy a house in San Francisco, a ship's passage to Australia, a new name, and a life where no one knew what he had done. Enough gold to weigh him down while he froze to death at the bottom of a crack in the earth that had been here since before men learned to walk upright. He was arranging the samples by size when he noticed the cage. It stood against the far side of the crevasse, half buried in accumulated ice and snow. At first, Ellis thought it was a natural formation, some trick of shadow and refracted light. But when he crawled closer, he saw the regularity of the structure, the geometric precision where bars met frame. The cage was perhaps 8 feet tall and 6 feet wide, constructed from black iron rods as thick as Ellis's wrist. The metal was pitted and scarred, but showed no rust. Inside the cage sat something that might have once been a man. It was taller than Ellis even sitting down, its legs folded beneath it, its spine curved against the back wall of the cage. The flesh was gray-white and drawn so tight over the bones that Ellis could see the articulation of every joint. The hollow spaces between the ribs, each vertebra distinct up the length of its back. The skull was elongated, the jaw too large for the rest of the face, the eye sockets deep and shadowed. Its hands rested on its knees, hands with too many joints in the fingers, nails like black talons curving down past the knuckles. It did not move. It did not blink. It sat with its head tilted slightly forward, watching Ellis from the shadows at the back of the cage. He backed away. His bad ankle caught on a piece of stone and he fell, landing hard on his tailbone, the pain flaring bright and immediate up his spine. When he looked again, the thing in the cage had not moved, but now he could see its chest rising and falling. Slow, patient breaths that stirred the frost clinging to the bars. Ellis dragged himself farther back, putting distance between himself and the cage, and only stopped when his shoulders met the opposite wall of the crevasse. His breath came fast and shallow, misting in the air before his face. The temperature at the bottom of the crevasse was perhaps 10 degrees colder than it had been on the surface, and falling as the daylight faded. His coat was heavy wool, double-lined, but it had not been made for stillness. In an hour, maybe 2, his core temperature would begin to drop. In 3 hours, he would stop shivering. In 4, he would start to feel warm, and shortly after that, he would die. The thing in the cage continued to watch him. Ellis stared back, his jaw clenched against the cold, and tried to make sense of what he was seeing. A prisoner, he thought. Something the camp had captured and left here to die. But the bars showed no sign of recent construction, and the ice that held the cage was old, centuries old, compressed and metamorphosed into something closer to stone than frozen water. The cage had been here longer than the mining camp, longer than Ellis had been alive, longer than any man now living could remember. And whatever was inside it had been here just as long. The light continued to fade. The slash of sky above turned from gray to charcoal, and the blue ice around him darkened until the walls of the crevasse became invisible. Ellis pulled his coat tighter and tucked his hands under his armpits, hunching forward to preserve what heat remained in his core. The ore samples lay where he had left them, glinting faintly in the last of the light. He thought about crawling to them, gathering them up, holding them close for whatever warmth the stone might provide. But the thought of moving, of turning his back on the cage, filled him with a dread so profound it locked his muscles in place. He stayed where he was, back against the ice, and waited for the darkness to complete itself. The cold grew teeth. It bit through the wool of his coat and found the places where his shirt had come untucked, the gaps at his collar and cuffs where skin lay exposed. His fingers went numb first, then his toes, then the tip of his nose and his earlobes. His bad ankle throbbed with a pain that was almost warm compared to the creeping numbness everywhere else. He flexed his hands, trying to keep the blood moving, but the motion cost him more heat than it preserved. He was going to die here. He had killed the foreman for the ore samples, had fled into the blizzard without plan, and now he was going to freeze in a crevasse that had been waiting since the glaciers carved it from stone. Unless he climbed. Ellis forced himself to stand. His bad ankle screamed when he put weight on it, but he stayed upright, using the wall for balance. He looked up at the crevasse walls, at the glassy ice that rose 40 feet to the surface and tried to find a handhold, anything. A crack, a roughness, a place where two flows of ice had met and left a seam. There was nothing. The walls were as featureless as polished glass. He tried anyway. He reached up and dug his fingers into the ice and trying to force them into a grip where no grip existed. The ice was harder than stone and colder than anything he had ever touched. His gloves froze to the surface immediately, and when he pulled his hand away, he left wool fibers embedded in the ice. He reached higher and tried again, scrabbling with both hands, pulling himself up perhaps 6 inches before his fingers slipped and he fell back to the floor. He tried again. This time he made it a foot off the ground before the ice wall rejected him, and he dropped hard on his tailbone, the impact driving the air from his lungs. His fingernails were torn, 3 of them bleeding through the gloves, and he could feel the warm wetness against his skin before the cold turned it to ice. Ellis crawled to where the ore samples lay scattered. He gathered a loose piece of rock from the crevasse floor, dark stone without gold, worthless, and carried it back to the wall. He used it as a makeshift hammer, striking it against the ice in an attempt to carve handholds. The stone shattered on the 3rd blow. Fragments scattered across the floor of the crevasse, dark chips that vanished into shadow. He tried to scream for help. The sound that came from his throat was thin and ragged, barely loud enough to carry 10 feet, and the wind that howled across the opening 40 feet above swallowed it completely. He screamed again, louder, forcing his lungs to work despite the cold that had settled into his chest. The sound rose perhaps 20 feet before the wind took it and scattered it across the frozen plateau where no one was listening. Ellis sank down with his back against the wall. His hands shook violently. His entire body shook, muscles convulsing in an attempt to generate heat. And he understood that he had reached the first stage of hypothermia. The violent shivering would last perhaps an hour. Then it would stop. Then he would begin to feel warm. Then he would die. He tucked his hands back under his armpits and pulled his knees to his chest, making himself as small as possible. The cold continued its work. His thoughts began to drift. He found himself thinking about the foreman again, about the way the man's jaw had broken, with that wet, cracking sound. And he wondered if the foreman was still alive or if the cold had taken him too. He hoped the man was dead. It would be simpler that way. He looked toward where he had piled the ore samples against the wall. The rocks were gone. He blinked, trying to clear his vision, certainty dissolving. The pile he had built, 23 pieces arranged by size, was not where he had left it. Individual nuggets lay scattered across the ice, but they had migrated closer to the cage as though the floor sloped in that direction. As he watched, one of the pieces slid sideways with a faint scraping sound, moving against what should have been the natural gradient. The shivering intensified. Ellis's teeth chattered so hard he bit his tongue and tasted blood. He pressed his face against his knees and tried to conserve what little warmth remained in his core. And that was when the false heat began. It started in his hands. The numbness that had been there for the past hour began to fade, replaced by a tingling warmth that spread up his wrists and into his forearms. His feet felt warm too, and his face, and for several seconds Ellis believed that his body had somehow generated enough heat to fight off the cold. Then he understood what was happening. His body was shutting down. The warmth was a lie his dying brain was telling him. The final mercy before the end. He was in the second stage, maybe the third. He had perhaps 30 minutes before his core temperature dropped below the point of recovery. Across the crevasse, in the cage, the thing that might have been a man straightened its spine and lifted its head. The thing moved slowly, unfolding itself with a series of small adjustments, shoulders rolling back, neck elongating, the two long fingers spreading across its knees. When it had arranged itself to its satisfaction, it turned its head and looked directly at Ellis. And for the first time, Ellis could see its eyes. They were black from edge to edge without iris or pupil, and they reflected the faint starlight that now reached the bottom of the crevasse in pinpoints of silver. The ore samples he had piled against the far side were too bright suddenly, the gold catching the starlight like a second set of eyes. Ellis pressed back against the wall, his breath coming in short, harsh gasps that burned in his throat. What sat inside that cage wanted to be outside it. If it achieved that goal, Ellis would be consumed so completely that not even his bones would remain to mark his passage through the world. The thing's mouth opened, its jaw unhinged like a snake's, revealing rows of teeth that were too narrow and too many, and from somewhere deep in its chest came a sound that was almost a word, almost a voice, but carried beneath it a resonance that made the ice around Ellis vibrate. It said his name. It said, in a voice calm and reasonable and utterly empty of anything human, Ellis Merrick. The thing inside the cage knew his name, knew he was here, had been waiting for him with the patience of stone. The entity did not move. It remained seated, spine curved, head tilted forward. Ellis watched those eyes and understood that he was looking at something older than the mountains. Minutes passed. The coal leached heat from Ellis's core. His fingers had gone completely numb. The entity shifted, head lifting, and when it spoke again, its voice carried despite the wind above. But beneath the words, Ellis heard something else. A wet, rattling wheeze, the sound of breath moving through a broken jaw. The foreman's breath. It said that it had been waiting, that men came to the crevasse sometimes, and most died in the fall or shortly after. Ellis was different, still conscious, still capable of choice, still running. That made him valuable. The entity tilted its head, and when it spoke again, the wheeze was gone, but the words carried a different weight. It said, you are afraid of what is inside this cage, Ellis Merrick, yet you are the one who leaves broken men bleeding in the snow. Ellis found his voice. It came out hoarse and thin, barely loud enough to carry across the 15 feet that separated them. He asked what it wanted. The entity's mouth opened. The jaw unhinged again, revealing the rows of narrow teeth, but this time no sound came from the throat. Instead, it lifted one hand, slowly, carefully, as though demonstrating that the motion held no threat, and pointed past Ellis to where the ore samples lay scattered across the ice. Then it pointed upward toward the slash of sky above them. Then it brought its hand back to its knee and folded the two long fingers across the joint, and Ellis understood that it was offering him a transaction. He waited. The cold made it hard to think clearly, but he forced himself to stay silent, to let the entity speak first, to understand what it believed it could offer before he revealed how desperate he had become. The entity said the cage was older than any metal men knew how to forge, and that it could be opened. There was a deadbolt on the outside of the door, a simple mechanism that had held for centuries, because no one who fell into the crevasse had lived long enough to slide it back. But if someone did, if Ellis did, then the entity would be free, and it would be grateful, and gratitude from something like it was worth more than Ellis might imagine. Ellis asked what that meant. Gratitude. What it would cost him. The entity said it would cost him nothing at all. It said that if Ellis opened the cage, it would give him two things. First, it would give him a rope. A braided climbing rope, thick and strong, long enough to reach from the bottom of the crevasse to the ice pillar near the surface where it could be anchored. Second, it would give him gold. It moved again, bringing both hands to the floor of the cage. Ellis heard metal scraping, then the soft rasp of leather dragging across stone. The entity lifted a leather sack and held it against the bars where the starlight could reach it. The entity said the gold was pure, nuggets the size of a man's thumb, dozens of them. More wealth than Ellis had stolen from the foreman. More than enough to buy the life he had been imagining when he gathered up the ore samples. All he had to do was slide the bolt. Ellis stared at the sack. He asked why. Why offer him anything? Why not wait for the next man? The entity said that waiting required time, and even its patience had limits. It wanted to leave, to walk on the surface again, to feel wind that was not trapped in this crack in the earth. Ellis could give it that. Walk across the floor, reach through the bars, slide the deadbolt open. Then he would have his rope, his gold, and his life. He looked toward where he had left his ore samples hours ago. The ice where they had been was empty. He turned his head slowly and saw them now, sliding across the floor of the crevasse in short, deliberate movements, as though being pulled by invisible strings. One by one they passed between the iron bars and dropped into the open mouth of the leather sack the entity held. The sound of stone on stone echoed softly each time a piece fell. Ellis watched a chunk of gold-veined granite slide the final 6 feet to the cage, pass through the gap between bars, and disappear into the sack with the others. The entity did not move. It simply held the sack open and waited while the rocks came to it. When the last piece had vanished inside, the entity pulled the drawstring tight. Ellis asked what would happen after that. After it was free, what it would do. The entity said that what it did after was not Ellis's concern. It said the arrangement was simple. Ellis's hands in exchange for freedom. A transaction between two prisoners. It said nothing about what it would eat once it left the cage. The foreman had been reaching for his belt knife when Ellis hit him the second time. Ellis had taken the ore samples and walked out into the blizzard without looking back at the man who was still trying to call for help through a jaw that no longer worked. His own breath had been steady when he brought the rock down. He had noted that at the time and kept walking. He asked the entity if it was lying, if the rope and gold were real, or if this was simply what it told men before it killed them. The entity said that lying required effort it did not waste. The rope was at the back of the cage, the gold in the sack before him. Both his if he opened the door. It had no reason to lie. Ellis would die here without help, and it was the only help available. Then its voice changed again, took on that wet wheeze, and it said, "The man you left in the snow, he called your name 3 times. You did not turn around." Ellis's hands clenched. The entity watched him, head tilted, and continued in its own voice. "You fear I will betray the bargain, but you are the one who breaks his word. You told the foreman you would split the findings equally. You told him you were partners. Then you took the rock from the table, and you took his jaw from his face." It said that Ellis should decide quickly, because the cold was working faster than Ellis understood, and soon his hands would be too numb to grip the bolt, even if he chose to try. Ellis looked at the gold, then at his own hands. Fingers curled into claws inside the gloves, skin gray-blue at the wrists. He flexed them and felt the joints resist. His body was shutting down. San Francisco, Australia, a bank in a city where no one knew his name. The entity watched from the shadows, waiting. The wind above them rose to a shriek, and snow began to fall through the opening of the crevasse, drifting down in lazy spirals that melted when they touched the warmer ice at the bottom. Ellis watched the snow for a moment, then looked back at the cage. The entity, pushed the leather sack closer to the bars. The motion was deliberate, careful, an invitation made physical. The gold inside shifted with a sound like stones rolling in a leather bag, and the drawstring pulled tight where it gathered the mouth of the sack closed. Ellis put his hands on the ice beside him and tried to push himself upright. His bad ankle screamed when he put weight on it, and he went down on one knee, breath hissing through his teeth. He stayed there for a moment, gathering himself, and then tried again. This time he kept the weight on his good leg and used the wall for balance, and after several seconds he was standing. The entity inclined its head. The gesture was almost courteous, almost human. Ellis took one step forward, then another. His bad ankle dragged behind him, the boots scraping across the ice with each movement. The distance between him and the cage was perhaps 12 feet. It took him nearly a minute to cross it. When he was close enough to touch the bars, he stopped. The entity was less than 3 feet away now, separated from him only by the iron rods and the cold air between them. Up close, Ellis could see details he had missed from across the crevasse. The way the entity's skin had a texture like old parchment, thin enough in places that the bones beneath were visible as darker shadows. The way its eyes reflected light without producing any light of their own. The way it breathed with a rhythm that was too slow, each inhalation lasting 10 seconds or more, as though it had forgotten what urgency felt like. Ellis reached out and wrapped his fingers around one of the iron bars. The metal was colder than the ice, cold enough that it burned where it touched his skin, even through the glove. He held on anyway, testing the bar's strength, and felt no give at all. The cage had been built to hold something that could not be allowed to escape, and it had done its work for longer than Ellis's family had existed. The entity spoke again. It told him where the deadbolt was. On the right side of the cage door, level with Ellis's chest. A heavy iron slide that ran through 2 brackets welded to the frame. It said Ellis would need to use both hands to move it, because the bolt had not been touched in centuries, and the metal had settled into its position with the weight of time. It said he should do it now, while he still could. Ellis looked at the deadbolt. It was exactly where the entity had said it would be, a thick bar of black iron that ran horizontally through brackets on both sides of the door. The bolt's handle was a simple loop, large enough for a man's hand, worn at the edges from use that must have happened before the cage had been buried in the accumulated ice of centuries. He looked back at the entity. Its eyes were still on him, patient and still and utterly empty of anything that might have passed for mercy. Ellis asked one more time. If he opened the door, would the entity keep its word? The rope and the gold. Nothing else. The entity said that it would keep its word because its word was all it had left after so many centuries of having nothing. It said the rope and gold would be Ellis's, and he would leave the crevasse alive. And what happened after that would be between Ellis and the people whose laws he had already broken. It shifted position slightly, unfolding its legs and placing its feet flat on the floor of the cage, ready to stand when the door opened. The motion brought its face closer to the bars, close enough that Ellis could feel the cold radiating from its body, a cold that was deeper than the air around them, that seemed to come from somewhere inside the entity itself. The entity said, "Slide the bolt." Ellis looked at the sack of gold lying just beyond the cage. Then he looked up at the slash of sky far above, at the impossible distance between the bottom of the crevasse and the surface. He put both hands on the deadbolt and pulled. The bolt did not move. Ellis adjusted his grip, wrapping his numb fingers around the iron loop, and pulled again. Nothing. The metal had settled into the brackets with the weight of centuries, and his hands, clumsy with cold, weakened by the long descent and the injuries from the fall, could not generate enough force to shift it. He tried pushing instead. The bolt moved a quarter of an inch with a grinding shriek that echoed up the walls of the crevasse, then stopped. Ellis pushed harder, leaning his weight into it, and felt the metal give another fraction of an inch before his hand slipped and he fell forward against the bars. The entity had not moved. It remained in its half-crouch, ready to stand, watching Ellis with those depthless black eyes. It said nothing. It did not offer encouragement or instruction. It simply waited. Ellis wiped his hands on his coat and tried again. This time he braced his good foot against the base of the cage and used his legs to drive the force through his arms. The bolt shrieked again, louder, and slid 6 inches to the left before stopping. He could see where the metal had been. A darker strip of iron that had been protected from whatever process had pitted and scarred the exposed portion of the bolt. 6 inches. The bolt needed to slide at least 2 feet to clear the brackets completely. Ellis pushed again. His bad ankle buckled, and he went down on one knee, the bolt sliding another 4 inches before his grip failed. He stayed there for a moment, breathing hard, watching the mist from his breath fade into the darkness. Behind the bars, the entity shifted its weight. Its hands moved from its knees to the floor, fingers spreading wide, and Ellis understood that it was preparing to stand the moment the door swung open. He pushed himself upright and took hold of the bolt again. The metal was so cold it had frozen to the fabric of his gloves, and when he adjusted his grip, he felt the wool tear. He pushed. The bolt slid 6 inches. He reset his hands and pushed again, another 6 inches. The grinding sound changed pitch, becoming higher and thinner, and Ellis realized he was hearing the bolt scraping against the inside of the brackets, rather than the accumulated rust and ice that had held it in place. 3 more pushes. The bolt cleared the first bracket with a sound like a nail being drawn from green wood, and suddenly the resistance dropped to almost nothing. Ellis pushed hard, and the bolt shot the rest of the way through the second bracket and fell to the ice with a clang that rang through the crevasse like a bell. The door swung open. It moved slowly, and the hinges protesting with a sound that was part shriek and part groan, and Ellis stumbled backward as the gap widened. The entity rose. It unfolded from its crouch with a deliberation that made Ellis think of a mantis uncurling from a branch, each joint articulating separately until it stood at its full height, nearly 7 feet tall, stooped beneath the roof of the cage, head tilted forward so that its eyes remained fixed on Ellis. Ellis backed away. He put distance between himself and the door and kept his eyes on the entity's hands. He watched it step through the opening, 1 foot, and then the other, moving with a grace that seemed impossible for something so gaunt and angular. When both feet were clear of the threshold, it stopped and straightened fully, spine lengthening, head rising until it stood upright for the first time in however many centuries it had been caged. It did not attack. It stood in the starlight at the bottom of the crevasse, arms hanging at its sides, head tilted back as though it were tasting the air. Its chest rose and fell in those same slow, patient breaths Ellis had noticed before. Its eyes closed. Its mouth opened slightly, revealing the narrow teeth, and a sound came from deep in its chest. Not quite a sigh, not quite a growl, something between relief and hunger. Ellis waited for it to move, to lunge forward, to reveal that the bargain had been a lie and that he was about to die in exactly the way he had feared when he first saw the thing in the cage. The entity lowered its head and looked at him. Then it turned and walked to the back of the cage. Ellis heard metal scraping against stone. When the entity emerged again, it was carrying a coil of rope. Thick, braided hemp, dark with age but intact, loops held together with twine. The entity crossed the space between the cage and where Ellis stood in 4 long strides that barely seemed to touch the ice, and held the rope out. Ellis stared at it, at the rope in the entity's hands. at the two long fingers wrapped around the coils, at the black talons curving over the hemp. The entity said, "Take it." Ellis reached out slowly, his hands shaking, and took hold of the rope. The entity released it immediately and stepped back. The coil was heavy, perhaps 30 feet of line, maybe 40, enough to reach the surface if he could find a way to anchor it. The hemp was stiff with age and cold, but when Ellis tested a strand between his fingers, it held. He looked up. The entity had returned to the cage. It bent and reached through the open door, and when it straightened again, it was holding the leather sack of gold. It walked back to Ellis and set the sack on the ice between them, then stepped back again, maintaining distance. Ellis looked down at the sack. The drawstring was tied in a simple knot. He crouched, slowly, keeping the entity in his peripheral vision, and loosened the knot with fingers that could barely feel the leather. The sack fell open, and gold spilled across the ice. Nuggets the size of his thumb, unworked and irregular, gleaming in the starlight. Dozens of them. One piece caught the light at an angle, and Ellis saw marks along its edge. Shallow grooves, evenly spaced, as though something had chipped at it. The pattern looked familiar. He let the thought go. More wealth than he had imagined when he gathered up the ore samples. More than enough to buy any life he could want if he lived long enough to reach a place where he could sell it. The entity watched him. It had not moved from its position near the cage, and now it stood with its arms folded across its chest, head tilted slightly, waiting. Ellis asked what it would do now, where it would go. The entity said that was not his concern. It said the bargain was complete. Ellis had opened the cage, and it had given him the rope and the gold. What came after was between the entity and the world above, and Ellis would be gone from this place long before those consequences mattered to him. It said he should begin climbing soon. The cold was still working, and the rope would do him no good if his hands could not hold it. Ellis looked at the gold scattered across the ice. Then he looked at the rope in his hands. Then he looked up at the crevasse walls, at the 40 or 50 feet of glassy ice between him and the surface, and tried to see a path that might work. There, perhaps 20 feet up the near wall, a pillar of ice jutted out at an angle where two different flows had met and frozen together. If he could loop the rope around that pillar and tie it off, he could climb hand over hand, using the rope for purchase, and his feet against the wall for stability. His bad ankle would make it hard, but not impossible. Not if the alternative was freezing to death at the bottom of a crevasse with a fortune in gold he could not spend. Ellis began gathering the nuggets and putting them back into the leather sack. His hands were clumsy, and several pieces slipped away across the ice, but he retrieved them and forced them through the mouth of the sack until all the gold was contained. He pulled the drawstring tight and tied it to his belt. His fingers were numb, and the knot was crude, but it held when he tested it. The weight pulled at his waist immediately. Exactly the same pull, the same heft, as the ore samples he had arranged hours ago. He did not count them. He adjusted his stance and found he could carry it. The entity watched. It had not moved. It stood near the open cage and waited while Ellis prepared himself, and when Ellis looked at it, the entity inclined its head again in that gesture that was almost courteous, almost human. Ellis took the rope and walked to the base of the wall beneath the ice pillar. Up close, the wall was even smoother than it had appeared from a distance. Compressed ice with almost no texture, nothing to grip. He would need to throw the rope high enough that it looped over the pillar, then climb before his hands gave out entirely. He coiled the rope loosely, keeping the end with the loop free, and threw it upward. It fell short by several feet and clattered back down to the ice. He gathered it and tried again. This time the loop sailed past the pillar, and fell on the other side, and Ellis pulled it tight until the rope cinched around the ice. He tugged hard, testing the hold. The pillar was solid. The rope held. Ellis wrapped the end of the rope around his hands and took a breath that burned in his chest. He looked back once at the entity, which remained motionless near the cage, and then he began to climb. The first pull lifted him a foot off the ice. His arms burned and muscles already weakened. His bad ankle slammed the wall, vision graying. He pulled again. The gold sack dragged at his waist. Ellis wrapped his legs around the rope and climbed hand over hand, the ice scraping his face. 10 feet up. His hands had locked into claws around the rope, fingers frozen. He climbed on grip, strength, and fear. 20 feet. Past the pillar now. The sky widened above. Stars visible, 30 feet to go. His arms trembled. The muscles had gone from burning to deep ache. The gold pulled harder with each foot, the sack swinging, throwing him off balance. 30 feet. He could see individual stars now, dark pines against the sky. His right hand slipped. He caught himself and pulled again, forcing his hand higher. The gold dragged harder. Ellis realized, with a clarity that cut through his exhaustion, that he could not make it with the weight. He would need to drop the sack, cut it loose, sacrifice the gold to save his life. He reached down with his right hand, still clinging to the rope with his left, and found the knot at his belt. His fingers closed around it. He pulled. The knot did not move. Ellis pulled harder, hooking his fingers under the leather, trying to work the knot loose. It held. He twisted his hand, trying to find the end of the drawstring, and felt only frozen leather fused into a single, solid mass. The knot had frozen. The moisture from his hands and the condensation from his breath, it had all settled into the fibers and turned to ice. The knot was as hard as stone. He pulled at it with both hands now, forgetting the rope, using his legs alone to grip. The knot would not budge. He was chained to the gold. There was no way to drop it. Ellis grabbed the rope again and tried to pull himself higher. 35 feet. His vision had narrowed to a tunnel. There was the rope, and his hands on the rope, and the gray ice sliding past his face, and the gold pulling him down. He pulled. 40 feet. His left hand touched something solid, the edge. He was close enough now to see snow at the rim, dark pines against the sky. One more pull, and he would be over. The gold swung hard to his left. His grip broke. For an instant, Ellis hung suspended, his right hand still locked around the rope, his body swinging out from the wall. He grabbed for the rope with his left hand and missed. The gold pulled him down and to the side, the weight pivoting him away from the wall. His right hand slipped. He fell. The world inverted. Sky above became ice below. The rope whipped past him. The walls blurred upward, and he fell 40 feet back to where he had started. He hit the bottom of the crevasse on his side, the gold sack beneath him. Something in his ribs cracked with a sound he felt more than heard. The air left his lungs. His head bounced off the ice, and his vision went white, then gray, then slowly resolved into shapes he could not immediately identify. He was lying on the floor of the crevasse. The impact had driven him partially into the leather sack, and he could feel the hard edges of gold nuggets pressing into his side and back. He tried to breathe and managed only a shallow gasp that sent bright pain through his chest. Above him, very far away, the rope still hung from the ice pillar. It swayed slightly in the wind, mocking him. Ellis rolled onto his back and stared up at the stars. They were farther away now than they had been a minute before, impossibly distant. And he understood that he would never reach them. He had come within 5 feet of the surface, and the gold had pulled him back down. He heard movement, metal scraping against stone. Ellis turned his head, slowly because the motion made his vision swim, and saw the entity crossing the floor of the crevasse toward him. It moved with that same unhurried grace, taking its time, and in its hands it held something that gleamed in the starlight. The cage door. It had taken the door off its hinges. Ellis tried to move. His body would not respond. His ribs screamed when he attempted to draw a full breath, and his limbs felt distant and unconnected. The entity reached him and stopped. It looked down at Ellis for a long moment, head tilted, black eyes reflecting the stars. Then it stepped past him and walked to the open cage. Ellis heard the door being fitted back into place, heard the scrape of hinges being aligned, heard the entity working with the kind of patience that came from having all the time in the world. He managed to roll onto his stomach. His hands found purchase on the ice, and he pulled himself forward 6 inches, then a foot, dragging the gold sack with him because it was still tied to his belt, and his frozen fingers could not work the knot. He pulled again and made it another foot, and then the entity was standing over him. It bent and took hold of Ellis by his coat. The entity's hands were impossibly strong, the grip like iron through the heavy wool, and it lifted him without apparent effort and carried him toward the cage. Ellis tried to fight. His arms moved weakly, hands scrabbling at the entity's wrists, but his strength was gone. The entity carried him to the cage and set him down inside it, then stepped back and swung the door closed. The door met the frame with a sound like a coffin lid sealing. Ellis heard the entity working with the hinges again, securing them, and then he heard the deadbolt being lifted from where it had fallen on the ice. Metal scraped against metal. The bolt slid through the first bracket, then the second, grinding home with that same high shriek Ellis had heard when he opened it. When the bolt reached its full extension, the sound stopped, and Ellis heard the entity step back from the cage. He crawled to the bars and wrapped his hands around them. The iron was cold enough to burn even through the gloves. He looked out and saw the entity standing 10 feet away, watching him. Ellis's voice came out as a rasp. "Let me out. You can keep the gold." The entity said nothing. It turned and walked to the rope that still hung from the ice pillar. It took hold of the rope and began to climb, easily, with none of the struggle Ellis had endured, its long limbs carrying it up the wall in steady, efficient movements. It climbed past the pillar, past the place where Ellis's grip had broken, and pulled itself over the edge of the crevasse and out of sight. For several seconds there was silence. Then Ellis heard a sound from above, drifting down through the blizzard. A voice, thin and flat. "Wrong. Help," it said. The word came out stiff, uninflected, like something being read from a page by someone who did not understand the language. The pitch was too high. There was a wet rattle beneath it. The foreman's broken jaw wheeze threaded through Ellis's vowels. Then the voice tried again. "Help." Better now. The wheeze was gone. The pitch had dropped. It sounded more like him. "Please." The entity was learning, adjusting. "Is anyone there?" Ellis's throat closed. He listened to the entity standing at the rim of the crevasse, 40 feet above, using his voice to call into the storm, testing it, refining it, seeing if anyone would answer. The voice called out again, louder now, confident, perfect. "I need help. My camp is 3 miles east. Please. 3 miles east, the mining camp." Where the foreman still lay on the floor of the company store with his jaw hanging loose and his breathing wet and labored. Where the morning shift would be gathering now, wondering why their supervisor had not arrived to hand out assignments. Where someone might hear a voice calling for help in the storm and come running. Ellis understood what the entity was doing. It was not just testing his voice. It was going back to the camp, back to the foreman. It would arrive with Ellis's face and Ellis's voice and Ellis's story, and whatever happened after that. Whatever the entity did when it reached the warm buildings and the men gathered around the stove, would happen while wearing Ellis Merrick's name. Then silence. The wind rose and fell. Ellis sat in the cage and listened to the storm swallow his voice, and eventually he could no longer tell if the entity was still calling or if it had already started walking east through the blizzard. Ellis sank down with his back against the bars. His chest burned with each breath. His ribs ground against each other when he moved. The gold was still tied to his belt, the nuggets digging into his side through the leather, and he could not untie the knot because his fingers would not bend. He pulled the sack around to his lap and forced his hands to work the frozen drawstring loose enough to see inside. The nuggets gleamed in the starlight, dozens of them, each one the size of his thumb. Each one unworked, raw, irregular, exactly like the ore samples he had stolen from the foreman. Ellis stared at the gold. He had left 23 pieces scattered across the floor of the crevasse when he first fell. He had counted them. He remembered the number because he had planned to sell them, one by one, careful not to flood any single market with too much unprocessed ore. 23. He had arranged 23 pieces by size against the crevasse wall. The same number that had slid into the entity's sack. The same weight he had felt at his belt when he climbed. He pushed the thought away. He reached into the sack and began counting. His fingers were clumsy and the nuggets kept slipping from his grip, but he counted them anyway, touching each one, making certain. 23 pieces. The same number. The same size. The same rough texture where gold veined through granite and quartz. He picked up one of the nuggets and held it close to his face, and in the starlight he could see the chisel marks where someone had broken it from a larger sample. The same marks he had made with the foreman's tools in the company store. This was not the entity's gold. This was his gold. The ore samples he had gathered and left scattered on the ice. The entity had simply collected them, put them in the leather sack, and offered them back to him. The bait was not even real. It was just his own greed returned to him, heavy enough to pull him back down. Ellis let the nugget fall back into the sack. He sat in the cage at the bottom of the crevasse and waited for the entity to return, for it to explain, for it to tell him what came next. The entity did not return. Minutes passed. Ellis felt his heart beating. Fast at first, panicked, then slower as his body tried to conserve what little warmth remained. He counted the beats. 60 per minute, then 50, then 40. His pulse slowed to a rhythm that should have been insufficient to sustain consciousness, and still he remained aware. An hour passed. 2 hours. His heart beat once every 30 seconds now, a slow thud he could feel in his chest, like a fist knocking on a door that would not open. His breath came once a minute, long, slow draws that his lungs did not seem to need. The air that left his mouth still misted, but the mist lingered longer now, nearly matching the cold around him. The stars wheeled overhead. Ellis watched them trace their paths across the narrow slice of sky and understood that hours had passed, perhaps half the night, and he was still conscious. His skin had gone the color of old ice. His fingers had turned black at the tips from frostbite that should have killed him, but had only marked him. The pain in his ribs had faded to a distant ache, and when he pressed his hand to his side, he felt bone grating against bone, but no fresh agony, as though the injury had become simply another fact of his existence rather than something his body needed to address. He tried to sleep. His eyes closed, his mind drifted, but consciousness never left. He existed in a state between waking and dreaming, aware of the cold and the cage and the gold still tied to his belt, unable to escape into the mercy of oblivion. The stars completed their wheel and the sky began to lighten. Dawn came, gray and cold, and Ellis watched the blue ice around him, take on definition again as the sun rose somewhere above the blizzard. His heart beat once every minute now, once every 2 minutes, once every 5. And still he did not die. He tried to stand. His body would not respond. His legs had been folded beneath him for hours, since the entity had placed him in the cage. And now, when he tried to straighten them, he felt resistance that had nothing to do with injury or cold. The joints would not unbend. His knees had locked into their bent position, the cartilage and tendons setting like wet clay left too long in one shape. Ellis pushed himself up with his hands, trying to force his legs to extend. Pain shot through his hips and knees, but the joints would not move. He was folded, crouched. Exactly the way the entity had been crouched when Ellis first saw it in the cage. His jaw felt wrong, too. When he tried to close his mouth fully, his teeth no longer met correctly, as though his jaw had begun to loosen in its socket, preparing to unhinge the way the entities had. He worked his jaw carefully, felt something grind and pop, and tasted blood where he had bitten the inside of his cheek without meaning to. The light hurt. The gray dawn that filtered down into the crevasse was brighter than the starlight he had been sitting in for hours, and it made his eyes water. He closed them, but the brightness penetrated his eyelids, too intense. And when he opened them again, he had to squint against what should have been nothing more than weak morning light filtering through a blizzard. His eyes were adapting to the dark. His body was adapting to the cage. He was becoming the thing that waited. He understood what the entity had meant when it said the cage required an occupant. He understood that he would not freeze to death, would not starve, would not die from the injuries sustained in the fall. The cage would keep him. It would preserve him exactly as he was, broken, frozen, aware, for however long it took for the next person to fall. And when they did, he would need to be ready. He would need to offer them the same bargain. The rope, the gold, freedom in exchange for opening the door. Ellis began to practice. "I can help you," he whispered to the empty air. His voice was thin and cracked, but it carried. "I have rope. I have gold." He tested the cadence, adjusted the words. "All you need to do is slide the bolt." He said it again and again until the words became a rhythm, a prayer, a promise he would make to whoever came next. He practiced the gesture, pointing to the gold sack, pointing upward to the sky. He practiced the stillness, the patience, the way the entity had waited for him to understand that he had no choice. The sun rose and set. The stars returned. Ellis sat in the cage and whispered his bargain to the darkness over and over until the words lost all meaning and became simply sounds he would make when he heard footsteps on the ice above. He waited. It was the only way out. The wedding photographer arranged them on the front steps of the Sterling mansion with the practiced efficiency of a man who had photographed 3 generations of Grosse Pointe families and knew precisely where each person should stand. Sadie in her dress, Clifton in his suit, and between them, though Sadie had not quite understood how it had happened, Mrs. Sterling, her hand resting lightly on Clifton's shoulder, and then with a small adjustment, on Sadie's shoulder as well. The June sun was very hot. Behind them the house rose up, limestone and impossible, its 58 windows reflecting the 3 of them as a single dark mass. And when Mrs. Sterling reached to adjust Sadie's veil, her fingers lingered near Sadie's throat just a moment longer than necessary. And Sadie, who had been thinking how beautiful the house was and how lucky she was to be here at all, found herself holding very still until Mrs. Sterling's hand withdrew. Inside, the house was cool and smelled of furniture polish and cut flowers. Mrs. Sterling had arranged everything: the reception tables, the catering, the small orchestra. Sadie watched her move through the rooms, touching arrangements, adjusting place cards, and felt something warm and grateful. This was what family looked like. Clifton brought her champagne and asked if she was happy. Yes, she said, though what she wanted to say was that she had been preparing for this her whole life. Not the wedding, but the after, the family, the belonging. He told her about the arrangements his mother had made. They would stay in the east wing, the bedroom repainted, new curtains and bedding, everything prepared. Sadie smiled and nodded, though she had been hoping they might have their own apartment, something small in the city where they could start fresh. But Mrs. Sterling had been so generous, so insistent, and Clifton had looked so pleased. It would be temporary, Sadie thought. A few months, perhaps a year, just until they found their footing. The guests left as the sun was setting. Mrs. Sterling stood at the door and bid each one goodbye with the same gracious smile, and when the last car had pulled away, she turned to Sadie and took both her hands. Her grip was firm and dry. "Welcome home, dear," she said. "I'm so glad you're here. Clifton needs you. We both do." Sadie felt the warmth again, the grateful fullness. She squeezed Mrs. Sterling's hands in return and said something about being glad to be part of the family, and Mrs. Sterling smiled and released her. That night, in the bedroom Mrs. Sterling had prepared, Sadie unpacked Clifton's clothes before her own. She hung his suits, arranged his shoes, placed his cufflinks in the tray on the dresser. It was something she had always done, anticipating needs before they were voiced, making herself useful. Her father had needed that after her mother left. Sadie had learned early that love was a kind of service, and that being needed was the same as being chosen. Clifton came up to bed late after sitting with his mother in the library. He kissed Sadie's shoulder and said something about being tired, and then he was asleep, turned away from her toward the wall. Sadie lay awake for a while, listening to the house settle around them. The bedroom was beautiful. Pale yellow walls, white curtains that moved slightly in the breeze from the open window, a thick carpet that felt soft under her bare feet. She had already begun making plans. Sunday breakfasts, just the two of them. A weekly dinner tradition. She wanted to repaint the nursery down the hall, something cheerful for when they had children. She wanted to make this place feel like theirs, not just his. The crash came just after 2 a.m. Sadie woke to the sound of shattering glass and sat up in bed. The curtains were whipping now, violent, and the window was gone. Just jagged edges and darkness beyond. Cold air poured into the room. Clifton was awake beside her, fumbling for the lamp, and when the light came on, Sadie saw the glass scattered across the floor, across the bed, tiny, bright pieces everywhere. Clifton said something about the window, his voice hoarse with shock. Something hit the dresser so hard the mirror cracked. Sadie saw it happen. Saw the dresser lurch forward as though shoved, saw the mirror split down the center in a clean, vertical line. No one was there. The room was empty except for the two of them and the glass and the wind. The armchair by the fireplace tipped over. Just fell, sudden and wrong, and Sadie heard herself make a sound, something small and animal. Clifton was out of bed now, standing in the middle of the room in his pajamas, staring at the overturned chair. The lamp on the nightstand flew across the room and smashed against the wall. Sadie screamed. She couldn't help it. The sound came out of her before she could stop it, high and sharp. The drawers of the dresser were opening now, one after another, and Clifton's clothes were being pulled out and thrown, shirts and socks and underthings scattering across the floor. There was a sound like wind, but it was inside the room, inside her head. A rushing, angry sound that had no source. And then so close to her ear that she felt the breath of it. A whisper. Mine. Sadie scrambled backward away from the sound, and her hand came down on broken glass. The pain was bright and immediate. She looked at her palm and saw blood, dark and wet. The door slammed open. Mrs. Sterling stood in the doorway in her nightgown and robe, her hair loose around her shoulders, and she took one look at the room and crossed herself. She was carrying something, a small brass crucifix on a chain, and she held it up as she stepped through the doorway. Leave this house, unclean spirit. Her voice was steady and clear. She moved to the center of the room between Sadie and Clifton and began to pray. Not the Lord's Prayer, but something older, something in Latin that Sadie didn't understand. The wind inside the room seemed to pause to gather itself, and then it was gone. Just gone. The sudden silence was worse than the noise had been. Mrs. Sterling lowered the crucifix and turned to look at them. Her face was calm, almost serene. "It's all right now," she said. "It's over. You're safe." Clifton was staring at his mother, asking what had happened, what that was. Mrs. Sterling came to Sadie and knelt beside the bed, taking Sadie's bleeding hand in hers. She examined the cut carefully, her touch gentle, and then she looked up at Sadie with such tenderness that Sadie felt tears prick at her eyes. "The house was afflicted," Mrs. Sterling said quietly. She should have warned them. She had hoped, that it might leave Sadie alone, but it seemed to have other plans. She helped Sadie to her feet and guided her to the bathroom to clean the wound. Clifton followed, asking questions that his mother answered in low, soothing tones. There was a demon, she said, or a spirit, something angry and territorial. It had been in the house for years. She had been fighting it, keeping it at bay with prayer and faith, but sometimes it broke through. She was so sorry. She should have told them before the wedding. Sadie sat on the edge of the bathtub while Mrs. Sterling bandaged her hand, and she found herself leaning into the older woman's touch, accepting the comfort being offered. This was what a mother did, she thought. This was what she had missed all these years. Someone who would come when she screamed. Someone who would tend her wounds and tell her everything would be all right. "You're safe now," Mrs. Sterling said again, adjusting the bandage. "I won't let it hurt you, I promise." And Sadie, exhausted and frightened and grateful, believed her. They spent the rest of the night in the library downstairs, the three of them wrapped in blankets, while Mrs. Sterling explained what she knew. The thing in the house had been here before she married into the family. It came and went. Sometimes months would pass with no sign of it, and then it would return, violent and unpredictable. She had learned to fight it with prayer and holy water and the rituals of the church. She had made the house a fortress against it. Crucifixes in every room, prayers said at sunrise and sunset, salt along the thresholds. Most nights it stayed quiet. Most nights they were safe. Clifton asked why tonight, why now? His voice was unsteady. Mrs. Sterling looked at Sadie, and there was something in her eyes that Sadie couldn't quite read. Sadness, perhaps, or pity. She didn't know, she said. Perhaps it sensed a change, a new presence in the house. These things, they didn't like disruption. She reached out and took Sadie's good hand, holding it between both of hers. They would protect her, she said. She and Clifton. They wouldn't let it touch her again. Sadie looked at her husband, who nodded, and then back at Mrs. Sterling, who smiled. The older woman's hands were warm and strong, and Sadie found herself thinking that maybe this would be all right. Maybe the three of them together would be enough. Maybe this was still the family she had wanted. Just different than she had imagined. Not perfect, but real, and willing to fight for her. She squeezed Mrs. Sterling's hands and said thank you and meant it. The housekeeper had been with the Sterling family for 30 years. She came the morning after the attack to sweep up the glass in the bedroom, and she found Sadie sitting alone in the breakfast room with her bandaged hand wrapped around a cup of coffee she wasn't drinking. Mrs. Sterling had gone to morning mass. Clifton was on the telephone with someone about the window. The housekeeper brought Sadie fresh coffee and asked if she was all right, and Sadie said yes, thank you, she was fine. But she must have looked unconvinced, because the older woman sat down across from her and folded her hands on the table and said she was sorry Sadie had to find out this way. The house had a history. Mrs. Sterling had explained about the spirit, of course, but there were things Mrs. Sterling didn't like to talk about, things that had happened before. Sadie set down her coffee cup and asked what things. 3 men, the housekeeper said. Mr. Sterling, Clifton's father, and the 2 older brothers. All of them dead within 5 years of each other, all of them in this house. Heart attacks, the doctors had said. Sudden cardiac arrest. But the housekeeper had been the one to find the first brother, and she had seen his face. He had died terrified. Eyes wide open, mouth frozen in something that looked like a scream. The second brother the same. And then Mr. Sterling himself in his study, the morning after he'd told Mrs. Sterling he was thinking of selling the house and buying something smaller in Birmingham. The housekeeper had found him slumped over his desk with his hands clutched to his chest, and that same expression of absolute terror. Sadie felt something cold move through her. She asked what the doctors had said, and the housekeeper shook her head. Young men, healthy men. Their hearts just stopping for no reason. It wasn't natural. But the autopsies had found nothing wrong. No disease, no defect. Just 3 hearts that had decided to stop beating. And the wives, Sadie asked. What happened to them? Gone, the housekeeper said. The first brother's wife had packed her bags and fled while he was at work. Came back for the funeral but didn't stay. Went to her family in Ohio and never returned. The second brother's wife had left even before he died. Moved out after something happened in the house. Something that frightened her badly enough that she wouldn't even stay for Christmas. And Mr. Sterling's wife, Clifton's mother, well, Mrs. Sterling had always been strong. She had stayed. But the timing, the housekeeper said, and here her voice dropped lower, that was the strange part. The first brother had died a week after he'd told his mother he and his wife were moving to Chicago. The second brother died the night before the moving truck was due. And Mr. Sterling died the morning after mentioning Birmingham. 3 men, Miss Sadie. All the same way. Sadie sat very still. Outside the window, the morning light was bright and ordinary, and she could hear Clifton's voice from down the hall, talking about measurements and installation times. The housekeeper was watching her with an expression that might have been sympathy or might have been warning. Sadie asked if Mrs. Sterling knew about the timing, about the pattern. Mrs. Sterling knew everything, the housekeeper said. She had been the one to connect it, to understand what the spirit wanted. It didn't want the family to leave. It wanted them here, in this house, forever. Mrs. Sterling had been fighting it ever since, keeping the family safe, keeping Clifton safe. She had turned the house into a sanctuary, blessed every room, said prayers at every threshold. And for years it had worked. Clifton had grown up safe. The spirit had stayed quiet. Until now. The housekeeper stood and collected Sadie's untouched coffee cup. She said she was glad Mrs. Sterling had been there last night, glad the prayers had worked. Then she went back to cleaning, and Sadie sat alone in the breakfast room with the story settling over her like something heavy and cold. That afternoon, while Mrs. Sterling was in town ordering new glass for the bedroom window, Sadie went looking for the family photographs. She found them in the library, arranged on the mantelpiece and on the side tables. formal portraits in silver frames, wedding photos, pictures of the brothers as boys. She studied each face, trying to match them to the housekeeper's story. The father, stern and handsome. The two brothers, both dark-haired like Clifton, both smiling in their wedding photographs, with women whose names Sadie didn't know. There was a photograph of the whole family on the front steps, maybe 15 years ago. Everyone looked happy, alive. Sadie stared at the dead men's faces and tried to imagine their hearts just stopping. She found Clifton in his study and asked him about his brothers, about what he remembered. He looked up from his papers and his face did something complicated. Grief and discomfort and something else Sadie couldn't name. He said he had been young when they died. 14 when the first brother passed. 16 when the second died. 19 when his father had the heart attack. It had been terrible. His mother had been devastated. But they had gotten through it together. Did he know they were planning to move out, Sadie asked, before they died? Clifton's expression closed. He said yes, he knew, but it was coincidence. The doctors had been very clear. Heart failure, natural causes, nothing suspicious. His mother had struggled with the guilt for years, blamed herself for not seeing warning signs. She had thrown herself into prayer, into protecting Clifton. And the wives, Sadie asked, why did they leave? Clifton looked down at his desk. The first wife had never been happy here, he said. The second wife had been fragile. They had needed to grieve elsewhere. Sadie stood in the doorway and watched her husband not quite meet her eyes, and she thought about the housekeeper's voice saying all the same way. She wanted to ask if he really believed it was coincidence, if he really thought the timing meant nothing. But Clifton had already returned to his papers, and the conversation was clearly over. That night, Mrs. Sterling performed her evening ritual. She moved through the house room by room with a small bottle of holy water, blessing each doorway, each window, each corner where shadows gathered. Sadie followed her, watching. Mrs. Sterling spoke the prayers in Latin, her voice steady and certain, and there was something almost hypnotic about it. The repetition, the rhythm, the way the older woman's hands moved in the sign of the cross. When they reached Clifton and Sadie's bedroom, Mrs. Sterling spent extra time. She blessed the new window twice, sprinkled holy water along the threshold, placed a small crucifix on the nightstand. Then she turned to Sadie and brushed her hair back from her forehead the way Sadie's own mother had done, 1,000 years ago when Sadie was small. "You're safe here," Mrs. Sterling said softly. "I won't let it take you from me." Phrasing was odd. From me, not from us. But Sadie was too tired to think about it. She let Mrs. Sterling embrace her, let herself be held for a moment like a child, and felt that same warm gratitude from the day before. This was what it meant to be protected. This was what it meant to have a mother. The attack came 3 nights later, and it was different. Sadie woke to silence. Not the crash of glass or the rush of wind, but absolute stillness that felt wrong in a way she couldn't name. She opened her eyes and saw nothing in the darkness. Clifton had turned off the nightlight before bed, but she could feel something in the room with them, not angry, not violent, present. Then she felt the blankets being pulled up, slowly, carefully, tucked tight around her shoulders, then tighter. The fabric pressed against her throat, across her chest, pinning her arms. She tried to move and couldn't. The blankets were wrapped around her like a shroud, and something was smoothing them down with methodical patience. Sadie tried to call for Clifton, but her voice caught. The tucking continued. Around her legs now, under her feet, every edge folded with care. She was being prepared, packed away. The care in the gesture was what made it unbearable. Then she felt it, cold fingers in her hair, smoothing, stroking, the way a mother might soothe a sick child. The fingers had no warmth, no texture except their wrongness. They moved from her scalp down to her neck, trailing ice, and Sadie heard herself make a sound, small and trapped. The fingers paused at her throat. Clifton jerked awake beside her, fumbling for the lamp. When light flooded the room, the presence vanished instantly. The blankets were wrapped tight around Sadie, tucked hospital corner precise. Her hair was smoothed back from her face. Nothing was broken. Nothing was thrown. But Sadie was shaking so hard her teeth chattered. The door opened, and Mrs. Sterling stood there in her nightgown, the crucifix already raised. She looked at Sadie wrapped in the blankets, and her face went pale. She crossed to the bed and began loosening the fabric, her hands gentle, speaking the Latin prayer in a low, urgent voice. When Sadie was free, Mrs. Sterling pulled her close and held her while she shook. The older woman was weeping. This was worse than violence, she said. This meant the demon was learning. It was trying to mimic care, trying to confuse them. It wanted Sadie to doubt what was protecting her and what was hurting her. Downstairs in the library, Mrs. Sterling brought blankets and tea. She explained that the demon was adapting, becoming more insidious. It had learned that violence made them resist, so now it was trying a different approach, mimicking the very protection Mrs. Sterling offered, trying to make Sadie unable to tell safety from threat. Sadie sat wrapped in a blanket, still feeling where the cold fingers had stroked her hair, where the fabric had pressed tight enough to suffocate. Mrs. Sterling held her hand and promised to strengthen the protections to make the house impenetrable. But all Sadie could think about was the care in that touch, the maternal exactness of it, and how it had felt exactly like being loved to death. She tried not to think about any of it, and almost succeeded. Over the next week, the attack settled into a pattern. Not every night, but close, 3 times in 7 days, always between midnight and 3 in the morning, always while Sadie was alone in the bedroom with Clifton. The entity seemed to have a particular interest in the bedroom, in the space where they slept. It shattered the 3rd replacement window. It tore down the curtains again and again, no matter how many times Mrs. Sterling rehung them. It threw Sadie's things, her clothes, her jewelry box, the framed photograph of her father she kept on the dresser. And every time, Mrs. Sterling arrived within minutes of the attack beginning. She would appear in the doorway in her nightgown, crucifix in hand, and begin the Latin prayers that seemed to drive the entity back. Afterward, she would tend to Sadie's new injuries. More cuts from glass, bruises from falling, once a sprained wrist when Sadie had tried to shield her face from a flying book. It was during the 4th attack, while Sadie crouched against the wall with her arms over her head and furniture crashed around her, that she noticed something odd. Mrs. Sterling's bedroom was directly adjacent to theirs, separated only by a thin wall. The attacks were loud, glass breaking, wood splintering, Sadie and Clifton shouting. Yet Mrs. Sterling always appeared in the doorway looking calm and composed, not startled from sleep, but purposeful, as though she had been awake already, waiting. Sadie mentioned it to Clifton the morning after that 4th attack, while they were having breakfast in the dining room. She asked how his mother always seemed to know when the attacks were happening, how she was always there so quickly. Clifton said his mother barely slept anymore, that she spent most nights in prayer, keeping watch. It made sense, he said. She was protecting them. But Sadie kept thinking about it. She had been in Mrs. Sterling's bedroom once to borrow a book, and she had noticed how neat it was, how undisturbed. The bed had been made with hospital corners, the pillows arranged precisely. Not the bedroom of someone who spent her nights in wakeful prayer. And Mrs. Sterling never looked tired at breakfast. She looked rested, energetic, like someone who slept deeply and well. The thought lodged itself in Sadie's mind and wouldn't leave. Mrs. Sterling never woke during the attacks. She came after they had started, but she never looked like someone torn from sleep by sudden violence. and her bedroom shared a wall with theirs. She should have heard the first window breaking, the first piece of furniture hitting the floor. But she never came until Sadie screamed, or until Clifton shouted, or until the destruction had been going on for several minutes. Sadie tried to ask Mrs. Sterling about it once over afternoon tea. She said she felt guilty about waking her every night. Mrs. Sterling smiled and touched Sadie's hand. The demon targeted Sadie specifically, she explained. It waited until Mrs. Sterling's attention was elsewhere, then struck. Strategic. The explanation made sense, but something about it felt wrong to Sadie. She thanked Mrs. Sterling and let the subject drop. 2 weeks after the wedding, Sadie decided to leave. Not permanently, just for one night. A hotel in Detroit where she could sleep without fear, where she could think clearly without Mrs. Sterling's prayers and Clifton's worried hovering. She would tell them she was visiting a friend from college, that she needed a break. They would understand. She packed a small bag while Clifton was at the office and Mrs. Sterling was at her weekly mass. Just overnight things. She carried it downstairs and set it by the front door. The door was heavier than she remembered. She had to pull hard to get it open, and when she did, cold air poured in. Wrong for July, wrong for noon. The front walk stretched longer than it should have, the gate at the end wavering in her vision. She picked up her bag and stepped outside. The pressure started immediately. Not pain, exactly. A wrongness in her chest that made each step forward feel like walking through water, then through sand, then through something thicker. The gate was 20 feet away, then 30. Then she couldn't tell. Her legs were moving, but she wasn't getting closer. She turned around. The house was right there. 3 steps, and she was back on the threshold, gasping, the wrongness lifting the moment her foot touched the welcome mat. Sadie tried again, made it 4 steps this time before her vision started to gray and she had to grab the porch railing to keep from falling. The 3rd time, she didn't make it off the porch before her knees gave out. She sat on the steps with her overnight bag and understood. The entity wouldn't let her leave. It didn't matter what Clifton thought or what Mrs. Sterling said. The thing in this house wanted her here, and it was strong enough to keep her. When Mrs. Sterling came home from Mass, she found Sadie sitting in the entrance hall with her bag still packed. Sadie said she'd been thinking about visiting a friend, but had changed her mind. Mrs. Sterling smiled and said that was wise. Sadie was safer here, where the protections were strongest. She took the bag upstairs and unpacked it for Sadie, hanging each item back in the closet with the same careful attention she used for everything. That evening, when Sadie said she was tired and wanted to go to bed, Mrs. Sterling insisted on walking her upstairs. She checked the bedroom before letting Sadie enter, blessed the doorway again, made sure the crucifixes were all in place. Then she embraced Sadie and told her to sleep well, that she would be listening, that she would come if anything happened. Sadie changed into her nightgown and got into bed alone. Clifton was still downstairs with his mother, talking about something Sadie couldn't hear. She lay in the dark. The wives who had left, they had been in this same house, these same rooms, trapped by the same care that looked like love. Sadie began tracking the attacks in a small notebook she kept hidden in her nightstand drawer. She wrote down the dates, the times, the details. She didn't tell Clifton or Mrs. Sterling what she was doing. It felt important to document it, to see the pattern written down where she could study it. The attacks only came late at night. Never during the day, never in the early evening, always between 11 at night and 4 in the morning. She went back through her notes, counting, and confirmed it. Every single attack had occurred within that window. She sat at the breakfast table with her notebook open in her lap, hidden beneath the table's edge, staring at the pattern she'd documented. Mrs. Sterling was always in bed by 10:30. Sadie had noticed that too. The older woman kept strict hours, always retiring at the same time, always appearing at breakfast at precisely 7:30, looking rested and serene. The attacks happened when Mrs. Sterling was sleeping. Sadie closed the notebook and looked up to find Mrs. Sterling watching her from the doorway. She asked if Sadie was feeling all right, if she'd slept, if her bruises were healing. Her voice was gentle and full of concern, and Sadie felt a surge of guilt for the suspicion she'd been nurturing. This woman had saved her life repeatedly. This woman fought the demon every night while Sadie cowered in corners. What kind of person repaid that with distrust? She told Mrs. Sterling she was fine, just tired, and Mrs. Sterling came to sit beside her. She took Sadie's hands and said they were making progress, that the attacks were becoming less frequent. Sadie didn't correct her. That afternoon, while Mrs. Sterling was at another meeting with the priest and Clifton was at his office downtown, Sadie went searching through the house. She didn't know what she was looking for. Just something that might explain the pattern, might confirm or dismiss the suspicion growing in her chest. She found it in the attic, in a steamer trunk, pushed behind a dress form and 3 generations of sterling wedding gowns. Inside were letters, photographs, and a small leather journal with no name on the cover. Sadie opened the journal and read the first entry. The handwriting was neat, controlled. The date was from over a decade ago. The first brother's wife. The entries started ordinary. Notes about settling into the house, about Mrs. Sterling's kindness, about feeling welcomed. Then 3 weeks in, the first mention of the attacks. Something had thrown books from the shelves. Mrs. Sterling had come immediately, had prayed, had explained about the demon. The wife had been grateful for the protection. Sadie flipped forward. The entries became shorter, more fragmented. It only comes at night. Always between midnight and 3. Why doesn't she wake? Her room is right there. Then a week later, tried to suggest moving to the city. Couldn't finish the sentence. He looked terrified. Said Mother explained why we have to stay. Said it the way you'd say gravity exists. Further in, the thing in here doesn't want me to leave. It wants me gone. Different things. And then, underlined twice, she never looks tired. She says she's keeping vigil, but her bed is always made perfect in the morning. Hospital corners. The final entries were difficult to read. The handwriting had deteriorated, pressing hard enough to tear the paper in places. It touched me last night. Not violent, gentle. Fingers in my hair while I couldn't move, couldn't scream. Maternal. That's what made it unbearable. Then 2 days later, Mrs. Sterling is always awake to save me. Always there within seconds. But she never hears the struggle start. Her bedroom door never opens until I'm already choking. And her bed. I checked this morning while she was at Mass. Made with hospital corners, not slept in, wrinkled. Made. She says she keeps vigil, but her bed is always made. The next entry, barely legible. She smells of it. When she comes to pray over me, I smell the cold air that was just in my room. On her nightgown, in her hair, the same cold. The last entry was a single line. Packed. Leaving while he's at work. God forgive me. The next page had been torn out. Sadie turned to the back of the journal and found a newspaper clipping tucked into the binding. A death notice. The first brother. Heart failure. 3 days after the date of the final entry. Sadie sat in the attic with the journal in her lap and the death notice in her hands. She went downstairs and took out her own notebook, added what she'd learned, then circled the time window she'd already documented. 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. Mrs. Sterling's sleeping hours, the attacks hours, the exact same span. The other wife had known, had figured it out and fled anyway, knowing what would happen. had chosen her own survival over his and lived with it. That night, Sadie lay in bed and watched the clock. 10:30 came and went. She heard Mrs. Sterling's door close, heard the house settle into silence. Clifton was already asleep beside her, exhausted from another long day of trying to work while living in a house under siege. 11 o'clock, 11:15, 11:30. At 11:43, the attack began. It started with pressure, a weight on Sadie's chest that made it hard to breathe. She opened her eyes and tried to sit up, but something was holding her down. Not hands exactly, but something that felt like hands, invisible and impossibly strong, pressing her into the mattress. She tried to call for Clifton, but her voice came out as a wheeze. The pressure moved to her throat. Sadie's hands flew up instinctively, trying to pull away whatever was choking her, but there was nothing to grab. Just air and pressure, and her own throat closing. She thrashed, her legs kicking, and Clifton woke up shouting her name. He tried to pull her up, tried to help her, but she was being held down by something he couldn't see, couldn't fight. Her vision started to gray at the edges. The pressure increased. She could hear a rushing sound that might have been her own blood, or might have been the entity itself. She was going to die. This wasn't meant to frighten her. This was meant to kill her. Clifton was screaming for his mother. Sadie tried to breathe and couldn't. Her lungs burned. The pressure was enormous now, crushing. Her vision was darkening at the edges. The room was beginning to simplify. Just the ceiling, just the sound of Clifton shouting somewhere far above her. Just the weight. The three men had died this way. Hands clutched to their chests, faces frozen. Hearts stopped for no reason the doctors could find. The door crashed open. Mrs. Sterling stood there in her nightgown with the crucifix raised and the Latin prayer already on her lips, loud and commanding. The pressure on Sadie's throat eased slightly, just enough for her to drag in a thin thread of air. But it didn't stop. The hands, the not hands, tightened again. Sadie's vision was darkening. She could see Mrs. Sterling crossing the room, could see her raising the crucifix higher, shouting the prayers louder, but it wasn't working. The entity wasn't retreating. Mrs. Sterling reached the bed and held the crucifix directly over Sadie's throat. She was weeping now, her voice breaking on the Latin words, and she looked terrified in a way Sadie had never seen before. She pressed the crucifix to Sadie's chest and said something in English. "Please, please stop. Please don't take her." And the pressure released all at once. Sadie gasped, a huge ragged sound, and rolled onto her side, coughing. Her throat felt crushed. When she touched it, her fingers came away wet. She was bleeding from somewhere, though she didn't know where. Mrs. Sterling was beside her immediately, checking her pulse, her breathing, her eyes. She told Clifton to get water and towels. Then she helped Sadie sit up slowly, carefully, her hands trembling. Her face was pale, and there were tears running down her cheeks. She kept saying she was sorry. She was so sorry. She didn't know why the prayers weren't working the way they used to. The demon was getting stronger. It was learning to resist the blessings. Sadie leaned against Mrs. Sterling and tried to breathe normally and felt the older woman's arms around her, holding her close, rocking her slightly. It should have been comforting. It should have felt safe. But all Sadie could think about was the timing. Mrs. Sterling's bedroom door had opened immediately after Clifton started shouting. Not before. Not when the attack first started. Not when Sadie's throat first closed. Only after Clifton screamed for her. Mrs. Sterling had appeared exactly when she was needed, but not a moment sooner. She had been waiting. She had known precisely when to enter. Clifton came back with water, and Mrs. Sterling held the glass to Sadie's lips while she drank. The water hurt going down. She could feel bruises forming on her throat, could feel her pulse still racing. She had almost died. Another 30 seconds and her heart would have stopped, and they would have found her in bed with her face frozen in terror. And the doctors wouldn't have been able to explain it, just like the others. Mrs. Sterling was talking about calling the priest tonight, about performing an emergency exorcism, about how they couldn't wait anymore. The demon was trying to kill Sadie. They needed to fight back harder, pray more, fortify the house further. Sadie nodded and let herself be held. The journal's warning. The thing in here doesn't want me to leave. It wants me gone. Mrs. Sterling's door had opened exactly when Clifton called. Not before, and not at the first sound of struggle. Only when her son's voice gave her a reason to wake. The attacks only came during sleeping hours. The woman who never looked tired at breakfast despite claiming to keep vigil all night. Mrs. Sterling sleeping soundly in the next room while Sadie was being strangled to death, waking the instant her son called for help. And how Mrs. Sterling had begged the entity to stop, not commanded it with holy authority, not banished it with righteous certainty, but begged, please don't take her. The entity had listened. The entity had cared what Mrs. Sterling wanted. Sadie sat in her mother-in-law's arms with her throat on fire and her vision still spotty, and she felt something inside her mind shift and settle into a new configuration. A pattern that had been hidden became suddenly terribly visible. The attacks came only when Mrs. Sterling was asleep. Mrs. Sterling arrived only after they'd started. The entity had physically stopped Sadie from leaving the grounds. The timing of the 3 deaths. All when the men had planned to move out. The journal entries describing Mrs. Sterling's bed always made. Her nightgown smelling of cold air. And tonight, most damning, Mrs. Sterling hadn't woken when the attack began. She'd woken when Clifton called. She'd been deeply asleep until that moment. Nothing short of her son's voice could pull her out of whatever dark place she'd gone to. Sadie looked up at Mrs. Sterling's face, at the tears and the genuine distress, and she understood with cold certainty that the woman had no idea what she was, had no consciousness of what happened when she closed her eyes, believed completely in her own story of demons and prayers and protection. But somewhere beneath that belief, something else lived. Something that came out when Mrs. Sterling slept. Something that wanted to keep Clifton in this house forever. Wanted to drive away anyone who might take him from her. Wanted them isolated and together, the way it had been when he was small and needed no one but his mother. The attack hadn't stopped because of the crucifix. It had stopped because Mrs. Sterling asked it to. Please don't take her. And it had listened. Sadie pulled away gently and said she needed to lie down. Mrs. Sterling helped her back to the pillows and arranged the blankets around her with tender care. She would stay in the room tonight, she said. Keep watch. She pulled a chair close to the bed and sat down, crucifix in her lap. Sadie closed her eyes and felt Mrs. Sterling's hand stroking her hair, and she understood. The entity had physically stopped her from leaving the grounds. It came only when Mrs. Sterling slept. It listened when Mrs. Sterling begged. The protector and the threat were the same person. The monster and the mother were one. Sadie didn't sleep. She lay with her eyes closed and listened to Mrs. Sterling's breathing slow and deepen in the chair beside the bed. Clifton was asleep on the other side of her, one arm thrown across the blankets. The house was quiet except for the usual settling sounds. Wood contracting, pipes ticking, wind against the windows. At 1:15 in the morning, Mrs. Sterling's breathing changed. It became slow and heavy, the unmistakable pattern of deep sleep. Sadie opened her eyes just enough to see through her lashes. Mrs. Sterling was slumped slightly in the chair, her head tilted back, the crucifix loose in her lap. Sleeping. Sadie waited. Her throat still ached from the earlier attack. Every breath hurt. She counted minutes in her head and watched the shadows on the ceiling and waited for the furniture to move, for the pressure to return, for the whisper. Nothing happened. At 1:45, Mrs. Sterling stirred and shifted in the chair, not quite waking, but moving from deep sleep to something lighter. Her hand reached out reflexively to touch Sadie's shoulder, checking, and then she settled again, still asleep, but differently now. At 2:30, Mrs. Sterling woke fully. She blinked and looked around the room, disoriented for a moment, and then focused on Sadie. She asked if everything was all right, if Sadie had slept, if there had been any trouble. Her voice was thick with sleep. Sadie said no, everything had been quiet. Mrs. Sterling looked relieved. She said the prayers must have worked after all, that her presence had kept the demon at bay. She touched Sadie's face gently and said she would go back to her own bed now, that Sadie should rest, that everything would be better in the morning. After she left, Sadie lay in the dark and thought about what hadn't happened. Mrs. Sterling had slept for over an hour in the chair, and nothing had attacked. No violence, no whispers, no pressure. The entity only came when Mrs. Sterling was alone in her own bed, deeply asleep in her own room. It needed distance, perhaps, or privacy. Or maybe it couldn't manifest when Mrs. Sterling's conscious mind was too close to the surface, when she might wake and realize what was happening. Over the next 3 days, Sadie tested her theory carefully. She tracked when Mrs. Sterling went to bed, when she got up, when she napped in the afternoon. She noted which nights had attacks and which didn't. The pattern held. Attacks only came when Mrs. Sterling was in her bedroom with the door closed, alone, in the deepest hours of sleep. Never during the day. Never when she dozed in the library or fell asleep during evening prayers in the chapel. And never when she slept in Sadie and Clifton's room. On the 4th day, Sadie suggested to Clifton that he might sleep in one of the guest rooms for a few nights, just to see if the demon was targeting them specifically as a couple, or if it would follow him. It was worth trying, she said, worth understanding the pattern. Clifton looked at her strangely. He asked why she was suddenly so interested in patterns, in testing theories. Wasn't that what his mother had been doing for years? Sadie said she just wanted to help, wanted to understand, and Clifton's expression softened slightly, but he shook his head. Separating wouldn't help, he said. They needed to stay together. His mother had been clear about that. Sadie didn't argue. She had already learned what she needed to know. The entity didn't follow Clifton. It came from Mrs. Sterling. It was Mrs. Sterling, some part of her that split off when she slept, that manifested her jealousy and possessiveness as physical force. That night, Sadie lay awake and watched Clifton sleep. The conversation played out in her mind. His face, his questions, his disbelief. Your mother is the entity. She doesn't know it. She's killing me in her sleep because she doesn't want you to love me more than you love her. She could hear his voice asking if she was all right, if the stress was making her paranoid, if maybe she needed to see someone. He would never believe her. And even if he did believe her, even if she showed him all her notes and all the patterns and somehow convinced him, what then? He would have to accept that his mother was a monster, that everything she'd told him about demons and protection was a lie, even though she believed it herself, that the woman who raised him, who saved him, who devoted her life to keeping him safe, was the very thing trying to destroy his wife. It would break him. Sadie got out of bed carefully and went to the bathroom. She looked at herself in the mirror. Pale, bruised, throat marked with dark fingerprints. She could leave. The first wife had fled to Ohio and she'd survived. Her husband had died 3 days later, but she had lived. Sadie could pack a bag, call a cab, disappear before morning. Mrs. Sterling would be devastated. Clifton would be heartbroken. But Sadie would be alive, except Clifton would die, just like his father, just like his brothers. The entity, the sleeping, unconscious, jealous thing inside Mrs. Sterling, would turn on him, would squeeze his heart the way it had squeezed theirs, would stop it in the middle of the night while he slept alone in this house with his mother, with no wife to distract the entity's attention, nothing to divert its possessive rage. If Sadie left, Clifton would die, and Mrs. Sterling would never understand why, would pray over his body and blame demons and spirits, would die herself eventually, alone in this house, believing she'd failed to protect her last son. Sadie went back to bed and lay down beside her husband. His face was peaceful in sleep. She touched his shoulder lightly and felt him warm and alive beneath her hand. She couldn't tell him. She couldn't leave him. And she couldn't live like this, waiting for the next attack, knowing that eventually one would go too far, would last too long, would finish what the entity kept starting. There was only one solution, and it was impossible. The entity only existed when Mrs. Sterling slept, so Mrs. Sterling couldn't sleep. Not ever again, not deeply enough to split off that dark part of herself and send it hunting. But people had to sleep. Everyone had to sleep. Even Mrs. Sterling, with all her prayers and devotions, couldn't stay awake forever. Sadie closed her eyes and felt the exhaustion pulling at her. And she thought about the pillow on the bed in Mrs. Sterling's room, about how easy it would be to hold it down, about how a heart that never stopped beating in sleep was a heart that couldn't be squeezed to stillness by invisible hands. The thought horrified her. She pushed it away immediately, disgusted with herself. Mrs. Sterling was kind. Mrs. Sterling was loving. Mrs. Sterling had no idea what she was. Killing her would be murder, not self-defense. It would be killing someone who thought she was a victim, who believed she was a protector. But it kept returning. Again and again through the dark hours before dawn, it came back. The pillow on Mrs. Sterling's bed. How easy it would be to hold it down. A heart that never stopped beating in sleep couldn't be squeezed to stillness by invisible hands. If Sadie did nothing, she would die, and then Clifton would die, and Mrs. Sterling would live on fighting demons that were never there. If Sadie acted, Mrs. Sterling would die, but Clifton would live. The attacks would stop. The house would be quiet. And Sadie would have to live with what she'd done, with the knowledge that she'd murdered someone who loved them both, someone who never meant any harm. There was no good choice. There was only the choice that let Clifton survive. Sadie lay in the dark beside her sleeping husband and felt the decision settle over her like something heavy and cold. She didn't make it consciously. It simply became true, the way terrible truths sometimes did. She would do what needed to be done. Tonight. Before she could think about it any longer. Before the next attack came and finished what it had started. She looked at the clock. 1:47 in the morning. Mrs. Sterling would be deeply asleep by now, her bedroom door closed, her hands folded over the blankets. The entity hadn't come tonight. Perhaps it was gathering strength. Perhaps Mrs. Sterling's conscious mind was holding too tight to the unconscious. It didn't matter. Sadie couldn't wait. The journal in the attic. The woman who had fled knowing what would happen. The 3 men who had died with their hearts stopped by invisible hands. Mrs. Sterling praying over their bodies, believing she had failed them, never understanding that she had killed them herself. Sadie moved carefully from the bed. Clifton didn't stir. She stood looking down at him, memorizing his face in the dim light. She was doing this to save him. She had to believe that, or she couldn't move. She walked down the hall in bare feet, past the small crosses glowing pale blue. The door was closed. Sadie stood outside it with her hand on the knob. This was the moment. After this, there was no going back. She turned the knob. The hinges were silent. Mrs. Sterling kept everything in the house perfectly maintained. The room beyond was dark except for a small lamp on the dresser left on so Mrs. Sterling wouldn't wake disoriented. Sadie could see the bed, the shape of Mrs. Sterling lying still beneath the covers, the rise and fall of her breathing. She stepped inside and closed the door behind her. The room smelled of lavender and old wood. There was a rosary on the nightstand, beads worn pale from years of prayer, a photograph of Clifton as a boy smiling in his school uniform. The bed itself was heavy dark wood, probably 100 years old, inherited from Sterling generations past. Sadie crossed to the bed and looked down at Mrs. Sterling's sleeping face. The older woman looked peaceful, younger somehow, without the weight of consciousness. Her hair was braided for sleep, gray and silver mixed together. Her hands were folded exactly as Sadie had imagined them, resting on top of the blankets. There was a pillow on the chair beside the bed, the one Mrs. Sterling used when she sat up to read at night. Sadie picked it up. It was soft and light in her hands. The pillowcase was embroidered with small flowers. She stood there holding it and looked at the sleeping woman who had saved her life repeatedly, who had welcomed her into the family, who had no idea she was a monster. Sadie raised the pillow. Mrs. Sterling's eyes opened. For one terrible moment, they looked at each other. Sadie frozen with the pillow held above Mrs. Sterling's face. Mrs. Sterling staring up at her in confusion that was shifting rapidly toward understanding. Then Mrs. Sterling opened her mouth to speak, and Sadie pressed the pillow down. Mrs. Sterling's hands flew up and grabbed Sadie's wrists. Her grip was strong, stronger than Sadie expected. The older woman twisted beneath the pillow, her body arching, and Sadie had to lean her full weight down to keep it in place. She could feel Mrs. Sterling's face through the fabric, could feel her trying to turn her head, trying to find air. The hands on Sadie's wrists tightened. Mrs. Sterling's fingers dug in, nails cutting into skin. Sadie pressed harder and felt her own hands shaking. The pillowcase was silk, cool and slippery under her palms. She could hear muffled sounds through it. Not screams, just desperate animal noises, the sounds of someone fighting for breath. Mrs. Sterling bucked once, violently, nearly throwing Sadie off, but Sadie held on. She kept the pillow pressed down and felt tears running down her own face and thought, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have to. I have to save him. The struggling weakened. Mrs. Sterling's hands on Sadie's wrists began to loosen, the nails no longer digging. Her body was still moving, but slower now, the movements becoming reflexive rather than purposeful. Sadie counted breaths in her head, her own breaths, because Mrs. Sterling had none. 1, 2, 3, 4. The moment between breath and no breath came quietly. Mrs. Sterling's hands fell away from Sadie's wrists and dropped to the bed. Her body went completely still beneath the pillow. There was no final spasm, no dramatic ending, just stillness where there had been struggle. Sadie held the pillow down for 30 seconds more, counting. Then she lifted it. Mrs. Sterling's face was turned to one side, eyes half open. The house was silent. The entity was gone. Sadie returned the pillow to the chair and went back to her bedroom. She washed her hands and lay down beside Clifton. The house was silent, no whispers, no pressure. She had killed the entity by killing its host. She pulled the blankets up the way the entity had, tucked them close. The gesture felt natural. And that was when she understood. By dawn, Clifton was calling for his mother. Sadie dressed, arranged fresh towels with Mrs. Sterling's precise care. Hospital corners. Her hands knew the patterns. She met Clifton at the top of the stairs and touched his shoulder, the same shoulder Mrs. Sterling had touched in the wedding photograph. "You're safe now. I won't let anyone take you from me." He stared at her, beginning to understand. She guided him toward his mother's room. The house was silent. Jordan Kepler had been working on the Graham-Thayer jury questionnaires for 11 days, and she understood, as she moved the 63rd form from the undecided pile to the provisional accept stack at 20 minutes past midnight on the Thursday before the trial began, that she had already made her first mistake. The questionnaire belonged to a nurse practitioner in her late 40s at Georgetown University Hospital, divorced 8 years, no children, and the mistake was not in Jordan's assessment of the woman's capacity for skepticism. Her answer suggested exactly the kind of professional competence and resistance to charm that would protect her from Graham's performance. But in Jordan's assumption that competence would be enough, she had been thinking about jury selection as a problem of individual psychology, 12 separate minds to be understood and arranged, when what she should have been thinking about was how those minds would interact once Graham entered the room and began the work he had been perfecting for 20 years. The questionnaires were spread across her dining room table in careful grid pattern, sorted by provisional categories she had developed over 16 years of consulting: resist charisma, susceptible authority, independent thinker, follower personality, analytical skeptic, emotional responder. Her laptop displayed the courtroom seating chart for the Eastern District, the jury box mapped in 2 rows of 6, and beside the laptop sat her legal pad filled with behavioral notes in her own shorthand. Small observations about word choice and response length that revealed more than the answers themselves. She had chosen this apartment 3 years earlier specifically because the windows faced an interior courtyard rather than the street, because she needed silence when she worked at night, because the ambient noise of traffic and pedestrians made it difficult to think through the layers of human behavior that jury selection required. The only sounds now were the soft hum of her laptop's cooling fan and the occasional rustle of paper as she moved another questionnaire from one stack to another. Jordan picked up questionnaire number 41 and read it for the 3rd time. The software engineer, 32, working at a defense contractor in Arlington, Single, described himself as logical and data-driven in the section asking jurors to characterize their decision-making process. The description was accurate. His answers throughout the questionnaire demonstrated systematic thinking and resistance to emotional appeals. But Jordan found herself returning to question 17, which asked whether the juror believed people could change their fundamental nature. He had written yes, then crossed it out and written no, then added a qualifying sentence. Behavior can change under pressure, but core personality remains stable. The revision interested her more than the final answer. Someone who reconsidered their position mid-questionnaire, who felt compelled to add nuance rather than commit to a binary response, would think carefully during deliberation rather than anchor to an early position. She moved the form to the strong accept pile. The care she took with each questionnaire was not simply professional thoroughness. Jordan had built her reputation on understanding that jury selection was not about finding 12 people who would vote correctly, but about finding 12 people who would evaluate evidence fairly and resist the kinds of manipulation that defendants like Graham-Thayer had spent their entire lives perfecting. She believed in a way that had survived 16 years of watching trials and reading verdicts that the adversarial system worked when both sides had competent advocates and when the jury was composed of people capable of skepticism. The belief was not naive. She had seen too many acquittals of the guilty and convictions of the innocent to think the system was perfect. But it was load-bearing to her sense of what her work meant. Fair juries protected the vulnerable. Careful selection was a form of defense for people who could not defend themselves. This was why she worked until midnight on a Thursday. Why she read each questionnaire 3 times. Why she built grids and took notes and reconsidered her assessments until she was certain she understood what each answer revealed about the person who had written it. She opened the case file on her laptop and began reading through the plaintiff's allegations again, checking her jury analysis against the specific claims Graham would need to defend. There were 7 plaintiffs, all former members of Graham's Ascension Path program, a personal development organization Graham had founded 18 years earlier in San Diego before relocating to the Washington, D.C. area. The program promised participants transformation through intensive workshops and one-on-one coaching sessions with Graham himself. And according to the civil complaint, the transformation Graham delivered was systematic psychological abuse designed to establish total control over his followers' lives. The allegations were detailed and disturbingly consistent across all 7 plaintiffs. Isolation from family and friends who questioned the program, financial exploitation through escalating fees for advanced courses, public humiliation during group sessions when participants failed to meet Graham's standards, and private sessions where Graham identified their deepest insecurities and convinced them that only his guidance could prevent their complete psychological collapse. The Graham-Thayer case was different in scale and in method from the abuse cases Jordan had consulted on before. Graham had not targeted isolated individuals. He had built an organization that processed hundreds of people through his workshops each year, and the 7 plaintiffs represented only those willing to sue. The case materials included testimonials from dozens of other former participants who described similar experiences but declined to sue, while more than 200 current members considered Graham's program life-changing. Graham himself was charismatic in the specific way that made jury selection difficult. He photographed well, spoke in complete sentences with careful grammar, held a master's degree in psychology from a legitimate university, and had written 2 books on personal development that had sold successfully enough to establish him as a recognizable public figure. The jury would not see a monster. They would see an eloquent, educated man who ran a successful business and whose clients, the ones who remain clients, praised him effusively. This was the fundamental problem Jordan had been thinking about for 11 days. Graham's defense would argue that the plaintiffs were disgruntled former clients who had failed to benefit from the program and were now seeking financial compensation for their own shortcomings. The defense would present the satisfied clients as evidence that Graham's methods worked, and that the plaintiff's allegations were either exaggerations or outright fabrications. The jury would need to evaluate 2 competing narratives, one in which Graham was a skilled therapist whose intensive methods sometimes failed to help people who were not ready for transformation, and one in which Graham was a predator who had systematically identified vulnerable people and exploited them for money and control. Jordan's job was to build a jury that could distinguish between these narratives, that could recognize manipulation when it wore the disguise of professional competence. She returned to the questionnaires, reading through the stack of 32 candidates she had not yet categorized. Question 23 asked jurors whether they had ever participated in therapy, counseling, or personal development programs, and the answers divided the jury pool into distinct groups. Some had never sought any form of psychological help and expressed skepticism about the entire field. Some had participated in conventional therapy and found it helpful. A smaller group had participated in intensive workshops or retreats, not Graham specifically, but similar programs. And their descriptions of those experiences would tell Jordan whether they were likely to view Graham's methods as legitimate intensity or recognize them as abusive control. Questionnaire 67 belonged to a man named David Brennan, 41, high school teacher, married with 2 children. Brennan had attended a weekend leadership retreat organized by his school district 5 years earlier, and described it in question 23 as initially uncomfortable, but ultimately valuable. The facilitator pushed participants to confront their assumptions about themselves. Jordan read the description twice. The phrase initially uncomfortable, but ultimately valuable was exactly how Graham's satisfied clients described ascension path. And the willingness to accept discomfort as the price of growth was exactly what Graham exploited. She moved Brennan's questionnaire to the reject pile. Jordan worked through 12 more questionnaires before she noticed the time. It was 20 minutes past 1 in the morning, and the trial began in 6 days. She had categorized 75 of the 96 questionnaires, which meant she still had 21 to analyze before she could finalize her recommendations for jury selection. The lead attorney wanted her preliminary list by Friday afternoon, which gave her less than 40 hours to finish the analysis and prepare her presentation. She closed her laptop, stacked the remaining questionnaires in a neat pile at the corner of the table, and stood for the first time in 3 hours. Her lower back was stiff, and her eyes were dry from staring at paper under the dining room lamp. She had not eaten dinner. She found yogurt in the refrigerator, ate it standing at the counter, and went to bed still thinking about the questionnaires. The gym opened at 5:30 in the morning, and Jordan reached the gym at 5:40 with her workout clothes already on beneath her jacket. She had been a member of Gold's Gym in Georgetown for 4 years, had chosen this location because it was a 20-minute walk from her apartment and opened early enough that she could exercise before work. The routine was practical rather than enthusiastic. 45 minutes on the elliptical machine, 15 minutes of stretching, shower at home, dressed by 7:30. The gym was never crowded at 5:40. Jordan signed in at the front desk, nodded to the attendant whose name she had never learned, and walked through the weight room to the cardio area where the elliptical machines faced a wall of windows overlooking M Street. She chose the third machine from the left, hung her jacket on the machine's frame, set her phone on the console, and began her workout. It was not until she had been exercising for 20 minutes that she noticed the woman standing near the water fountain. The woman was not exercising. She was standing perfectly still, facing Jordan's direction, and she was smiling. The smile was not the brief social smile people offered when they made eye contact at the gym, and it was not the distracted smile of someone listening to music or watching the morning news on the mounted televisions. It was a sustained, focused smile directed at Jordan, and it did not change when Jordan looked directly at her. Jordan looked away, checked her phone, looked back. The woman had not moved, still smiling. She was perhaps 30 years old, athletic build, wearing black yoga pants and a gray tank top that matched what half the women in the gym wore every morning. Her hands were at her sides, and she was not holding a phone or water bottle. She was simply standing there, 15 feet from Jordan's machine, motionless except for the smile. She looked at the console. 132 beats per minute, elevated, and the increase had nothing to do with the elliptical machine. She looked back at the woman. The woman was still smiling. Jordan stopped the machine, stepped down, picked up her jacket and phone, and walked toward the locker room without looking back at the water fountain. She showered quickly, dressed, and left through the front entrance. She did not see the woman again, but as she walked down M Street toward her apartment, she checked over her shoulder twice, and both times saw no one. which should have been reassuring but was not. The second appearance came on Saturday afternoon at Busboys and Poets on 14th Street, where Jordan had been ordering coffee twice a week for the past year. She had gone there to work through the final questionnaires away from her apartment, had chosen the table near the back window because it offered enough ambient noise to prevent overthinking, but not so much that she could not concentrate. She had her laptop open, the last 15 questionnaires stacked beside it, and she was midway through analyzing a 53-year-old accountant's responses when she noticed the man standing by the bookshelf. He was not browsing the books. He was standing perfectly still, facing her direction, smiling. The smile was identical to the woman's smile at the gym, sustained, focused, unchanging, and when Jordan looked directly at him, he did not look away or adjust his expression. He simply continued smiling at her from 15 feet away, his hands at his sides, his posture motionless in a way that people standing casually in coffee shops were not motionless. Jordan closed her laptop. She gathered the questionnaires, shoved them into her bag without organizing them, and left her full coffee cup on the table. She walked past the man without looking at him, pushed through the front door, and stood on the sidewalk, trying to control her breathing. Her hands were shaking. She had not realized they were shaking until she tried to zip her bag closed and found that her fingers would not grip the zipper properly. She walked back to her apartment, checked over her shoulder 6 times, saw no one following her. When she reached her building, she stood on the front steps for 2 full minutes before going inside, scanning the street in both directions, looking for anyone standing still or smiling or watching her. The street was full of people. Saturday afternoon pedestrian traffic, couples walking dogs, someone unloading groceries from a car, and none of them paid any attention to her. She went upstairs, locked her apartment door, checked that the windows facing the courtyard were locked, and sat at her dining room table staring at the questionnaires she had been too frightened to finish analyzing in a public coffee shop. It was not until Sunday morning that she understood the pattern was coordinated rather than coincidental. She was riding the Metro Red Line from DuPont Circle to Union Station, standing near the center doors because the Sunday morning train was not crowded enough to require holding a pole. She had been reading news on her phone, checking email, not paying attention to the other passengers, and when the train pulled into Metro Center and the doors opened, she looked up and saw them. There were 3 of them. A woman in her 20s wearing running clothes, standing on the platform directly in front of Jordan's door. A man in his 40s in a business suit, standing 5 feet to the woman's left. Another man, younger, in jeans and a Georgetown sweatshirt, standing 5 feet to her right. All 3 were facing Jordan. All 3 were smiling. All 3 were perfectly still, not shifting weight or checking phones or looking at the train schedule display overhead. They were simply standing there, arranged in a loose semicircle, watching her through the open doors. Jordan stepped back from the doors. The train was stopped. Passengers were exiting and entering around her, and the 3 people on the platform did not move. Their smiles did not change. The recorded announcement said the doors closed, and Jordan found herself stepping forward instead of back, found herself moving toward the platform, compelled by the irrational thought that she needed to confront them, needed to ask them who they were and what they wanted, and why they were doing this to her. But before she reached the threshold, the doors closed and the train began moving, and she was pressed against the glass, watching the 3 of them recede into the tunnel darkness, still standing in their semicircle, still smiling. She rode the train to Union Station, exited, walked up to the street level, and stood in the main hall for 20 minutes, trying to decide whether she should call the police. She had her phone in her hand. She had unlocked it twice and opened the call screen and stared at the numbers. But what would she say? That people had smiled at her in public places. That they had stood still while smiling. That 3 people had been standing on a metro platform. None of it was illegal. None of it was even unusual if described without the context of her own mounting fear. She imagined explaining to a police officer that a woman at her gym had watched her exercise for 20 minutes, that a man at a coffee shop had stood near a bookshelf, that 3 people had been waiting on a metro platform. The explanation would sound paranoid. The surveillance was designed to be perfectly legal, to appear innocuous to anyone who had not experienced it firsthand, to trap her inside her own credibility. She put her phone away. She took the metro back to DuPont Circle. She walked home, checking over her shoulder every 30 seconds, seeing no one, which was somehow worse than seeing them because it meant they could be anywhere, and she would not know until they chose to reveal themselves. On Monday morning, she tried to photograph one of them. She had gone to Gold's gym again, earlier this time, arriving at 5:15 before the gym was crowded. She had brought her phone and kept it in her hand on the elliptical machine's console, screen facing up, ready to open the camera application. The woman from Friday morning was not there. For 20 minutes, Jordan exercised alone, checking the cardio area and weight room every few minutes, seeing no one standing still or smiling at her. She began to think she had imagined the pattern, that the 3 appearances had been coincidental after all, that her fear was disproportionate to what had actually happened. Then she saw him. A man in his 30s, athletic build, standing by the water fountain, in exactly the position the woman had occupied Friday morning. He was not drinking water. He was not adjusting his workout clothes or checking his phone. He was standing perfectly still, facing Jordan's machine, smiling at her with the same sustained, focused expression she had seen 3 times before. Jordan grabbed her phone, opened the camera, pointed it at him. Through the screen, she could see him clearly, his face, his smile, his motionless posture. She pressed the capture button. In the half-second between pressing the button and the camera processing the image, the man turned and walked toward the locker room. By the time Jordan looked at the photo she had captured, he was gone, and the image showed only the empty space by the water fountain and 3 other gym members in the background doing exercises. She tried to follow him. She stepped off the elliptical machine, left her jacket hanging on the frame, walked quickly toward the men's locker room entrance. The attendant at the front desk looked at her. Women were not permitted in the men's locker room. And Jordan stopped, realizing she could not follow him inside, could not explain to the attendant why she needed to confront someone who had been standing near a water fountain. She returned to her machine, grabbed her jacket, and left the gym without showering. The trial began in 4 days. Jordan had finished analyzing the questionnaires on Saturday evening after returning from Busboys and Poets, had compiled her preliminary jury selection recommendations, had scheduled a strategy session with the lead attorney for Tuesday afternoon to present her findings. She had work to do. She needed to prepare her presentation, needed to review the defense's expected challenges to certain jurors, needed to finalize the backup candidates in case her preferred selections were struck. But she could not concentrate on the work because every time she sat down at her dining room table, she found herself standing up again to check the courtyard window, to verify no one was standing in the courtyard below watching her apartment, to confirm the locks on her door were still engaged. On Tuesday morning, she received an email from an address she did not recognize. The subject line was empty. The body of the email contained a single sentence. "Le Diplomate, 14th Street, 1 o'clock today. Come alone." There was no signature. Jordan stared at the email for 5 minutes, then deleted it, then restored it from her trash folder, then forwarded it to herself as evidence of something she could not yet name. She knew she should not go. She understood that whoever had sent the email, whoever had orchestrated the surveillance, whoever had deployed the followers to her gym and her coffee shop and the metro platform, wanted her to go to Le Diplomate alone, wanted her isolated in a public place where they could do something she could not predict. But she also understood that the surveillance would not stop unless she confronted whoever was coordinating it, and that her fear would paralyze her completely if she did not take some action to assert control over what was happening to her. She reached Le Diplomate at 1 o'clock. The restaurant was crowded with the lunch hour rush. Every table occupied, servers moving between the closely spaced chairs carrying plates and wine glasses. Jordan gave her name to the host and said she was meeting someone, and the host gestured toward the back of the restaurant where a man was sitting alone at a corner table. Graham Thayer stood when he saw her approaching. He was smiling. Not the sustained, unnerving smile of his followers, but the warm, professional smile of someone greeting a colleague. He was 52 years old, according to the case file, but he looked younger, well-maintained in the way that people with personal trainers and expensive haircuts looked well-maintained. He was wearing a gray suit without a tie, and when Jordan reached the table, he extended his hand. Jordan left his hand extended, her bag still over her shoulder, her phone in her jacket pocket, and said nothing until he withdrew it and gestured to the empty chair across from him. He asked her to sit, mentioned he had ordered sparkling water for the table. She sat, not because she wanted to give him the satisfaction of her compliance, but because standing while he sat would make her appear defensive, would cede the psychological advantage before the conversation began. She placed her bag on the floor beside her chair, but kept her phone in her pocket. Graham leaned back in his chair, relaxed, comfortable, his smile never wavering. He asked whether she had noticed his associates at the gym, the coffee shop, the metro. Jordan said nothing. He told her they were very good at what they did, perfectly legal, of course, standing in public places, smiling, watching. There was no law against watching, he said, using her first name with a casual familiarity. The sound of her first name in his mouth made the back of her neck prickle. She had not introduced herself. He knew who she was, had known before sending the email, had known when he deployed his followers to watch her. Her hands stayed flat on the table. Her breathing stayed even. He said she was probably wondering why he was telling her this instead of remaining silent, probably thinking that admitting to the surveillance weakened his position. But that was the beauty of what he did. He did not need to hide. He could tell her exactly what he was doing, and she still could not stop it. He leaned forward, elbows on the table, his smile unchanged. He told her he would mentally break her before the verdict, that she would watch herself unravel over the next 4 days, that her competence would dissolve, not physically. He would never touch her, never threaten violence, never do anything that could be reported to authorities. But mentally, psychologically, his control over human behavior was absolute. When she sat in the courtroom watching the jury she had selected, she would know that none of her careful analysis had mattered, because he had been inside her head the entire time. Her molars pressed together, the muscles in her jaw tightening until her back teeth ached. She made herself speak. "You're threatening me. The mine is a glass house, Jordan, and we shouldn't throw stones." He stood, placed cash on the table to cover the untouched sparkling water, and buttoned his suit jacket. He told her to enjoy her lunch, mentioned the croque monsieur, reminded her the trial began Thursday. He walked toward the front of the restaurant, stopping briefly to shake hands with another diner who recognized him, smiling and nodding to the server who held the door for him. Jordan sat at the table alone, surrounded by dozens of people, eating lunch and talking and laughing. She could not tell anyone what had just happened, because Graham had been right. He had threatened nothing specific, had promised nothing actionable, had done nothing more than sit across from her and speak words that, divorced from the context of the surveillance, would sound like confident rhetoric rather than psychological warfare. She left the restaurant without ordering food. She walked back to her apartment in the middle of the afternoon sunlight, crowds of people on every block, and she did not check over her shoulder because she already knew they were there, watching her, smiling, waiting for her to break. Jordan walked 3 blocks from Le Diplomate before stopping. The phrase Graham had spoken, "The mind is a glass house, Jordan, and we shouldn't throw stones," was looping in her head with the relentless persistence of a song she could not stop hearing. She stood on the sidewalk for 20 minutes, unable to move further, her hands shaking, crowds of people flowing past her in both directions. The phrase repeated. Each repetition revealed more of what Graham had accomplished. He had not needed to threaten violence or make specific promises. He had only needed to demonstrate that he knew her routines, her locations, her vulnerabilities, that he could reach her whenever he chose. She walked the remaining distance to her apartment in DuPont Circle, climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor. The physical exertion kept her hands from shaking. When she reached her apartment, she locked the door, checked the windows facing the courtyard, and stood in her kitchen, drinking water directly from the tap because she could not trust herself to hold a glass without spilling it. She had been frightened Friday morning when the woman had watched her at the gym, had been more frightened Saturday when the man had appeared at the coffee shop, had been genuinely terrified Sunday when the 3 followers had surrounded her on the metro platform. But what she felt now, standing in her locked apartment in the middle of a Tuesday afternoon, was something different from fear. Graham had not invited her to lunch to warn her about the surveillance. He had invited her to demonstrate that the surveillance was only one component of a larger campaign, that he had been studying her for weeks or months before she had noticed the followers, that he knew things about her professional methods and personal habits that she had never made public. She opened her laptop and began researching harassment laws in the District of Columbia. The legal definition required repeated conduct that would cause a reasonable person to feel seriously alarmed or intimidated, and the conduct had to be directed at a specific person with intent to cause emotional distress. Jordan read through case law for an hour following citations from one opinion to another, looking for precedent that matched what Graham was doing to her. But every case involved threats of violence, unwanted physical contact, or explicit messages demanding specific actions. None of the cases involved people standing in public places, smiling, watching. None of them involved lunch invitations to crowded restaurants. None of them involved defendants who were articulate and educated and represented by expensive attorneys who would argue that their client had simply been friendly, had simply wanted to discuss the upcoming trial with the opposing consultant, had simply exercised his constitutional right to be present in public spaces. She closed the laptop. The research had confirmed what she already understood at Le Diplomate, that Graham's psychological warfare was designed to exist in the space between legal and illegal, between observable behavior and criminal intent, between what she experienced and what she could prove. She could file a police report describing the followers and the lunch meeting, but the report would not result in charges because smiling at someone in a gym was not a crime, and inviting someone to lunch was not harassment, and standing on a metro platform was not intimidation. The police would take her statement and file it and do nothing, and Graham would know she had tried to involve authorities and failed, which would confirm his assessment that his control over her psychological state was already absolute. The followers were not desperate or marginal. They were professionals competent enough to blend into urban environments, disciplined enough to stand motionless for extended periods, devoted enough to participate in surveillance that served no purpose except demonstrating Graham's power. The trial began in 2 days. Jordan had scheduled a strategy session with the lead attorney for 3 o'clock Tuesday afternoon, 40 minutes from now, to present her final jury selection recommendations. She had prepared her presentation Sunday night, had compiled her analysis into a 15-page memo with detailed profiles of each recommended juror and backup candidates ranked by suitability. The memo was thorough and careful and represented 16 years of experience selecting juries for complex civil litigation. But as she opened her bag and pulled out the printed memo, Jordan found herself staring at the pages and understanding that the work she had done over the past 11 days had been compromised the moment Graham decided to target her. Everything she knew about the jury pool was information Graham could extract from her if he chose, either by continuing the surveillance until she cracked or by more direct methods she could not yet predict. Her competence, which she had always understood as her primary professional asset, had become a liability. The better she was at jury selection, the more valuable her knowledge was to Graham if he could access it. She put the memo back in her bag. She needed to attend the strategy session, needed to present her recommendations, needed to maintain the appearance of professional function, even though Graham had already demonstrated he could reach her whenever he wanted. But she also needed to alert the lead attorney to what was happening, needed to document the surveillance and the lunch meeting, needed to create some record of Graham's campaign before it escalated further. The lead attorney was a partner at a major D.C. firm, had been practicing civil litigation for 25 years, had presumably encountered threats and intimidation before. He would know how to respond to what Graham was doing, would know whether to file a protective order or alert the judge or take some other legal action that Jordan, whose expertise was jury selection rather than litigation strategy, could not identify. She got to the law firm's offices on K Street 15 minutes early. The receptionist directed her to a conference room on the 19th floor, where the lead attorney was already waiting, reviewing documents spread across the table. He stood when Jordan entered, shook her hand, asked whether she wanted coffee. Jordan declined the coffee. She sat across from him, placed her bag on the floor beside her chair, and tried to organize her thoughts into a coherent explanation of what had happened over the past 4 days. The lead attorney was 53 years old, according to the firm's website, had graduated from Yale Law School, had tried 60 civil cases and won 48 of them. His name was mentioned in every major legal publication's lists of top litigators in the district. Jordan had worked with him twice before on complex cases, had found him competent and systematic, and entirely focused on winning. He was not someone who would dismiss her concerns without consideration, was not someone who would minimize the psychological impact of surveillance simply because the surveillance was technically legal. She told him about the followers. She described the woman at the gym, the man at the coffee shop, the 3 people on the metro platform. She described their stillness and their smiles and the coordination that suggested deliberate deployment rather than coincidence. She told him about the email summoning her to Le Diplomate, about Graham's appearance at the restaurant, about the explicit statement that he would mentally break her before the verdict. She kept her voice steady while she spoke, kept her hands still on the table in front of her, focused on delivering the information clearly rather than conveying the fear she had felt when each event occurred. The lead attorney listened without interrupting. When Jordan finished speaking, he was quiet for several seconds, and in those seconds, Jordan watched his expression and tried to read whether he believed her, whether he understood the threat as seriously as she needed him to understand it, whether he would take action or dismiss the surveillance as an irritant rather than a crisis. He leaned back in his chair, folded his hands on the table, and looked at Jordan with an expression that seemed sympathetic but also slightly distant, as though he were already thinking about the trial rather than the surveillance she had just described. He asked whether she had reported any of this to the police. Jordan said she had researched harassment law and determined that what Graham was doing was technically legal. The attorney nodded, said that was probably correct, said Graham was clearly trying to intimidate her, but doing so in a way that would be difficult to prosecute. He paused, smiled briefly, a professional smile meant to be reassuring, and then spoke about being careful, about not escalating the situation unnecessarily. He used a phrase Jordan had heard before, something about glass houses and stones, and as the words left his mouth, the phrase was exact. Word for word, what Graham had said at Le Diplomate 3 hours earlier, delivered in the lead attorney's voice with the same casual confidence Graham had used. For a moment, Jordan could not process what had happened, could not understand how the attorney had known to speak that specific sentence, could not connect the surveillance campaign to this strategy session in a 19th floor conference room. Graham had not simply been watching her. He had compromised the legal team. The nausea rose so fast, she thought she might vomit on the conference table. The lead attorney was not an ally she could alert to the surveillance. He was part of the surveillance itself, either willingly or through manipulation she could not yet identify. The phrase, Graham's phrase, spoken word for word by her own attorney, was not a coincidence or a common expression she had failed to recognize. It was a signal, a demonstration that Graham's infiltration was complete, that every person Jordan might turn to for help was already watching her for him. She remained seated, maintained eye contact with the attorney, and responded as though the phrase had not just collapsed her understanding of who she could trust. She said something about being careful, about understanding the attorney's concern. She could not later remember exactly what she said because she was not thinking about her words. She was thinking about how to exit the conference room without revealing that she had recognized the phrase, without letting the attorney know that Graham's signal had successfully communicated what it was designed to communicate. The attorney continued talking. He said something about the trial beginning Thursday, something about her jury recommendations being excellent, as always, something about Graham's defense team trying to rattle them. Jordan nodded at appropriate intervals. She agreed with everything the attorney said. She pulled her memo from her bag and walked him through her jury analysis, describing each recommended candidate and explaining her reasoning for the backup selections. Her voice sounded normal to her own ears, professional and competent, and the attorney listened and took notes and asked reasonable questions about juror demographics and voir dire strategy. The meeting lasted 45 minutes. When it ended, Jordan gathered her materials, shook the attorney's hand, thanked him for his time, and walked out of the conference room with the same measured pace she always used when leaving client meetings. She rode the elevator down to the lobby, exited the building onto K Street, walked 3 blocks east before stopping in front of a bank where she could stand against the granite exterior and try to control her breathing. She could not trust the lead attorney. She probably could not trust anyone on the legal team, because if Graham had compromised the lead attorney, then he had almost certainly compromised the associates and paralegals who worked under him. She could not report the surveillance to the police because the surveillance was legal and she had no proof connecting it to Graham beyond her own testimony, which would sound paranoid if delivered without corroboration. She could not withdraw from the case because her contract required her to complete the jury selection process and provide consultation through the end of trial. She was trapped inside the adversarial system she had always believed would protect her, surrounded by people who were supposed to be her colleagues, isolated in the middle of a city with millions of people who could not help her because they did not know she needed help. Jordan walked back to her car. She drove home, parked in the garage, climbed the stairs to her apartment. She locked the door behind her, checked the windows, and sat at her dining room table, staring at the jury questionnaires she had analyzed so carefully 11 days earlier. The trial began in 2 days. She would attend voir dire, would sit beside the compromised attorney, would watch Graham's defense team challenge her recommended jurors. She would do her job competently because competence was the only defense she had left. But she would do it knowing that everything she said in the courtroom might be transmitted to Graham by her own legal team, that every strategy she suggested might be reported to the defense, that the system designed to deliver fair trials had been corrupted from the inside by someone who understood that safeguards only worked when the people operating them were trustworthy. She sat at the table until it was dark outside, and then she sat in the dark for another hour, thinking about glass houses and stones and what it meant to realize you were already inside the trap before you understood a trap existed. Jordan did not sleep Tuesday night. She lay in bed watching the ceiling, listening to ambient noise from the building. Footsteps in the apartment above, water running through pipes, a door closing somewhere down the hall. Every sound made her think about Graham's followers, standing motionless in public spaces, made her wonder whether one of them lived in this building, whether the footsteps above belonged to someone whose job was watching her apartment, whether the surveillance extended beyond gyms and coffee shops into the spaces she had believed were private. By Wednesday afternoon, Jordan had lost 6 pounds. She could not remember what she had eaten Tuesday or Wednesday, could not focus long enough to prepare food. Wednesday evening, she opened her laptop and researched Graham's background beyond the civil complaint. His books, both of them. 4 hours of reading, making notes. What she found was textbook narcissistic personality disorder dressed in therapeutic vocabulary. Graham's entire philosophy depended on establishing himself as supremely intelligent, the only person qualified to guide others. This was his vulnerability. If someone demonstrated they could read him as accurately as he read others, could outsmart him where his control was supposed to be absolute, his entire psychological structure would fracture. Jordan stared at her notes. If the lead attorney was feeding information to Graham, then she could control what information Graham received. She could feed false intelligence through the compromised channel, manipulate Graham's understanding, use his confidence against him. She opened the case file roster. Secondary counsel, someone she had met briefly in August and dismissed as inexperienced. She researched him Wednesday night. His trial record, 12 cases, 9 wins. The losses were early. More importantly, no apparent connection to Graham. Joined the firm 2 years after Graham relocated to Washington. Not present at Jordan's strategy meetings with the lead attorney. This might be what she needed. Or it might be another channel Graham had already compromised. Jordan drafted an email asking about a Thursday morning consultation. She reread it 3 times. Nothing that would reveal her plan if intercepted. And sent it at 11 o'clock. He replied at 6:30 Thursday morning. He had an hour available at 7. Jordan dressed carefully Thursday morning. She reached the courthouse at 6:50, took the elevator to the 3rd floor. The secondary counsel was waiting outside the courtroom. Younger than she remembered, perhaps 34, dark suit, leather briefcase. They found an empty conference room. Jordan told him she wanted his perspective on jury selection challenges. She kept her voice steady, kept her language technical. The secondary counsel listened, asked intelligent questions, made notes. They spent 40 minutes discussing jury selection. When Jordan stood to leave, she mentioned casually that she might have additional thoughts about trial strategy, asked whether he would be available for consultation. He said, of course, mentioned his cell phone number was in the firm directory. Then he smiled. Not broadly, but enough that Jordan could see his teeth. He told her the lead attorney had described her as the best jury consultant in the district. Jordan thanked him, left the conference room, walked to the restroom. She locked herself in a stall. Her hands were shaking. She stared at the metal door, trying to remember whether the secondary counsel's smile had looked normal or whether it had held too long, whether his eyes had moved when he smiled or whether they had remained fixed on her face, the way the follower's eyes remained fixed. She could not tell. She had been looking for the coordinated smile in every interaction for a week. And now she could not distinguish between a normal professional smile and the sustained, focused smile of Graham's surveillance network. The secondary counsel might be clean, or Graham might have anticipated exactly this move. Jordan searching for an uncompromised ally. And the secondary counsel might be performing cleanliness while reporting everything back to Graham the moment Jordan left the courthouse. Jordan returned to her apartment Thursday afternoon. She sat at her dining room table, staring at the jury questionnaires, thinking about the secondary counsel's smile, trying to determine whether she had just found an ally or walked directly into another trap Graham had prepared weeks ago. She had no way to verify. Graham's surveillance network was invisible until he chose to reveal it, and choosing to reveal it was always tactical. The woman at the gym had been revelation. The followers on the metro platform had been revelation. The lead attorney's phrase had been revelation. If the secondary counsel was compromised, Graham would not reveal it until the moment revelation served his purpose, which meant Jordan had to proceed as though the secondary counsel was clean, while understanding he might not be, while knowing that everything she told him might reach Graham, while accepting that the trap she was constructing might be a trap Graham was constructing for her. She drafted the false cross-examination strategy Wednesday night. Questions designed to make Graham feel invincible. She embedded psychological triggers, questions that assumed Graham's intelligence was exceptional, that invited him to explain his superior understanding. She worked until 3 a.m, building a 15-page memo. Thorough, carefully reasoned, entirely false. Thursday morning, she met the lead attorney at the courthouse 90 minutes before voir dire. She presented the false strategy in a conference room. He asked whether she was confident the approach would expose Graham's manipulation. Jordan performed doubt, questioned whether the questions were aggressive enough. The attorney reassured her, praised her instincts. Jordan left the meeting and walked to the courtroom. The lead attorney would feed her false analysis to Graham, and Graham would prepare for questions that would never come. She would need to get the real cross-examination strategy to the secondary counsel without the lead attorney, or Graham's surveillance network. Knowing. But she could not do it today, not during voir dire with everyone watching. She would have to wait for the right moment. Voir dire began at 9 o'clock. Jordan sat beside the lead attorney, took notes, watched the jury pool. By late afternoon, they had seated 12 jurors. The judge dismissed them for the weekend, set opening statements for Monday morning. Thursday night, Jordan sat at her dining room table and wrote the real cross-examination strategy by hand on legal paper. She drafted the questions in her apartment with the door locked, windows checked, sitting with no electronic devices nearby. The questions targeted Graham's vulnerability, his need to be perceived as supremely intelligent, his inability to tolerate evidence that someone had outsmarted him. She wrote them calm and deliberate, structured to build progressively, designed to fracture his ego in real time. She folded the handwritten pages into thirds, placed them in an unmarked envelope, and put the envelope in her briefcase beneath her jury notes. Friday morning, she took the metro to the courthouse. At the DuPont Circle station, she descended the escalator, passed through the turnstile, walked to the Red Line platform. The train pulled in 2 minutes later. She boarded the center car, found a seat near the doors. The train pulled away from the station. Jordan looked at the other passengers. Man in a business suit reading his phone. Woman with headphones staring at the tunnel darkness through the window. Teenager with a backpack sitting 3 seats away. None of them looked at her. None of them were standing motionless or smiling. Jordan allowed herself to think that perhaps Graham's surveillance had ended now that the trial had begun, now that his attention was focused on the courtroom rather than following her through the city. The train stopped at Metro Center. The doors opened. A man stepped into the car. He was perhaps 40 years old, wearing jeans and a gray sweatshirt, carrying no bag. He stepped through the doors, walked 3 steps into the car, and stopped directly in front of Jordan's seat. He did not reach for a pole. He did not look at his phone. He stood facing her, 1 foot away from where she sat, and smiled. The smile was the same smile the woman had used at the gym. The same smile the followers had used on the metro platform 10 days earlier. Sustained, focused, unchanging. His eyes were on her face, unblinking, and his posture was perfectly still despite the train's movement as it pulled away from Metro Center. Jordan looked down at her lap. She could see his shoes in her peripheral vision. Black sneakers, laces tied. The train swayed slightly, and his shoes did not shift. He was standing with the balance of someone who had practiced standing motionless in moving vehicles, someone who had been trained to maintain position, regardless of external forces. The recorded announcement said the next station was Gallery Place. Jordan kept her eyes on her lap, kept her hands folded on her briefcase. Other passengers moved around them. The man in the business suit shifted position. The woman with headphones stood and walked toward the doors. But the man in front of Jordan did not move. His shoes remained in the exact position they had occupied since Metro Center, 1 foot away from her knees, the laces perfectly parallel. The train stopped at Gallery Place. Passengers exited around them. The man did not move. New passengers boarded, found seats and poles, arranged themselves in the car. None of them looked at the man standing 1 foot from Jordan's seat. None of them seemed to notice that he was blocking the aisle, that his stillness was not the stillness of a commuter, but the stillness of surveillance. Jordan counted the seconds between Gallery Place and Judiciary Square. 63 seconds. The man stood motionless for all 63, his shoes never shifting, his smile never changing. When the doors opened at Judiciary Square, Jordan stood, pushed past him, felt his shoulders solid and unmoving as she pressed through the space between his body and the pole, and stepped onto the platform. She did not look back. She walked to the escalator, rode it up to street level, emerged onto the sidewalk. The courthouse was 2 blocks away. Jordan walked without checking over her shoulder, understanding now that Graham's surveillance had not ended, that he knew exactly where she was going this morning, that the follower in the metro car had been sent to remind her that his control extended into every space she moved through. At the courthouse, she passed through security, took the elevator to the 3rd floor. Opening statements were scheduled for Monday. The jury had been seated Thursday. But Jordan needed to execute the handoff today, during the Friday pre-trial conference, when both attorneys would be present, but the courtroom would be less crowded. The woman from the gym was sitting in the gallery's 3rd row. The man from the coffee shop was in the 2nd row. The man who had stood in front of her on the metro was in the 1st row, directly behind the plaintiff's table, close enough that Jordan could hear him breathing when the courtroom went silent. She needed to give the real cross-examination strategy to the secondary counsel, but every conversation she had at the courthouse might be observed. Every meeting might be reported. She could not approach the secondary counsel in the hallway where the lead attorney might see. She could not email him from her laptop because Graham might have access to her accounts. She could not call him because phone records would show the contact. The Friday morning pre-trial conference lasted 2 hours. When the judge called a lunch recess, Jordan went to the basement cafeteria. She bought coffee, found a corner table, and sat facing the entrance. The cafeteria was crowded with attorneys and clerks. Jordan scanned their faces, looking for the coordinated stillness, the sustained smile. She saw no one she recognized from the gallery. And then she saw him, the man from the metro car. He was standing near the cafeteria entrance, not in line for food, not sitting at a table, just standing, watching. His position gave him a clear view of Jordan's table and everyone who approached it. Jordan kept her hands on her coffee cup. She could not slide an envelope to the secondary counsel while the follower was watching. She could not have any visible exchange. The secondary counsel would show up. He always took lunch at 12:30. She had watched him for 2 days. And if he sat down at her table and she handed him anything, the follower would see it, and Graham would know within the hour that she had made contact outside the compromised channel. The secondary counsel entered the cafeteria at 12:32. He bought a sandwich, turned toward the seating area, saw Jordan at the corner table. He did not walk toward her. He found a table on the opposite side of the cafeteria, 15 feet from Jordan, sat down facing away from her, and began eating. Jordan understood. He had seen the follower at the entrance. He knew they were being watched. She looked down at her briefcase on the floor beside her chair. The envelope was inside, beneath her jury notes. She could not take it out. She could not stand and walk to his table. Any movement that looked like communication would be reported. She finished her coffee, stood, picked up her briefcase, and walked toward the exit. She passed within 3 feet of the follower. His eyes tracked her movement, but his expression did not change. Jordan walked past him, through the cafeteria entrance, into the hallway. She turned left toward the restrooms, walked 15 feet, then stopped. She opened her briefcase as though searching for something. She pulled out her legal pad, her pen, a folder of jury notes. Beneath them was the envelope. She palmed it, slid it between the pages of the legal pad, and closed her briefcase. Then she turned and walked back toward the cafeteria. The follower was still at the entrance, still watching. Jordan walked past him without looking at him, entered the cafeteria, and walked directly to the secondary counsel's table. She stopped beside his chair. She said she wanted to clarify something about the jury demographics they had discussed yesterday morning, that she had brought the relevant notes. She placed the legal pad on the table in front of him, opened to a page of handwritten demographic analysis. The envelope was beneath the top page, invisible unless he lifted it. Jordan said the note about Juror 12's background was important. The secondary counsel looked at the legal pad. His hand moved to turn the page. His fingers touched the envelope's edge. Jordan said she needed the pad back before the afternoon session, that she had other notes in it she would need. The secondary counsel said he would review it and return it within the hour. He closed the pad without lifting the page, without revealing the envelope. Jordan thanked him, turned, and walked back toward the exit. The follower was watching. Jordan maintained the same pace she had used entering, the same neutral expression. She passed the follower, walked into the hallway, took the elevator back to the 3rd floor. Her hands were shaking. She did not know whether the follower had understood what the legal pad exchange meant. She did not know whether he had seen the envelope's edge when the secondary counsel touched it. She did not know whether Graham would be briefed within the hour that Jordan had made contact, that the bait strategy was exposed, that everything she had constructed was about to collapse. An hour later, the secondary counsel returned her legal pad. He handed it to her in the hallway outside the courtroom, said he had found the demographic notes helpful. The envelope was gone from between the pages. Jordan took the pad, thanked him, walked into the courtroom, and sat at the plaintiff's table. The follower from the Metro was in the gallery, 1st row, watching her. Jordan opened the legal pad, pretended to review notes, and waited for some sign that Graham knew. The afternoon session proceeded. The judge reviewed final pretrial motions. Graham sat at the defense table with the same confident posture he had maintained all morning. If he had been briefed that Jordan made contact with the secondary counsel, his body language showed no sign of it. The weekend passed. Monday morning brought opening statements. The trial continued through the week. Jordan attended every session. The follower from the Metro sat in the gallery every day, 1st row, same seat. Watching her with the same sustained focus he had used on the train. Thursday morning, the defense announced Graham would testify the following day. Thursday night, Jordan sat in her apartment alone, thinking about the secondary counsel's expressionless face in the cafeteria, thinking about how silence and stillness could mean anything, thinking about how she had spent 2 weeks trying to read people who had been trained not to be readable. The courtroom gallery was full Friday morning. Jordan recognized 12 of Graham's followers seated in the first 3 rows behind the defense table. The woman from the gym, the man from the coffee shop, others she had not seen before, but whose stillness and focus marked them as part of the surveillance network. They sat watching her with the same sustained attention they had used in public spaces. Jordan kept her eyes on the legal pad in front of her where she had written nothing because there was nothing left to write. The plaintiffs rested at 10 o'clock. The defense called 3 final witnesses. The lead attorney cross-examined using Jordan's false strategy, questions that seemed aggressive but reinforced the defense. Jordan sat beside him watching Graham watch her from across the courtroom. At 2:30, the defense rested. The judge asked whether the defense intended to call additional witnesses. Graham's lead attorney stood, conferred briefly with Graham, then announced that Graham himself wished to testify. The judge looked surprised. Defendants in civil cases rarely testified, and Graham's attorneys had spent 2 weeks building a defense that did not require him to speak. But the judge instructed the bailiff to swear Graham in. Graham walked to the witness stand with the confident stride of someone entering a room he owned. He wore a dark blue suit, white shirt, no tie. His posture was relaxed, his expression open and professional. He placed his left hand on the Bible, raised his right hand, swore to tell the truth. He sat in the witness chair and looked directly at the jury, smiled the warm, professional smile Jordan had seen at Le Diplomate, waited for his attorney to begin direct examination. The direct examination lasted 40 minutes. Graham described his background, his methodology, his therapeutic philosophy. He was precise and measured, made eye contact with jurors. By the time his attorney finished, Graham had established himself as a thoughtful professional whose intensive methods were grounded in legitimate theory. The judge asked whether plaintiffs wished to cross-examine. The lead attorney stood, gathered his notes from the table, and took 1 step toward the podium. The secondary counsel stood simultaneously. He said the plaintiffs had a brief procedural matter to address before a cross-examination began. The judge looked irritated, but told him to proceed. The secondary counsel said the plaintiffs needed to authenticate a document series that would be referenced during cross-examination, that the lead attorney had the originals in his case files in the adjacent conference room, that retrieving them now would save time later. The lead attorney said the documents could be retrieved after cross-examination. His voice was controlled, but Jordan heard the edge in it. He understood something was wrong. The secondary counsel said the authentication needed to be on record before the cross-examination began, or the entire line of questioning might be excluded. He cited a case number, a procedural rule Jordan did not recognize. The judge asked the lead attorney whether the documents existed. The lead attorney said yes, but they were not necessary for his cross-examination approach. The secondary counsel said they were necessary for the plaintiff's approach, that he had reviewed the case law last night and believed the authentication was required. Jordan watched the lead attorney's face. He was looking at the secondary counsel with an expression she had learned to recognize over 2 weeks. The micro-calculation of someone trying to determine whether he was being manipulated, whether what appeared to be happening was what was actually happening. He turned toward Jordan. She kept her face neutral, her hands folded on the table, gave him nothing. The judge told the lead attorney to retrieve the documents. The lead attorney hesitated for 3 full seconds, then walked toward the rear door of the courtroom. The moment the door closed behind him, the secondary counsel turned to the judge and said that, upon reflection, the authentication could be handled differently. Asked whether he could proceed with the cross-examination immediately given that the defense witness was already sworn and waiting. The judge looked at the empty chair where the lead attorney had been sitting, looked at the secondary counsel, looked at Jordan. Jordan could see the judge understanding that something irregular was happening, that the lead attorney had been removed from the courtroom through procedural misdirection, that the secondary counsel was asking permission to conduct cross-examination the lead attorney had spent 2 weeks preparing for. The judge asked whether the lead attorney had authorized this. The secondary counsel said he was co-counsel on the case and did not require authorization to examine a witness. The judge asked Jordan directly whether the plaintiffs were prepared to proceed. Jordan said yes. The judge paused, his hand on his gavel. Then he told the secondary counsel he had 10 minutes to begin his cross-examination before the lead attorney returned. That if the lead attorney objected when he returned, the judge would decide then whether to allow the examination to continue. The secondary counsel walked to the podium. He carried no notes, no documents, no legal pad. He stood facing Graham for 3 seconds. Jordan watched Graham's expression. Still confident, still relaxed, but with something new beneath it, a flicker of recalibration. Graham had been briefed on the lead attorney's questions. He had not been briefed on the possibility that someone else would ask them. The secondary counsel's first question asked Graham to describe his qualifications for identifying psychological vulnerabilities in clients. Graham answered smoothly, listed his credentials, mentioned his years of experience. The second question asked whether Graham believed his understanding of human behavior was superior to that of his clients. Graham smiled, said understanding was not about superiority, but about training and perspective. That a surgeon's knowledge did not make them superior to a patient, but did qualify them to operate. The third question was different. Can you identify when someone is deceiving you, Mr. Thayer? Graham's smile held, but his eyes changed. Something small shifted in his expression. Not fear exactly, but recalibration. The micro-adjustment of someone who had expected a softball and received something else. He said, of course, deception was simply another form of resistance, and trained observers could recognize it. The secondary counsel nodded, paused, then asked whether Graham had recognized that the cross-examination strategy he had been shown last week was deliberately designed to make him overconfident. Asked whether Graham understood that his access to the plaintiff's legal strategy had been controlled and manipulated. Asked whether someone with absolute understanding of human behavior should have noticed they were being fed false intelligence through a compromised channel. Jordan watched Graham's face. The confident smile was gone. His jaw had tightened, his posture had straightened, and his eyes were no longer looking at the secondary counsel, but past him, toward the plaintiff's table, toward Jordan. She held his gaze, kept her expression neutral, watched him understand that she had read him more accurately than he had read anyone, that she had identified his vulnerability and exploited it with surgical precision, that his control had never been absolute because he had been inside her trap for 2 weeks without recognizing it existed. The secondary counsel continued. Each question targeted a different fracture. Graham's need to be perceived as supremely intelligent, his fear of being revealed as a fraud, his desperate reliance on controlling how others saw him, his inability to tolerate evidence that someone had outsmarted him. The questions were not aggressive. They were calm and methodical, presenting facts Graham could not refute, inviting him to explain how a man whose life's work was reading people had failed to recognize he was being manipulated by someone he had underestimated. Graham's answers became slower. He stopped interrupting. His voice, which had been rising, dropped to normal conversational volume, then quieter. The secondary counsel asked another question, and Graham answered in a voice barely loud enough to reach the jury box. The secondary counsel asked whether Graham understood that his entire appearance on the witness stand had been engineered by the same consultant he had spent 2 weeks trying to break. Graham sat perfectly still for 5 seconds. Then his face changed. The professional mask, the warm smile, the measured confidence, the polished charm dissolved. What replaced it was not rage or desperation. It was the expression Jordan had seen on his followers' faces for 2 weeks. Blank, focused, smiling. Graham's smile widened slowly until it reached the same sustained width as the woman's smile at the gym, as the man's smile in the metro car. His eyes remained fixed on Jordan. He did not blink. His posture, which had been defensive, became perfectly still. He sat in the witness chair with his hands folded on the armrests, his back straight, his head motionless, smiling at Jordan with the coordinated stillness of the surveillance network. The judge asked whether Graham intended to answer the question. Graham did not respond. He continued smiling at Jordan, his eyes unblinking, his face frozen in the exact expression his followers had used when they stood 15 feet away watching her exercise, when they surrounded her on the metro platform, when they sat in the courtroom gallery. The transformation was complete and unnatural. The charismatic guru had become one of his own followers, had slipped into the same blank focused state, had demonstrated that the mask had never been real, and what lay beneath was just the coordinated smile repeated across dozens of bodies. The secondary counsel asked another question. Graham did not respond. He sat smiling at Jordan in absolute silence. The judge instructed Graham to answer. Graham's smile did not change. His eyes did not move from Jordan's face. The judge struck his gavel, repeated the instruction. Graham remained motionless. Then Graham spoke. His voice was quiet, calm, barely above a whisper. But the courtroom had gone so silent that every word reached the jury box clearly. He said yes. Jordan had outsmarted him. He said yes. She had read him accurately and exploited his vulnerability. He said yes. She had manipulated the legal process and corrupted her own colleagues to achieve the outcome she wanted. He said these things in the same pleasant conversational tone he had used during direct examination, and his smile never changed while he spoke. He said Jordan had become exactly what he was. That was the point. That was what he had wanted since the moment he identified her as a threat. Not to win the trial. The trial was irrelevant. What mattered was demonstrating that the safeguards people trusted to protect them could be turned into weapons, that consultants hired to serve justice would corrupt justice when sufficiently threatened, that everyone had a breaking point where they became what they claimed to fight against. He said Jordan would win the trial and lose everything that made winning matter. She would look in mirrors and see his face looking back. She would make decisions and wonder whether the decisions were hers or his. She would doubt her own competence, her own judgment, her own distinction between protection and manipulation. He said this was his victory, not keeping his followers or his program or his freedom, but knowing that Jordan would never again trust herself the way she had trusted herself 2 weeks ago. He said all of this in a calm, measured voice, still smiling, still motionless, his eyes fixed on Jordan's face the entire time. When he finished speaking, he fell silent. The courtroom remained silent. The jury sat frozen, staring at the man on the witness stand whose expression had not changed since the transformation began, who looked more like a mannequin than a person, whose stillness was so complete it seemed impossible he was breathing. The judge told Graham he was in contempt of court. Graham's smile did not change. The judge ordered the bailiffs to remove him. 2 bailiffs approached. Graham stood when they reached the witness stand. He walked between them toward the rear door without resistance, his posture perfectly straight, his face still frozen in the coordinated smile. He did not look at his attorneys or the jury or the plaintiffs. He looked at Jordan as he walked past the plaintiff's table, his head turning to keep her in his line of sight, until the bailiffs pulled him through the doorway and the door closed. The courtroom remained silent for 10 full seconds. Then one of the plaintiffs began crying, not sobbing, but quiet tears, the kind that come from relief mixed with something else Jordan could not name. The jury sat motionless, several of them staring at the empty witness stand, others looking at Jordan. The judge called a recess until Monday, instructed the jury not to discuss the case, struck his gavel, and left the bench. Jordan packed her briefcase, walked out. Constitution Avenue, afternoon sunlight. She walked home instead of taking the metro. Her apartment in DuPont Circle was 40 minutes on foot. She needed the time. At her building, she climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor, unlocked her door, stepped inside. The apartment was silent. The courtyard-facing windows showed late afternoon light. Jordan set her briefcase on the dining room table where she had analyzed questionnaires 2 weeks earlier. She walked to the bathroom, turned on the light, looked at the mirror above the sink. Her face was smiling. Not the slight professional smile she used in meetings. This smile was wider, sustained, focused on nothing. Her eyes in the mirror were unblinking, locked on her own reflection with the same fixed attention the followers had used when they watched her. Jordan tried to stop smiling. She told her face to relax, sent the command from her brain to the muscles around her mouth. Nothing changed. The smile remained exactly as wide, her eyes remained unblinking, her face maintaining the coordinated expression she had been watching for 2 weeks. She lifted her hand to touch her face. Her fingertips pressed against her cheeks. The muscles felt soft, not rigid or cramped. They felt perfectly relaxed, loose, comfortable. She pressed harder, testing for tension. There was none. The muscles were at rest, but they were smiling. Jordan tried again to stop. She focused on the motor command, the way she had focused when she learned to raise one eyebrow as a teenager, the way she controlled every micro-expression during jury consultations. She sent the signal, relax, neutralize, release. Her brain fired the command clearly. She could feel it traveling down the nerves. But when the signal reached her face, nothing happened. The smile remained. She pulled at the corners of her mouth with her fingers. Her lips moved under the pressure, but she felt no corresponding sensation of effort from the facial muscles themselves. It was like moving a mannequin's features. External manipulation of a face that would not move on its own. When she released her fingers, her lips settled back into the smile immediately, smoothly, as though they had been waiting in that position, and the manual adjustment had been an irrelevant interruption. She tried to frown, sent the command. Nothing. Tried to make her face neutral. Nothing. Tried to smile wider to prove she still had voluntary control. Nothing. The expression was fixed at exactly the same width and the same configuration, the same focused blankness the followers had used. Jordan forced her eyelids closed. That worked. She still controlled her eyelids. She held them closed for 3 full seconds, concentrating on her cheek muscles, trying to feel them respond to her will. She felt nothing. No tension, no strain, no sense of nerves connecting to intention. When she opened her eyes, the smile was still there. She stood at the mirror for 5 minutes, watching her own face smile at her. Her brain was screaming. She could feel the panic rising in her chest, her hands shaking at her sides, her breath coming shallow and fast. But her face showed none of it. Her face was calm, serene, perfectly content. Her face was smiling at her own terror with the same sustained pleasantness the followers had used when they stood 1 foot away from her on the metro car. The muscles weren't locked. They were obeying. Just not her. She understood that Graham had been correct. He had lost the trial. He would lose his program, his followers, his freedom. But he had won the thing that mattered. He had demonstrated that Jordan would corrupt herself when threatened, would become exactly what she claimed to fight against. And now her face was proof. She turned off the bathroom light. In the darkness, she could still feel the smile on her face, could feel how the muscles had locked into position. She walked to the dining room window, looked out at the courtyard. The light was fading. In the window's reflection, she saw herself. Professional clothes, hair neat, posture upright, and the smile. Sustained, focused, unchanging. Jordan stood at the window as the light failed, unable to stop smiling, unable to tell whether the stillness she felt was exhaustion or something Graham's followers had learned first. That perfect immobility was easier than resistance. That the coordinated expression required no effort to maintain once you stopped fighting it. That the mask eventually became the face, and you could not remember what you had looked like before. The archaeologist's fingertips found the carved glyphs, cool and smooth beneath the layer of fine dust. Obsidian, which she had expected, though nothing in the preliminary surveys had prepared her for the chamber's acoustic properties. The way sound seemed to fall into the stone and vanish there. Dr. Mira Keegan, and she still thought of herself this way, formally, even in moments of private discovery, had spent 6 years tracking the scattered references to this dynasty through archives in 3 countries, following a trail that should not have existed, because the dynasty itself, according to every established chronology, had never existed. Yet here was the chamber, and here the well at its center, filled not with bones or treasure, but with a substance that resembled ink, its surface carrying an iridescent quality that suggested depth and movement, though the liquid appeared perfectly still. She withdrew her hand from the wall and approached the well's edge, her lamp casting insufficient light into the depths. The obsidian had been carved from a single piece of stone, or so it appeared. She could find no seams, no evidence of construction. The well descended perhaps 20 feet, its walls polished to a mirror finish, and the ink filled it to within 3 feet of the rim. In the beam of her lamp, the liquid appeared black, but when she shifted position slightly, and the surface threw back colors she had no names for. Bronze that was not bronze, violet that was not violet, shades that existed at the edge of perception and vanished when she tried to focus on them. Behind her, the surveyor was setting up the photography equipment, and she could hear the graduate student somewhere in the outer chamber, his voice carrying that brittle edge of forced casualness that meant he was frightened and trying not to show it. They had all felt it when they entered the tomb 3 hours earlier, the sense of displacement, as though they had stepped not merely underground, but into a space that operated by different rules. Mira had dismissed the feeling as suggestibility, the natural response to discovering something that should not exist. Now, standing at the well's edge and watching the colors shift across that impossible surface, she was less certain. The surveyor joined her at the well and stood in silence for a moment before asking if she had ever seen anything like it. She told him she had not, which was true but felt insufficient. What she did not say was that she had dreamed of this chamber, or something very like it, for as long as she could remember. As a child, she had drawn pictures of a circular room with a dark pool at its center, had filled notebooks with symbols that resembled the glyphs now surrounding her, had insisted to her bemused parents that there was a place she needed to find, though she could not explain where it was or why it mattered. Her career had been, in some sense, an elaborate justification for that childhood obsession, a way of making professional and scholarly what had begun as an inexplicable fixation. The wall carvings covered every surface of the chamber, and she had spent the first 2 hours documenting them with a care that bordered on obsession. The script was familiar to her. She had seen fragments of it in the disputed texts that had led her here, but its completeness was overwhelming. Here was a continuous narrative, an explanation, a manual. The priests of this dynasty, whoever they had been, had believed that a person's name was a physical weight, a burden that bound the soul to the world and its sufferings. To achieve liberation, and the word they used suggested not merely freedom, but a kind of peaceful dissolution, one had to surrender the name entirely, pour it into this well, let it be absorbed and forgotten. She had photographed every glyph, but she had not yet translated them all. Some of the symbols were unknown to her, and others seemed to shift in meaning depending on their context. There was one sequence, however, that she had been able to render with reasonable confidence, carved in the stone directly above the well's rim. The silt accumulates. The weight holds. The rising is stayed, and beneath that, in smaller glyphs, until the weight proves insufficient. The surveyor was documenting the well's dimensions now, taking measurements that would allow them to create detailed plans of the chamber. He was a systematic man, someone who approached excavation with the precision of an engineer, and Mira had learned to appreciate his insistence on proper documentation, even when she herself was impatient to move forward. She watched him work, noting how carefully he avoided touching the ink's surface, as though he sensed the same wrongness she had felt. That this substance was not merely ancient or chemically unusual, but fundamentally other, something that did not quite belong in the world as they understood it. The graduate student emerged from the outer chamber carrying a metal case, his expression troubled. He reported that he had found something in the antechamber, debris from a previous expedition, perhaps 19th century, based on the artifacts. There were fragments of equipment, remains of cloth and leather, and what appeared to be a leather-bound journal, badly deteriorated but still partially legible. Mira felt her pulse quicken. If another expedition had found this place and left records, those records might contain translations or observations that would illuminate what she was seeing now. She followed him back through the passageway to the antechamber, where he had laid out the artifacts on a clean tarp. The journal was in worse condition than she had hoped. Water damage, insect damage, the leather binding cracked and crumbling. But when she carefully opened it to a middle page, she found the handwriting was still readable, a precise copperplate script that suggested education and care. The entries were dated 1887, and they described the writer's discovery of the tomb after following local legends about a lost city in the valley. She read several entries aloud to the others, translating where the language was archaic or unclear. The writer, he did not give his name in the entries she read, referring to himself only as the explorer, had been working alone, had spent weeks excavating the entrance and documenting the outer chambers before finding the central chamber with its well. His tone in the early entries was triumphant, certain he had made a discovery that would secure his reputation. But the later entries showed a change, a growing unease that reminded Mira uncomfortably of her own feelings in this place. The final entry she could read was dated 3 weeks after the first, and it described the explorer's intention to descend into the well to measure its depth and collect a sample of the liquid. After that, the pages were too damaged to decipher, though she thought she could make out a few words here and there. Falling surface cannot wrong. She closed the journal carefully and suggested they bring it to the surface for proper preservation and further study. The graduate student nodded and returned to packing the artifacts. Mira went back to the central chamber, where the surveyor had finished his measurements and was photographing the well from multiple angles. She approached the western wall, where a section of the carvings appeared different from the rest, rougher, less finished, as though the carver had stopped midway through the work. She crossed the chamber to examine them and found that the sequence ended abruptly, the final glyph half completed, the chisel marks still visible in the stone. Whatever the priests had meant to record here, they had never finished recording it. She was reaching for her notebook when the graduate student emerged from the passage carrying the equipment case. He was moving too quickly, not watching his footing in the uneven chamber, and when he stumbled near the well's edge, he tried to catch himself on the stone rim. Mira saw it happening and called out, but she was too far away. She watched the case slip from his grip and tumble into the well, watched it strike the ink surface and disappear without splash or ripple, watched the surface accept it as though it had been waiting for exactly this offering. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the ink began to glow, faintly at first, but with increasing intensity, and she saw the surface start to rotate. Not rippling, but spiraling, a slow rotation that drew the eye down toward the center. The equipment case was gone, completely absorbed, and the colors in the ink were more vivid now, those impossible shades pulsing with a rhythm that suggested something living, something alive. The graduate student was apologizing, his words tumbling over themselves, but Mira barely heard him. She was watching the spiral, which continued for perhaps 30 seconds before slowing and finally stopping. The temperature in the chamber had dropped noticeably. She could see her breath, and when she glanced at the others, she saw they had noticed it too. The surveyor suggested they leave, come back in the morning with fresh equipment, and Mira found herself agreeing, though she could not have explained why. The chamber no longer felt merely displaced. It felt attentive, as though something had woken and was taking inventory of what it found. They gathered the remaining equipment and made their way back through the outer chambers. Mira paused in the antechamber to collect the explorer's journal, wrapping it carefully in archival paper before placing it in her pack. As she did so, she noticed something she had not seen before. A name carved into the stone wall near where the journal had been found. Rough letters that looked as though they had been scratched there with a knife or piece of metal. She could not read it clearly in the lamplight, but she photographed it and made a note to examine the image more carefully later. They climbed the carved stairway to the surface, where the desert sun was setting and the camp stretched out across the valley floor. The other members of the expedition were gathered around the cook fire, the photographer preparing the evening meal, the team lead reviewing the day's survey maps, 2 additional graduate students sorting through pottery fragments they had excavated from a test pit near the camp perimeter. Mira felt relieved by the ordinariness of the scene, the familiar rituals of evening in a remote camp, though underneath the relief she felt something else, a persistent unease that had followed her up from the chamber. She approached the team lead and described what they had found, the chamber and the well and the ink that had absorbed their equipment case. He listened with the patient attention of someone who had supervised enough excavations to know that accidents were inevitable and rarely catastrophic. He asked practical questions about the chamber's stability, about the air quality, about whether they would need additional equipment before continuing work. She answered as best she could, but found herself describing the acoustic wrongness, the way sound vanished into the stone, and saw from his expression that he did not quite understand what she meant, but trusted her judgment enough not to dismiss it. The photographer called them to dinner, and they gathered around the fire with their plates. The conversation turned to logistics. How long they could remain in the valley given their remaining supplies, whether they should call in specialists to examine the well before proceeding, what the implications might be for the field if this tomb proved to be authentic evidence of the dynasty Mira had been pursuing. The graduate students were excited, speculating about publications and career prospects, and Mira let them talk without contributing much. She was thinking about the incomplete glyphs, about the explorer's journal with its final entries describing something wrong, about the name carved into the antechamber wall. After dinner, she retreated to her tent with her laptop and her notes. She placed the explorer's journal on her folding table with her other documents, intending to examine it more carefully once she had transcribed the day's photographs. Her field journal lay open beside it, and she turned to a fresh page and began writing the date and location, her standard practice for starting each day's entry. But when she looked down at what she had written, she saw that something was missing. The page showed the date and location, but where she had written the team roster at the start of the expedition, a list of all personnel involved in the dig, there was nothing. Not crossed out or erased, but simply absent, as though she had never written it. She paged backward through the journal, checking previous entries, and found other absences. The graduate student's name was gone from the entry where she had noted his arrival at the camp. The surveyor's name had vanished from the supply requisition list. Her own name, which she had written on the journal's inside cover, according to her usual practice, was no longer there. The cover showed only the expedition designation and the date. She set the journal aside and opened her wallet, though she could not have said why this seemed necessary. Her driver's license was there in its plastic sleeve. But when she looked at the name field, she found it blank. Not whited out or scratched away, but simply empty, as though it had never been filled in. Her university identification card showed the same absence. The credit cards in her wallet displayed the bank logos and account numbers, but where her name should have been embossed, the plastic was smooth, unmarked. She left her tent and found the surveyor sitting near the fire, alone now that the others had retired. When she approached, he looked up with an expression that told her he had noticed it too. He showed her his passport, opening it to the identification page where his name should have been printed, and instead finding only blank space. He had checked his laptop, he said, and his user account was still functional, but the display name was blank. He had tried to remember his mother's name. He had been meaning to call her, worried because she hadn't heard from him, and discovered he could not call it to mind. He could picture her face, remember her voice, recall specific conversations, but the word that designated her was simply gone. Mira sat down across from him, and they waited in silence until the others emerged, one by one, from their tents. The graduate student came first, then the team lead, then the photographer, each of them carrying documents with blank name fields, each of them wearing the same expression of barely controlled panic. Within an hour, they had assembled the full extent of it. Every member of the expedition who had been listed on the roster when the equipment case fell into the well had lost their names, not from memory, but from reality itself, from every physical surface where those names had been recorded. The team lead tried to write his own name on a piece of paper, moving his pen slowly, deliberately. Mira watched the ink flow from the tip, watched it form letters that looked correct until he lifted the pen, at which point the letters evaporated, leaving the paper blank. He tried again with the same result. The photographer tried with a marker on the back of a photograph, the mark appearing for a moment before vanishing, as though the paper itself refused to hold it. Someone suggested they radio the university, but when they tried, they discovered something worse than the erased documents. They could speak about what had occurred and could describe the tomb and the well and the vanishing names. But when they attempted to identify themselves, to say who was calling, who needed help, their voices stopped. Not failed or faltered, but stopped. A physical tightness in the throat, vocal cords locking mid-syllable, preventing any sound from emerging. They tried again, taking turns, each attempting to speak their own names or the names of the others. Each time the same thing happened. The voice beginning and then cutting off, the silence that followed feeling deliberate, as though they had tried to speak a word that no longer existed in any language. The photographer set up a recorder, and they tried once more, and when they played it back, they heard only their voices describing the problem, followed by gaps of absolute silence where their names should have been. Mira suggested they test the boundaries. They discovered they could refer to each other using role descriptors. The surveyor, the photographer, the graduate student, without difficulty. They could describe their professions, their expertise, their physical characteristics. But any attempt to use a proper name produced the same vocal lockup, the same silence. The team lead proposed they leave immediately, drive to the nearest town, present themselves to authorities. But Mira pointed out what they all sensed. Those records would show nothing, because the names had been erased from reality itself, from every archive and database. They could stand in front of people who had known them for years, and those people would see them, would recognize familiar persons, but would be unable to retrieve the words that designated them. She described what she had translated from the glyphs, the philosophy of names as burdens, the well as a repository for surrendered identity. She did not fully understand the mechanism, but she knew the answers were in the tomb. In the glyphs she had not yet translated. After considerable debate, the surveyor and the graduate student agreed to return with her at first light. The team lead would remain at camp with the photographer and the 2 other graduate students. Someone needed to maintain radio contact in case they needed emergency extraction, and he was the most experienced at managing logistics. The decision made, they dispersed to their tents, though no one expected to sleep. Mira lay in her tent, listening to the others moving through the camp, their footsteps testifying to shared insomnia. She thought about identity, about how much of what she considered herself was bound up in the name she had carried since birth. Without it, she remained conscious, capable of thought and memory. But there was a sense of untethering, as though she had become less substantial now that the world could no longer call her by the word her parents had given her. Dawn came eventually. Mira emerged from her tent to find the surveyor and graduate student already waiting by the tomb entrance, their equipment gathered. The team lead sat by the fire, his face drawn with exhaustion from a sleepless night. The photographer and the 2 other graduate students were still in their tents, and Mira was grateful not to see them. She did not want to acknowledge the fear in their faces, the knowledge that they were all trapped in something they could not understand or escape. She gathered her camera and notebook, deliberately leaving the explorer's journal behind in her tent, where it would be protected from the chamber's conditions, and joined the others as they descended the stairs into the tomb. Mira felt the difference immediately when they entered the chamber. The air was colder, and there was a quality to the silence now that felt active rather than passive, as though the chamber itself was listening. The ink in the well had risen, perhaps an inch, but enough to be visible. And more troubling, the stone pillar nearest the well had changed. Its surface had become rough where it had been smooth, and when she touched it, the stone felt soft, almost yielding, like dense clay rather than rock. The surveyor examined the pillar with his instruments, taking measurements. He reported that the stone's molecular structure appeared to be breaking down, though he could offer no explanation. There were 6 pillars in the chamber, arranged in a circle around the well, and all of them showed the same decay to varying degrees, the ones closest to the well more affected. Mira returned to the wall carvings with her camera and notebook, working through translations with renewed urgency. What she found was a cosmology unlike anything she had encountered, a universe held in place by language, by the accumulated weight of names anchoring reality to itself. The glyphs described the world as a kind of text, written in the language of designation and relationship. Every object, every action, every concept existed because it had been named, because some consciousness had assigned it a word, and that word had been repeated until it became solid, until the thing named and the name itself were bound together. To remove a name was not merely to forget something, but to unmoor it from existence, to return it to undifferentiated potential that preceded language. The well had been designed to collect this linguistic weight, to concentrate it, to use it to suppress something the glyphs referred to as the rising but never directly described. The priests had believed they could achieve sufficient weight through sacrifice of their own names. But the incomplete glyph sequence suggested they had been wrong. She photographed everything she could, and then turned to the incomplete section. The final glyphs were rougher, carved with less precision or more urgency. She could make out words related to completion and requirement and sovereign. And beneath those, a complex compound glyph that seemed to represent a concept too large for a single symbol to contain. The graduate student called out to her, his voice carrying a new quality. When she turned, she saw him standing near one of the deteriorating pillars with his hand extended toward it, his face expressing cognitive dissonance, the expression of someone encountering something their mind cannot process. He told them, his voice shaking, that he could no longer think of the word for what he was looking at. He could see the object, could describe its function as vertical support, could identify the material as stone, though he was having difficulty with that word too. But the simple, common word that designated this category of object had become inaccessible. He reached for it and found nothing, found only a gap where the word should have been. Mira asked him to describe what he was experiencing. He said it was like reaching for a book on a shelf and finding the shelf empty, except the shelf itself was also disappearing, and the wall it had been mounted to was fading until there was nothing left to indicate the book had ever existed. The word was gone, and with it the conceptual category, and without the category he could not think coherently about the object. The surveyor said they needed to leave immediately. But even as he spoke, they could all see it was too late. The ink had risen another inch while they stood there, and the deterioration had accelerated. One of the pillars was no longer vertical. It had begun to sag, bending in the middle like a candle. She forced herself to focus on the glyphs, working with desperate speed. There was a section near the eastern wall she had not examined carefully, and she approached it now with her camera. The script here was more complex, using layers of compound glyphs that required reading in multiple directions. She photographed everything, wishing she had brought the explorer's journal, but she had left it at camp for preservation, knowing its fragile condition could not withstand another descent into the chamber's unstable environment. The graduate student had sat down on the chamber floor, his back against one of the decaying pillars, staring at his hands with existential horror. The surveyor was beside him, trying to offer comfort, though he was equally shaken. Mira approached them and suggested as calmly as she could that they needed to return to the surface, that the chamber was becoming unstable. They made their way toward the stairs, moving slowly because both men were experiencing the same disorientation. Words vanishing from mental vocabulary, leaving behind only concepts, and finding that concepts alone were insufficient. The graduate student kept looking down at what his feet were touching, his expression one of profound unease as the word for that surface dissolved from his mind. The surveyor looked up at what was above them with growing fear, unable to name it. They climbed the stairs and emerged into the morning sun that seemed too bright. They stood blinking in the light, and Mira saw the moment when the surveyor looked up and his expression changed. Saw him process what he was seeing and failed to find the word for it. Saw the fear that followed. The walk back to camp took longer because they were moving carefully, exhausted and frightened in a way that physical fear could not account for. This was fear of dissolution, of becoming something less than human through systematic removal of the language that made human thought possible. When they reached camp, they found the others had begun experiencing similar effects. The team lead was sitting by the fire, and when Mira approached, she saw immediately that something had changed in him. His breathing had a strange quality to it, deliberate, conscious, each inhalation a visible effort. He looked up at her, and she saw the exhaustion in his eyes. The terrible strain of someone who had been awake for hours fighting to maintain a process that should have been automatic. He explained slowly, because speaking required him to pause between words to concentrate on his next breath, that he had woken before dawn, unable to breathe unless he was thinking about it. The moment his attention wandered, the moment he tried to think about something else or began to drift toward sleep, his lungs would stop. He had been sitting by the fire for 3 hours now, forcing himself to stay awake, forcing himself to think, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, like a mantra that kept him alive. The photographer emerged from her tent, and Mira saw she was in the same state, breathing with visible, exhausting effort, her face drawn with fatigue. She tried to speak but gave up after a few words, needing all her concentration to maintain the rhythm that was keeping her alive. One of the other graduate students appeared next, leaning against his tent pole for support, his chest rising and falling in a pattern that looked more like manual labor than automatic function. Mira watched in horror as they struggled, as they fought to maintain conscious control over a process that their bodies should have managed without thought. The team lead's eyes were red-rimmed, his jaw clenched with the effort of staying alert. Every few seconds, his eyelids would droop and his breathing would stutter, and he would jerk himself awake with a gasp, forcing his attention back to the process that was slipping away from linguistic control. She asked how long they thought they could maintain it. The team lead tried to answer but had to stop mid-sentence, his breathing faltering. And when he resumed, he simply shook his head. She understood. They could not sleep, could not let their attention wander for even a moment, because the instant they stopped thinking about breathing was the instant their bodies would forget how to do it. They were dying of exhaustion, while perfectly healthy, their bodies betraying them through the loss of a word. The photographer had tears running down her face now, not from emotion, but from the sheer physical strain of forcing each breath. Mira could see her counting silently. 1, 2, 3, inhale. 1, 2, 3, exhale. Using numbers to maintain the rhythm, because numbers still existed. Numbers were still accessible, even as other words dissolved. She told them she would return to the tomb, that she would find the solution in the glyphs. But even as she said it, she could see in their faces that they knew there was no time. The surveyor who had accompanied her from the chamber was beginning to show the same symptoms now, his breathing becoming conscious, his face taking on that terrible look of exhausted concentration. The process was spreading, accelerating, and soon everyone in the camp would be fighting the same battle, would be trapped in the same impossible choice between staying awake and staying alive. Mira retreated to her tent, her own breathing still automatic, but for how much longer she did not know. She could feel it at the edges of her awareness now, could feel her body starting to require conscious thought to perform the action. She sat at her laptop and pulled up her genealogical files with shaking hand, knowing she had minutes at most before she lost the ability to think clearly enough to do what needed to be done. The files showed 7 generations of names leading back to a family that had emigrated from this region, from a valley that had been abandoned in the 18th century. Her surname had always struck her as unusual, possibly a corruption of something older. She pulled up the maps, the historical documents, the linguistic analyses she had performed. She compared them to the glyphs she had photographed in the tomb, looking for correspondences, and found them, not exact matches, but echoes, the kind of linguistic drift that occurs when a language fragments and its speakers scatter. The region her ancestors had come from was this valley. The names they had carried were corruptions of names from the dynasty she had been pursuing. Her childhood obsession had not been random, but recognition, being called home by something that knew her better than she knew herself. She began tracing the connections, looking for patterns in the names, in the dates, and the migration routes. The family had left the valley in 1782, part of a larger exodus. The name they had carried then was different from her family's current surname, less corrupted, closer to the original. She traced it backward through generations, watching it shift and mutate, and found herself arriving at a name she recognized from the tomb's glyphs. The dynasty's final ruling house, the royal line that should have been sacrificed, but never was. She stared at her screen, understanding what it meant. The dynasty had not died out completely. They had fragmented, their royal names corrupting into common surnames, their history forgotten, their lineage surviving through families that no longer remembered what they had been. And she was the inheritor of one of those corrupted names, the last carrier of a lineage that had once been sovereign. The tomb had been hidden deliberately by a dynasty that knew what they had created, and knew it was incomplete, and knew that someday their descendants would be drawn back to finish it. She had thought her career was her own choice, but now she understood it had been genetic imperative, pulling her toward this valley, toward this tomb, toward the well that had been waiting for her bloodline to return. She tried to save the genealogy file, but the laptop screen flickered, and when it came back, the text had changed. Names were blanking out, replacing themselves with empty space. She watched as her grandmother's name disappeared, then her grandfather's, the erasure working backward through generations, as the well reached through time to claim what it needed before she could use it. She grabbed a pen and paper, tried to write the names down before they vanished, but her grandmother's name was already gone from her memory, the word that designated her simply absent. She tried to write her mother's name and found her hand shaking, the letters forming slowly, and when she finished the word, it looked wrong, corrupted. She forced herself to focus, to write what she could remember, but the erasure was accelerating. Her great-grandparents' names were gone. Her great-great-grandparents were blank spaces in her mind. The well was taking them, pulling them from her memory as she tried to record them, and she understood with terrible clarity that this was the final trap. She would reach the tomb chamber with no memory of her lineage, would stand before the western wall, unable to carve what was required because the names would be gone. Outside her tent, she heard a sound that made her blood freeze. Not a scream, but something worse, a wet choking that went on and on without pause. She knew without looking that one of her team had lost the fight, had let their attention slip for just a moment, had fallen asleep or simply given up from exhaustion, and now their body had forgotten how to breathe entirely. The choking continued for perhaps 30 seconds and then stopped, leaving a silence that was somehow worse. She grabbed her laptop and her tools and ran from her tent. The team lead was still by the fire, still fighting, but she could see from his face that he would not last much longer. The photographer had collapsed to her knees, hands pressed to her chest, still maintaining the rhythm, but barely, her lips moving in silent count. The surveyor was sitting with his back against the tent, his breathing now so labored that each inhalation sounded like it might be his last. She ran past them toward the tomb stairs, her own breath coming in conscious gasps now, feeling it slip away from automatic control with each step. She descended into the chamber with reckless speed, her lamp swinging wildly, and found the ink had risen almost to the rim, the pillars sagging like melted wax, the ceiling beginning to crack. She set her laptop on the ground near the western wall and opened it, found the genealogy screen still visible, but fading, names disappearing even as she looked at them. She picked up her chisel and hammer and stared at the blank stone, trying to remember even one ancestor's name, and found nothing. Her grandmother was gone. Her grandfather was absent. Her mother's name was dissolving even as she tried to grasp it. She pressed her hand to her chest, feeling her labored breathing, feeling the pressure building there as she tried to force air into lungs that were forgetting how to accept it. And beneath that pressure, she felt something else, a weight that had nothing to do with suffocation, a presence that had always been there, but that she had never noticed until this moment. The names were not in her mind. They were deeper than that, written into her blood, carried in something that existed beneath conscious recall. The well had taken them from her memory, but it could not take them from her body, from the cellular record that existed below the level of words. She picked up her chisel and pressed it against the stone, not knowing what glyph to carve, not remembering the script or the symbols or anything except the weight in her chest. She made the first cut and felt the pressure shift, not ease but redistribute, as though carving the stone was somehow carving into the weight itself. She made another cut, then another, not following any pattern she consciously knew, simply following the sensation in her chest. When she carved incorrectly, the pressure increased, her breathing becoming more labored, her throat tightening. When she carved correctly, the pressure eased slightly, her next breath coming marginally easier. She was using her own suffocation as compass, her failing body as the instrument that told her which glyphs to carve. Each symbol was an agonizing trial. She would start cutting, and immediately her breathing would worsen, her throat constricting, her vision darkening at the edges. She would have to decide instantly whether to continue that stroke or try a different angle, and a wrong choice meant precious seconds lost to choking, to gasping, to fighting her way back to consciousness. The correct strokes brought momentary relief, just enough air to sustain her for the next attempt. And so she carved her way through the lineage, one agonizing glyph at a time, each ancestor's name a negotiation with her own dying body. She had no idea what she was carving. She could not have said whether the symbols were correct, whether they matched any linguistic pattern, whether they meant anything at all. She simply followed the weight, followed the pressure, followed the feedback loop of suffocation and relief that told her when she was moving closer to completion. Her vision was tunneling now, her peripheral sight going dark, her consciousness narrowing to just the stone before her and the chisel in her hand and the desperate gasping that told her she had seconds left. She carved faster, more frantically, making cuts that might have been symbols or might have been random scratches, impossible to distinguish anymore, guided only by whether each stroke made her next breath possible. Behind her the ink was glowing, that dark, pulsing absence spreading through the chamber, and she could feel it pulling at her, trying to take her concentration, trying to make her forget what she was doing. She could not look back. Looking back would mean losing focus, and losing focus would mean losing the rhythm of her breathing, and losing that would mean dying before the carving was complete. She felt rather than saw when the final glyph was finished, felt the weight in her chest suddenly release, felt air flow into her lungs without the desperate conscious effort that had been required a moment before. She dropped her tools and lifted the tablet she had carved, found it impossibly heavy, heavy enough that she could barely raise it, and understood that meant she had succeeded, that the weight was real, that her body had remembered what her mind could not. She carried it to the well's edge, each step requiring all her strength, her breath still coming in gasps, but automatic now, her body remembering. The ink was at the rim, beginning to spill over, and she could see things moving in it, shapes that suggested what was rising, what the priests had been trying to suppress, something that existed before language, something that would unmake the world if it emerged. She held the tablet over the well, and her hands opened before she consciously decided to release it, her body knowing it was time, and she watched it fall into the ink and disappear without sound. The glow intensified until she had to close her eyes. When she opened them, the ink had dropped, pulled down by the weight of 7 generations, and she could feel herself becoming less definite, the edges of her identity blurring as the well took not just her name but her entire existence, unwriting her from every moment where she had been recorded. But she could also feel the automatic rhythm of her breathing stabilizing, returning fully to unconscious control. The temperature rose. The pillars began to repair themselves. Reality was knitting back together, the linguistic structures restored, the concepts flowing back into the world's vocabulary. Except she no longer had names for any of them. She could perceive them, could understand their functions, but the words themselves were absent, pulled into the well along with her lineage. She could breathe but could not think the word for breathing. She could see but could not name what she was seeing. She turned toward the stairs and found her body unresponsive. Found her legs would not move because she had lost the word for walking, for movement, for the concept of going somewhere else. She stood motionless in the chamber, trapped not by physical bonds, but by the absence of the language that would allow her to conceptualize escape. She did not know how long she stood there. Time lost meaning when she lost the words for before and after and now. She existed in a perpetual present, watching light change on the chamber walls, watching shadows shift, unable to organize these perceptions into sequence. Eventually, someone else entered the chamber. She could see them, but could not think person a human. They approached her and spoke, but she could not understand words, could only perceive sound shapes. They touched her arm, and she felt pressure, but could not think touch or arm. They led her toward the stairs, and her body moved, but she could not think movement. They brought her to the surface, and she saw brightness that hurt, but could not think sun or light. They put her in something that moved, and she felt motion, but could not conceptualize vehicle. They brought her to a place with others who made concerned sound shapes at her, and she perceived their distress, but could not understand why or respond. She existed this way for what they probably thought of as weeks, though she could not count or measure. She was present in each moment, but each moment was the same, undifferentiated perception without the framework to organize it. She ate when food appeared because her body remembered hunger, though she had lost the word for it. She slept when darkness came because her body remembered exhaustion. But something else was happening that they could not see. The well had taken her linguistic framework, but it had not taken her awareness. And in the absence of words, that awareness began to perceive things that language normally filtered out. She could see the spaces between objects, the gaps where reality was held together by linguistic agreement. She could see how fragile those bonds were, how much of the world existed only because enough people agreed to call it by the same names. And she could see something moving in those gaps, something that did not have a name because it existed before naming, something that the well had been built to suppress, but that was beginning to find the cracks in reality's structure. She sat in the place they had put her, a room with soft surfaces and gentle lighting. And through the window, she watched as someone in white came to check on her. The person made sound shapes that were probably meant to be soothing, probably asking how she felt. But as the person spoke, one of the words was not a word at all, but a gap, a hole in the sound, a pocket of absolute silence that reminded her of the tomb. The person did not seem to notice they had produced this absence, continued speaking as though the sentence had been complete. But she had heard it, had perceived the gap where a word should have been, and she understood that the rising was learning, was beginning to corrupt the speech of those who came near her, was using her as a kind of template for understanding how language worked, so it could begin taking it apart. She watched through the following days as the corruption spread. Another person came to bring her food, and when they spoke, she heard two gaps in their sentences, two pockets of silence where words had simply ceased to exist. The person looked confused when this happened, paused and repeated themselves, but the words did not come back. They had been erased, pulled down into the gaps she could see spreading through reality's structure. She watched a person write something on a board near her bed, medication schedules or meal times or something, meant to organize her care. But as they wrote, some of the letters faded from the board while the person was still looking at it. The person stared at the incomplete words with an expression of profound confusion, tried to rewrite the vanished letters, and watched them fade again the moment the marker left the surface. The corruption was not violent or dramatic. It was patient, deliberate, learning the structure of language by observing how her caretakers used it, and then carefully, precisely, removing small pieces to see what would happen. A word here, a letter there, testing the boundaries, measuring the responses, understanding how much could be taken before the humans noticed something was fundamentally wrong. She sat in her chair by the window and watched the world outside, and she could see it there too. Street signs with letters missing. People speaking to each other with occasional gaps of silence that neither party seemed to register. Written words on billboards slowly fading while drivers passed without noticing. The rising was spreading beyond her room, beyond the facility, using the cracks her sacrifice had created to seep into the wider world. And the worst part, the part that filled her with a dread that existed below language, that needed no words to be felt, was that she could see it watching back. When she looked at the gaps between things, when she perceived the spaces where reality was held together by nothing but linguistic agreement, she could see something looking through those gaps, something patient and old and deeply interested in the world it was slowly learning to unmake. It did not hate, it did not hunger. It simply was a thing that existed before naming, before words, before consciousness had learned to organize chaos into meaning. And now it was learning the reverse process, learning how to take meaning and reduce it back to chaos, word by word, letter by letter, silence by silence. She looked down at her hands, and they were stranger hands than ever now, hands that belonged to someone who existed outside language entirely, someone who had become a kind of doorway through which the rising could study the world it intended to unwrite. She looked up at the window and saw not light or glass, but the raw structures of reality barely held together, saw how easily those structures could be dissolved. And through the gaps between those structures, she saw it watching back. The rising, patient now, having learned patience from her, learning language from her absence of it, learning how to be the thing that came after words ended, the thing that would fill the silence when humanity finally lost the ability to name what it feared. She sat in her chair by the window, trapped in eternal witness, and watched as the world began its slow forgetting, one word at a time. The footsteps came every Tuesday and Thursday at 8:30, circling the room in the dark, while Philip Darrow held his brush over a canvas he could not see. 12 steps from wall to wall, 12 steps back. Always the same circuit, always the same measured pace, always the sound of silk rustling against what should have been empty air. Philip had learned to count them. He had learned to map their trajectory through the obliterated darkness of the sitting room, had learned to recognize the specific floorboards that creaked under invisible weight. The footsteps never walked between Philip and his subject. They circled the periphery, tracing a patient boundary around the two chairs, never crossing the space where Philip sat with his unused brush, and Vera Ashton sat 8 feet away, breathing steadily in the black. Vera had warned him about the sounds on his first visit. Her twin sister had died in this room 4 years ago. Sometimes Vera still heard her pacing. The doctors had said it was grief manifesting as auditory hallucination, a common enough phenomenon among the bereaved. Vera had learned to ignore it. Philip should do the same. But the footsteps had weight. They displaced air. Philip could feel the cold breath of movement against his neck when they passed behind his chair. These were not the vague impressions of grief. These were the sounds of a woman walking through darkness, with the confidence of someone who knew every inch of the room by memory. The darkness pressed against Philip's eyes with such force that colors had begun to bloom behind his lids. Phantom shapes in purple and green, geometric patterns that twisted and collapsed, the vague suggestion of a face that dissolved when he tried to focus on it. His brain, starved of visual input, was manufacturing its own hallucinations. In the city, in his studio with its northern windows, he had been a competent portrait painter. Not fashionable, certainly, and not prominent enough to command the fees that would have solved his difficulties, but competent. He understood bone structure. He could render the subtle architecture of a face, the way light gathered in the hollow of a cheek or along the edge of a jaw. That understanding now seemed as useful as a map of a country that had ceased to exist. The commission had arrived by letter in late September, forwarded from his previous address. Miss Vera Ashton of the Gull's Wing Estate in Mendocino County required a portrait painter beginning in October. The fee she offered would cover 6 months of rent on his studio. Philip had been 3 months behind. He had accepted before reading the second page, where she explained that the portrait sittings must take place in complete darkness due to her severe sensitivity to light. She understood this was unusual. She was prepared to pay double the quoted fee. Philip had assumed she meant dim lighting, perhaps candlelight. When he arrived at the Gull's Wing in the first week of October, Vera Ashton had walked him through her home in daylight. She wore dark glasses, moved carefully, spoke in the low, pleasant voice of someone perpetually conscious of not disturbing the air around her, and had shown him the second-floor sitting room where he would work. The windows were covered with blackout fabric, the kind used during wartime, layered 3 panels deep and sealed at the edges with strips of black tape. The door fit so tightly in its frame that weather stripping had been added all around. When Vera closed the door and extinguished the single candle she had used to guide them up the stairs, the darkness was total. Philip had put his hand 6 inches from his face and seen nothing. Not shadow, not the faint suggestion of his own flesh. Nothing. She had explained her condition then, standing invisible beside him in that obliterated room. The sensitivity had developed over years. First, bright sunlight became painful, then ordinary daylight, then electric lights, oil lamp, or candles. Now even the faint glow of embers in a fireplace caused her such distress that she lived entirely in darkness, navigating the estate by memory and touch. Her staff came during the day to prepare meals and maintain the house. By sunset they were gone, and she was alone with the night, which was the only environment she could bear. Philip would paint her portrait in these conditions. She would sit for him 3 evenings a week. During these sessions, he would study her presence, learn the sound of her voice, develop a sense of her through whatever means he could. The actual painting, she understood, would need to be done elsewhere, in his studio or hotel room, working from memory and imagination. She would evaluate his progress by examining the canvas he brought with him to each sitting, running her fingers across the surface to feel the texture of the paint, the raised ridges where brushstrokes had dried. She had not yet permitted him to touch her face. When he had suggested it carefully, after the second sitting, she had been silent for a long moment before saying that perhaps later, when they knew each other better, such a thing might be possible. For now, he must work with what he had. What he had was nothing. 3 weeks of sittings, 9 sessions of sitting in darkness, while Vera Ashton breathed and occasionally spoke, and Philip held his brush over a canvas, making small, meaningless gestures in the void, movements that approximated painting but produced nothing. Back at his hotel, he worked on the actual canvas by lamplight, painting from imagination, from the memory of her voice, from the sense he had developed of her presence. He had made some progress, rough shapes taking form, the ghost of a face beginning to emerge. But the work felt false. He did not know what she looked like. In the darkness, she could have been anyone. The first payment had arrived as promised, delivered to his hotel by a bank courier. Philip had paid his overdue rent, settled his account with his landlord, bought himself a week of not thinking about money. The second payment was due at the end of the month. By then, Vera had said, she hoped to see some progress. During the 4th sitting, someone brought tea. Philip had not seen them before this, or at least he had not been certain he was seeing anyone beyond Vera. In the absolute darkness of the sitting room, he heard only Vera's voice, Vera's breathing, and the pacing footsteps that might have been auditory hallucination. But tonight, after 30 minutes in the void, the door opened briefly. A figure entered carrying something that clinked softly, a woman's voice. It sounded like Vera's voice, though he could not be certain. Explained that she had brought chamomile tea to help him relax during the difficult session. A cup was pressed into Philip's hand. The warmth of it was startling after the sensory deprivation. Philip thanked her. The door closed again, sealing them back into darkness. He heard Vera shift in her chair 8 feet away, heard the pacing footsteps resume their circuit. Philip drank the tea. It tasted of chamomile with a faint, bitter undertone he could not quite place. But it was warm and real, and he was grateful for something tangible to hold in the darkness. The tea appeared at every sitting after that. Always delivered by the voice that sounded like Vera, always placed carefully in his hand. Always chamomile with that same faint, bitter note beneath. After the 6th or 7th sitting, Philip began to notice changes, small things at first. His hands developed a tremor that had not been there before. The phantom colors blooming behind his eyes in the darkness seemed more vivid, more insistent. His sense of time became unreliable. He would think 10 minutes had passed and discover it had been 40, or he would count what felt like an hour only to learn the sitting had lasted 20 minutes. Philip mentioned none of this to Vera. He assumed it was the cumulative effect of sitting in absolute darkness 3 times a week. Sensory deprivation did strange things to the mind. The doctors had documented it. He had read about the experiments. Subjects placed in lightless rooms reporting hallucinations, time distortion, a gradual untethering from ordinary perception. He did not yet suspect the tea. Tonight the footsteps stopped behind Philip's chair. For a long moment the room was silent except for Vera's breathing and the distant sound of wind outside the shuttered windows. Then Philip heard it. A breath drawn in and released directly behind his left shoulder, close enough that he could feel the faint moisture of it against his skin. His hands gripped the arms of his chair. He did not turn around. He had learned not to turn around. The footsteps resumed. They moved away from his chair toward the far side of the room, toward Vera. Philip heard the silk dress rustle as the presence. He had begun to think of it as the sister, because Vera's explanation was easier than accepting he might be losing his mind, moved past Vera's chair. There was a pause. Then Vera made a small sound, something between a sigh and a gasp, as though someone had touched her unexpectedly. Philip's hands tightened on the arms of his chair. He counted to 10. He breathed slowly through his nose, the way he had learned to breathe when his landlord knocked on the door, when the bills arrived, when the panic started to close around his chest like a hand. Vera's breathing had quickened slightly. She took a moment before she spoke, her voice tight but controlled, telling him not to be alarmed, assuring him everything was fine. Philip said nothing. The sister's footsteps moved again back across the room, pacing in a circuit that seemed to circle both of them. At the far end of the circuit, near the door, the steps paused. Then they began again, 12 steps back. The pacing continued for another 10 minutes. Philip sat motionless, the brush still in his hand, and listened. The sister never walked between Philip and Vera. She circled them, moved around the periphery of the room, but she never crossed the direct line between the two chairs. Her steps were always slow, never hurried. She never stumbled, never hesitated at the corners. Whoever, whatever she was, she knew this room perfectly. She had walked this circuit so many times that her feet found the floorboards by memory alone. At some point, Vera announced that the sitting was finished for the evening. Philip stood carefully, holding the unused brush, and waited while Vera rose from her chair with that practiced grace she had, the grace of someone who had learned to move through a world without sight. She crossed to the door. He heard her hand find the knob, heard the soft click as the latch disengaged, and opened it onto the candlelit hallway beyond. The light was blinding after the darkness. Philip raised his hand to shield his eyes, blinking away the tears that came immediately. Vera stood in the doorway, her dark glasses already in place, and waited while his vision adjusted. She asked to see the canvas. Philip retrieved it from where it leaned against the wall and handed it to her. She ran her fingers across the surface, feeling the ridges of paint, the texture of the brushwork. After a moment, she nodded and returned it to him. Behind him, in the room he had just left, the sister's footsteps stopped. Philip gathered his things quickly. His easel, his brushes, the canvas with its rough emerging face. He did not look back into the darkness. He followed Vera down the hallway to the main stairs, where she bid him good night in her unfailingly courteous way, and then he descended to the ground floor and let himself out through the front door into the October night. The air outside was cold and damp, heavy with fog rolling in from the ocean a half-mile west. Philip stood on the gravel drive and breathed it in, grateful for the reality of it, for the ordinary bite of salt and kelp and eucalyptus. The gull's wing rose behind him, a 3-story Victorian with gabled windows and a widow's walk, painted dove gray with white trim. Lights burned in several windows on the ground floor. The second-floor windows were dark, but that meant nothing. In the sitting room, Vera Ashton sat in darkness, whether the sun was up or down. Philip walked to his car, stowed his equipment in the trunk, and drove back down the gravel drive toward the village. The road wound through coastal scrub and cypress groves, narrow and unlit. His headlights carved a tunnel through the fog. He drove slowly, conscious of the drop-off to his right, where the land fell away toward the ocean. Once a fox darted across the road. Philip braked hard, heart hammering, and watched the animal vanish into the undergrowth. Then he drove on. By the time he reached his hotel, the panic had faded into exhaustion. He climbed the stairs to his second-floor room, unlocked the door, and stood for a long moment in the doorway, looking at the bed, the dresser, the window with its view of the village's single main street. Everything was exactly as he had left it that morning. The lamp on the bedside table cast warm yellow light across the floorboards. Outside, a car passed, its engine a low rumble that faded into silence. Philip closed the door and locked it. He set up his easel near the window where the light was best and worked for another 2 hours on the portrait, building up layers of paint, creating depth where there was none, inventing a face from fragments of memory and imagination. When he finally stopped, the woman on the canvas had gray eyes and sharp features and an expression that suggested intelligence held carefully in check. Whether she looked like Vera Ashton, Philip had no way of knowing. He cleaned his brushes and sat on the edge of the bed. His hands were shaking. He held them out in front of him and watched them shake, watched the tremor travel up his wrists into his forearms. This had started happening after the third sitting. He would be fine during the session itself, composed and professional, breathing slowly through the fear. Then he would get back to the hotel and fall apart. He had tried to convince himself that Vera's explanation was correct. Auditory hallucination. A manifestation of grief. The doctors had diagnosed it, she had said. It was a known phenomenon. Philip had heard of such things. The bereaved hearing footsteps, voices, the familiar sounds of the dead moving through rooms they had once occupied. But these explanations dissolved when he examined them. The footsteps were too regular, too solid. They had weight. They displaced air. And they came with other sounds, the rustle of silk, the creak of floorboards under measured pressure, the cold breath against his neck. These were not the vague impressions of grief. These were the sounds of a woman pacing a room in darkness. Philip lay back on the bed without undressing. He stared at the ceiling and tried to think about the portrait, about how he would paint a face he had never seen, about what Vera Ashton actually looked like beneath those dark glasses. But every time he closed his eyes, he heard the footsteps pacing the circuit of the room. 12 steps from one end to the other, 12 steps back. The rustle of silk, the cold breath against his neck. He did not sleep until well after midnight, and when he did, he dreamed of darkness so complete that he could not tell whether he was awake or asleep, could not find the edges of his own body, could not hear anything except the sound of 2 women breathing. The next morning, Philip woke to pale sunlight filtering through the hotel curtains and the sounds of the village stirring below. He lay in bed for several minutes, listening now to the ordinary noises, a truck backing up, someone calling a greeting, the bell above the bakery door chiming as customers entered and exited. These sounds felt impossibly distant, as though they belonged to a life he had known once but could no longer quite remember. He rose and washed his face at the basin. In the mirror, he looked thinner than he remembered, and older. The lines around his eyes had deepened. His hair, which had always been thick and dark, now showed threads of gray at the temples. He was 38 years old. 6 months ago, he had been a portrait painter of modest reputation, working in a good studio with reliable clients. Then the clients had stopped calling. Then the reputation had become less modest. Then the rent had come due. Philip dressed and went downstairs for breakfast. The hotel's dining room was small, furnished with mismatched tables and chairs that suggested decades of slow accumulation rather than design. 3 other guests occupied separate tables, an elderly couple, sharing the newspaper in comfortable silence, and a traveling salesman who ate quickly while making notes in a ledger. Philip took a table by the window and ordered coffee and toast. The waitress who brought his order was young, perhaps 20, with her hair pinned up in a style that was slightly out of date. She set the plate and cup down with a careful attention, then lingered by the table as though she wanted to say something. When she finally spoke, it was to identify him as the painter working at the Gull's Wing and to ask after Miss Ashton's health. Philip told her Vera was well, as far as he could tell, though he rarely saw her given the darkness of their sessions. The waitress nodded slowly, glanced toward the kitchen, then lowered her voice. Her mother had worked at the estate years ago doing housekeeping. She had said there were 2 of them, Miss Vera and her sister, twins. They never came out in the day, and they never let anyone into the upstairs rooms after sunset. Her mother had said she'd hear them talking sometimes, late at night, when she was leaving. 2 voices, but she could never tell them apart. Philip's hand stilled on his coffee cup. He asked about the sister, whom he understood had died 4 years ago. The waitress straightened, seemed to realize she had said more than was proper, and replied only that this was what people said. She excused herself and retreated to the kitchen. Philip sat with his coffee and watched the street outside. The village was small, perhaps 200 permanent residents, clustered along the coast road where it widened briefly before climbing back into the hills. There was a general store, a post office, a church with a white steeple, the bakery, and this hotel. Everything else, the nearest substantial town, the nearest hospital, the nearest police station, was 30 miles south. Vera Ashton had chosen her isolation carefully. Philip finished his breakfast and walked through the village, delaying his return to the easel in his hotel room. The morning was clear and cold. The fog burned off by sun that felt weak and distant, as though it reached this coast only reluctantly. Gulls circled overhead, their cries sharp and mournful. He walked down to the beach where the sand was gray and the surf came in with a steady, relentless rhythm that suggested nothing would ever change. Nothing would ever disturb the pattern of wave after wave breaking against the shore. He stood there for half an hour, trying to think about the portrait, trying to think about Vera Ashton's face, which he had never seen, trying to imagine how he would paint her when the commission finally demanded visible progress. But his mind kept returning to the waitress' words. 2 voices, but she could never tell them apart. Twins. Philip had accepted Vera's explanation about the dead sister because he had needed to accept it, because the alternative, that he was sitting in darkness, experiencing hallucinations that felt increasingly real, was worse. But now, standing on the beach with solid ground beneath him and ordinary sunlight on his face, he allowed himself to consider other possibilities. What if the sister was not dead? What if there were 2 women living in the Gull's Wing, and one of them moved through the house in darkness while Vera sat for her portrait? What if the ghost story was preemptive fiction, offered before Philip ever heard the sounds, designed to explain away the presence of a second living person? But why would Vera conceal a living sister? What purpose would it serve? Philip turned these questions over as he walked back to the hotel. He climbed the stairs to his room and spent the afternoon working on the portrait, building up layers of paint, refining features he had invented from darkness and imagination. He painted what he thought Vera Ashton might look like: sharp cheekbones, gray eyes, a mouth pressed thin with control. Whether any of it was true, he could not say. At 5 o'clock, he cleaned his brushes and gathered the wet canvas carefully. He would bring it to tonight's sitting for Vera to examine. Then he would return to the hotel and work on it further, slowly building towards something that might eventually pass for a finished portrait. He drove back to the Gull's Wing as the sun was setting, the sky turning amber and violet over the ocean. Vera met him at the door wearing a long, dark dress that buttoned to her throat and her usual dark glasses. She greeted him pleasantly and led him upstairs to the sitting room. They went through the familiar ritual. Vera carried a single candle to light their way. She set the candle on the mantelpiece and examined the canvas he had brought, running her fingers across its surface, feeling the new layers of paint. She nodded, satisfied, and handed it back to him. Then she extinguished the candle and took her seat in the chair 8 feet away. The darkness fell over them like water closing over a drowning man's head. Philip listened to Vera settle into stillness. He picked up his brush and held it in the darkness, making small, purposeless movements through the air. The canvas would be painted tonight, as always, back at his hotel where he could see. These sessions in darkness served some other purpose. He was beginning to understand that now, some purpose that had nothing to do with painting. Already the phantom colors were beginning behind his eyes, purple spirals, green geometric lattices, the vague outline of something that might have been a mouth. For the first 10 minutes, the sitting proceeded normally. Vera breathed. Philip pretended to work. The darkness pressed against his eyes until they ached. He had learned to endure this. He had learned to sit through the discomfort, the disorientation, the way his sense of time began to stretch and compress until he could not tell whether 10 minutes had passed or an hour. Then the footsteps began. They came from the corner near the window, just as they always did. Slow, deliberate steps, the soft creak of floorboards under measured weight. Philip's shoulders tensed. He forced himself to keep breathing slowly, evenly. The footsteps crossed the room behind him, moving toward Vera, but tonight, something was different. The steps were faster than usual, less measured. There was a quality to them that suggested urgency or perhaps anger. Though Philip could not say how he knew this, what acoustic information conveyed emotion through the mere pressure of feet against wood. The footsteps reached Vera's chair and stopped. For a moment there was silence. Then Vera made a sound Philip had never heard from her before, a small, sharp intake of breath, as though someone had struck her. Philip half rose from his chair, speaking her name, asking if she was well. Vera's voice came tight and controlled, instructing him to sit down, insisting everything was fine. Philip did not sit down. He stood in the darkness, gripping his brush, listening. The sister, if it was the sister, was still standing beside Vera's chair. Philip could hear breathing now, rapid and shallow, layered over Vera's slower breaths. 2 distinct rhythms, 2 distinct sources. Then something fell. A sharp crack of wood against wood, as though someone had struck the arm of Vera's chair hard enough to make it crack. Vera gasped again, and this time there was genuine pain in the sound. Philip moved forward, hands outstretched, trying to find his way to Vera's chair. He took 3 steps and collided with something solid. His easel knocked sideways. It fell with a clatter. Philip swore and stumbled sideways, disoriented now, no longer certain which direction he was facing. Vera was speaking urgently, telling him to stand still, warning he would hurt himself if he moved. Philip stood still. His heart hammered against his ribs. He could hear Vera breathing heavily now, could hear the rustle of her dress as she stood. She was standing. He had heard the chair creak. And then he heard her footsteps moving toward the door. Fast, unsteady. Not the graceful, measured steps she usually took through her darkened house. The door opened. Candlelight flooded in from the hallway. Philip turned toward it, blinking, and saw Vera framed in the doorway. She was breathing hard, one hand pressed to her chest. Her dark glasses had been knocked askew. For a moment, just a moment, before she adjusted them. Philip saw her eyes. They looked directly at him. They did not move uncertainly, did not search the way a blind person's eyes might search. They focused. They saw. Then she straightened the glasses and turned away, apologizing, explaining that tonight had been unusually difficult, suggesting they end the sitting early. Philip looked past her into the room he had just left. His easel lay on its side on the floor, but that was all. The room was empty. There was no one standing beside the chair where Vera had been sitting. There was no woman in a dress. There was no sister. He turned back to Vera. She stood very still in the doorway, her hand still pressed to her chest, waiting for him to speak. Philip said nothing. He walked past her into the sitting room, gathered his equipment in silence, and carried it out. Vera watched him from the doorway. When he had collected everything, she led him downstairs without speaking and let him out through the front door. Philip loaded his equipment into the car and sat behind the wheel for a long time before starting the engine. His hands were shaking again, worse than before. He gripped the steering wheel until his knuckles went white, trying to make the shaking stop. When it finally subsided, he started the car and drove back to the village. In his hotel room, he sat on the edge of the bed and thought about Vera's eyes, the way they had looked at him, the way they had focused. The next morning, Philip did not go to breakfast. He lay in bed and stared at the ceiling and tried to decide whether he had actually seen what he thought he had seen. Darkness played tricks. Candlelight played tricks. He had been frightened, disoriented. Perhaps Vera's eyes had only appeared to focus on him. Perhaps it had been a trick of the light, a moment of coincidence. But he did not believe this. He rose eventually and washed his face. In the mirror, he looked worse than the day before. He had not slept. There were shadows under his eyes that makeup would not conceal, and his hands, when he held them out, still carried a faint tremor. Philip dressed and went downstairs. The dining room was empty except for the traveling salesman, who sat in the corner working through correspondence. Philip took his usual table by the window and ordered coffee. When the waitress brought it, he asked her a question. The Ashton twins, he said. Her mother, who worked at the estate. Had she ever seen both of them at the same time? The waitress set the coffee down carefully. She glanced toward the kitchen, then shook her head. Not that she mentioned, the waitress replied. They kept to themselves, but everyone in the village knew there were two of them. You'd see one of them sometimes, very early in the morning or very late at night, walking in the garden, always wearing dark glasses, always alone. People said you could tell them apart because one was slightly taller, but her mother said she could never remember which one. Philip asked if her mother thought they were really twins. The waitress looked at him with an expression he could not quite read, asking what else they would be. Philip had no answer for this. The waitress left, and he sat with his coffee and thought about identical twins, about how you might tell them apart, about what reasons two women might have for living as one. Philip left his coffee unfinished and went back upstairs. He needed to make a decision. He could continue with the commission, accept Vera's payment, finish the portrait somehow, or he could leave. Pack his equipment, check out of the hotel, drive back to the city, and tell Vera Ashton by letter that he could not complete the work. He could not afford to leave. The second payment was due in 3 days. Without it, he would lose his studio. He would be evicted from his apartment. He would have nowhere to work, no address to give potential clients, no way to rebuild the career that had already crumbled so thoroughly, so he stayed. That evening, he returned to the Gull's wing. Vera greeted him at the door as though nothing had happened. She made no reference to the previous night's disturbance. She led him upstairs to the sitting room, and they went through the ritual, the candle, the examination of the canvas, the extinguishing of light. Philip sat in the darkness and waited for the footsteps to begin. When they came, he did not react. He held his brush in the void and listened to the sister pace her familiar circuit. 12 steps from one end of the room to the other, 12 steps back. The rustle of silk, the creak of floorboards. But tonight the sister did not stop at Vera's chair. The footsteps continued their circuit, around and around for the entire hour of the sitting. They never paused. They never broke rhythm. It was as though the sister was agitated, restless, unable to settle. When Vera finally announced that the session was over, Philip gathered his equipment quickly and left. He did not look at Vera's face when she opened the door to the candlelit hallway. He did not want to see her eyes. Over the next week, Philip returned to the Gull's Wing for 3 more sittings. Each time, the sister paced. Each time, the footsteps were fast, urgent, circling the room without rest. Vera said nothing about this. She sat in her chair and breathed steadily and seemed perfectly calm, as though she heard nothing unusual. She examined the canvas Philip brought to each session, running her fingers across its evolving surface, nodding with satisfaction as the portrait took shape. Philip began to feel as though he were the one going mad. He would sit in the darkness, listening to the footsteps, and wonder whether Vera heard them at all. Perhaps the sounds existed only in his mind. Perhaps he had sat in darkness so many times now that his brain had begun to manufacture its own stimuli, creating phantom footsteps to fill the sensory void. But if the footsteps were not real, then what had struck Vera's chair hard enough to make her gasp? What had knocked Philip's easel over? He began exploring the estate during the days, arriving early for his evening sittings and walking the grounds while the sun was still up. The Gull's Wing sat on a bluff overlooking the ocean, surrounded by cypress and eucalyptus that had been shaped by decades of coastal wind into twisted, sculptural forms. There was a garden behind the house, enclosed by a stone wall, where roses grew in wild profusion. There was a carriage house that had been converted into a garage, though Philip saw no car inside. There was a greenhouse with most of its glass panes broken or missing. He never saw anyone else on the property. No servants, no caretakers. If Vera had staff who came during the day, as she claimed, they left no trace of their presence. On one of these daylight visits, Philip had lost count of how many times he had come to the estate, the days and evenings blurring together. He walked around to the side of the house and looked up at the second-floor windows. Most were shuttered or curtained, but one narrow window at the east end of the building stood open. Lace curtains moved in the breeze. As Philip watched, a shadow passed behind the curtains, a woman's silhouette, distinct for just a moment before it disappeared. Philip stood very still, watching the window. The shadow did not reappear, but he had seen it. Someone was upstairs, moving through the house in daylight. Someone who was not Vera, because Vera could not bear the light. The sister. The living sister. Philip walked back to his car and sat behind the wheel, thinking. He could confront Vera directly, demand to know whether her sister was alive, insist on meeting both women at the same time. But if he did this, Vera would simply deny it. She would tell him he was mistaken, that he had seen a servant or a trick of the light. She would continue paying him, and he would continue sitting in darkness, and nothing would change. Or he could gather proof. He could search the house during the day. He could try to document what was happening, to collect evidence that would make sense when he was back in the city, away from the darkness and the confusion. The next afternoon, Philip arrived at the Gull's Wing 3 hours before his scheduled sitting. He parked his car down the road out of sight of the house and walked back along the gravel drive. The day was overcast, the sky heavy with fog that had not yet lifted. No lights burned in any of the windows. Philip tried the front door and found it locked. He walked around to the side of the house, testing windows as he went. Most were latched from the inside, but one, a window in what appeared to be a pantry or storage room, had a broken latch. Philip worked it open and climbed inside. The house was silent. Dust motes hung in the gray afternoon light, filtering through curtained windows. Philip moved through the ground floor carefully, avoiding the floorboards that creaked, listening for any sound of movement above. He found a parlor with furniture covered in sheets. A dining room with a table set for two, dust thick on the plates. A kitchen that smelled of mildew and disuse. Nowhere did he see evidence of servants, of regular staff maintaining the house. The Gull's Wing was not being maintained at all. It was slowly collapsing around two women who lived in it like ghosts. Philip climbed the stairs to the second floor. The hallway was dark, all the doors closed. He moved toward the sitting room where he conducted his sessions with Vera, then paused. One of the other doors stood slightly ajar. Through the gap, Philip could see movement. He pushed the door open slowly. The room beyond was a bedroom, shabby and water-stained like the sitting room. Two narrow beds stood against opposite walls, both made up with identical gray blankets. Between them, a woman stood at a washstand, her back to the door. She was washing her face, her movements slow and deliberate. Her hair was pinned up in the style Vera wore. She was dressed in a simple house dress. Philip cleared his throat. The woman turned. Her face was Vera's face. Identical gray eyes, identical sharp features, identical mouth pressed thin. But she was not wearing dark glasses. Her eyes met Philip's directly, and they widened slightly in surprise. For a moment, neither of them moved. Then the woman spoke, her voice identical to Vera's voice, demanding to know what he was doing there. Philip's mouth was dry. He managed to say he was looking for Vera. The woman's expression hardened. She crossed the room in 3 quick steps and took him by the arm. Her grip was strong. She told him he was not supposed to be here. He needed to leave. Now. Philip tried to pull back and tried to ask who she was, but she was already pushing him toward the door. Her face remained composed, but her breathing had quickened. She steered him out of the bedroom, down the hallway toward the stairs. Philip asked if she was Vera's sister, the one who was supposed to be dead. The woman stopped at the top of the stairs. She looked at him for a long moment, her hand still gripping his arm. Then she said very quietly that her name was Nina, and he should not have come here during the day, that he should leave now and return at the scheduled time for his sitting, and that if he valued the commission, if he valued being paid, he would not speak of this to anyone. She released his arm. Philip stood at the top of the stairs, looking at her face, trying to memorize it, trying to understand what he was seeing. The woman held his gaze without blinking. Her eyes were steady, intelligent, completely aware. Not the eyes of a ghost. Philip turned and descended the stairs. He let himself out through the pantry window and walked back to his car on unsteady legs. He sat behind the wheel for a long time, thinking. He had seen her. A second woman, alive, moving through the house in daylight. A woman who wore Vera's face but was not Vera, or who was Vera but should have been someone else, or who was both of them and neither of them. But she had told him nothing. She had only confirmed that he was not meant to see what he had seen. Philip drove back to the village. He spent the afternoon in his room, staring at the portrait he had been painting, trying to understand what he was actually creating. A document of a woman who might not exist, or who existed too much, or who was being called into existence through the act of painting itself. That evening he returned to the Gull's Wing. Vera, or Nina, he could no longer be certain which, greeted him at the door and led him upstairs to the sitting room. They went through the familiar ritual, the candle, the examination of the canvas, the extinguishing of light. But this time, Philip did something different. Before the candle went out, he took his flashlight from his jacket pocket and set it on the table beside his chair. Vera saw this, and she said nothing. The darkness fell. Philip sat in his chair and waited for the footsteps to begin. When they came, when the sister began her pacing circuit around the room, Philip picked up the flashlight and turned it on. Light flooded the room. For a moment, Philip could not process what he was seeing. His eyes, adjusted to absolute darkness, recoiled from the sudden brightness. He squinted, blinked, tried to focus. The beam of the flashlight swept across the room, across the walls papered in faded damask, across the shuttered windows, across the space where the footsteps had been. There was a woman standing there. She was real, solid. She wore a dark house dress. Her hair was pinned up in a style that matched Vera's, and her face was Vera's face. Identical. The same sharp cheekbones, the same narrow nose, the same mouth. Even without seeing Vera clearly before this moment, Philip knew with certainty that he was looking at the same woman he had been sitting across from in darkness. The woman in the house dress stood frozen in the flashlight beam, one hand raised as though to shield her eyes. She stared at Philip with an expression that was not surprise or fear, but something closer to fury. Philip turned the flashlight toward Vera's chair. Vera sat exactly as she always sat, hands folded in her lap, dark glasses in place. But she was not looking at Philip. She was looking at the woman in the house dress, and her mouth was pressed into a tight line. For a long moment, no one moved. The three of them remained frozen in their positions. Philip with the flashlight, the woman in the house dress with her hand raised, Vera in her chair. Then the woman in the house dress spoke, her voice identical to Vera's, commanding him to turn off the light. Philip lowered the flashlight, but did not turn it off. He pointed the beam at the floor between them, so that the room remained lit, but no one was directly in the light. The woman in the house dress lowered her hand. She looked at Vera, and something passed between them, some silent communication that Philip could not interpret. Then the woman, the sister from the bedroom, Nina, turned to Philip. Her expression was unreadable. When she spoke, her voice carried an edge of exhaustion that had not been there before. She told him he was more observant than they had expected. They had not thought he would be able to tell them apart, even with everything they had done to blur his vision. But he had. And now he knew their secret. Philip asked what she meant by everything they had done. Nina glanced at Vera. Then she said simply that they still needed the portrait. He was the only one who could finish it. They could not afford to start over with someone else. So now he knew their secret, and he would have to decide what to do with that knowledge. Vera spoke then, her voice calm. She told Philip they would pay him as promised. They would give him no reason to speak of this to anyone. All they asked was that he finish the work. Philip looked at the two women, identical in face and voice, and understood that they were not threatening him. They were asking. They were desperate. Whatever they had been doing to him to blur his vision, and he was beginning to suspect what that might be, had been done out of necessity, not malice. They needed him more than he needed them. Nina began to explain then, her voice low and careful. She did not explain mechanics or legal structures. She spoke, instead of necessity, of two women who had learned that the world required them to be one person instead of two, that they could only survive if one of them remained invisible. They took turns, Nina said. Sometimes she was Vera, dealing with the necessary business of maintaining a household. Sometimes Vera was Vera. The rest of the time, they were both invisible, moving through the house in darkness. The blindness was necessary. It gave them a reason to keep the house dark, to prevent anyone from seeing them both at once. Philip asked why they had chosen him to paint the portrait. Nina's mouth curved slightly. Because he was desperate, she said. Because he needed the money badly enough that he would accept impossible conditions. Philip asked what the portrait was for. Nina was silent for a long moment. Then she said it was for them. They needed it. To know which one of them was Vera, to remember who they were supposed to be. They were losing track. Philip felt his skin prickle. He asked what she meant. Nina looked at him with an expression he could not read. After a while, she said, "You live in darkness long enough, you share one name long enough, and the edges start to blur. They needed the portrait to anchor them, to fix one of them as Vera permanently, so they would stop forgetting." Philip picked up his brush. Then he stepped forward toward Vera's chair and told her to remove her glasses. If he was going to paint her, he needed to see her face. Vera removed her dark glasses. Her eyes met Philip's directly, and he saw that they were gray, the color of winter ocean. She held his gaze without blinking, without the uncertain, roving movement he had expected from someone pretending to be blind. Her eyes were steady, intelligent, and completely aware. Philip studied her face in the inadequate light of the flashlight. He committed it to memory. The sharp architecture of her cheekbones, the narrow nose, the mouth that pressed into that tight, controlled line, the gray eyes that watched him with something that might have been desperation or might have been hope. When he was satisfied that he had seen enough, he returned to his easel. Nina had moved to stand beside her sister's chair. The two of them watched as Philip made a few adjustments to the canvas he had brought, small touches in the dim light that meant nothing but satisfied some unspoken requirement. When he was finished, Vera rose from her chair and examined the canvas by touch. She nodded once. She told him that would do, putting her dark glasses back on. They would continue the sitting, she said, but no longer in darkness. The blackout curtains would come down. He would paint in daylight from now on. She trusted they had an understanding now. Philip gathered his equipment in silence. Nina had already disappeared, retreating back into whatever spaces of the house she occupied. Vera led Philip downstairs and let him out through the front door. The night outside was cold and very dark, the fog so thick that Philip could barely see his car parked on the gravel drive. He drove back to the village slowly, his mind working through everything he had learned. The ghost was alive. The blind woman could see. And the portrait he was painting was not documentation for any external authority. It was a mirror for two women who were losing themselves in darkness, who needed someone outside their shared delusion to tell them which one was real. The second payment arrived the next morning, delivered to the hotel by bank courier. Philip opened the envelope and counted the bills inside. The amount was exactly as promised. He sat on the edge of his bed with the money in his hands and thought about what he should do. He could leave, walk away from the commission, from the money, from the two women and their dissolving identities. Or he could finish the work, accept the final payment, paint them the mirror they needed, even if he could not tell them which face in the mirror was actually theirs. Philip folded the money and put it in his wallet. Then he went downstairs and mailed a check to his landlord. Over the next 3 weeks, Philip returned to the Gull's Wing for regular sittings. The sessions took place in daylight now, as Vera had promised. She sat for him in the second-floor sitting room with the blackout curtains drawn back, the windows open to let in air, the autumn sun filtered through lace. Nina sometimes appeared during the sessions, standing in the doorway or sitting in a chair against the wall, watching Philip work. He painted Vera's face with the careful attention he had always brought to portraiture. He captured the sharp cheekbones, the gray eyes, the mouth pressed thin with control. He painted the slight asymmetry of her face, the way one eyebrow sat higher than the other, the faint scar at her temple. He painted her as she was, a woman of 45, handsome rather than beautiful, intelligent, and self-possessed. Except that sometimes when he looked up from his canvas, it was Nina sitting in the chair, and sometimes it was Vera again. They switched without announcement, without explanation. One session Nina would sit, the next session Vera. Sometimes they would trade places halfway through a sitting, while Philip was cleaning a brush or mixing paint. He would look up and see the same face, the same posture, the same hands folded in the same lap. And he would have no way of knowing whether he was painting Vera or Nina, or some woman who was both of them. The portrait progressed. Philip worked in layers, building up the paint in thin glazes, creating depth and luminosity. He painted what he saw, a face that was sharp and controlled and intelligent. But whose face it was, he could no longer say. The tea continued during the daylight sessions. Nina or Vera, he could no longer tell which sister brought it, would set the cup beside his easel without comment and retreat to watch him work. Philip thought about Nina's words during the flashlight confrontation. Everything they had done to blur his vision. He had been drinking the tea for weeks now, ever since the fourth sitting. The symptoms had started around the same time. The tremor in his hands, the time distortion, the phantom colors becoming more vivid. During one session, when the sister had stepped out to the hallway, he quickly poured most of his cup onto the floorboards behind his easel where the shadow fell thick. The liquid left a faint metallic residue on the wood. Philip touched it with his finger and brought it to his nose. It smelled of chamomile and something else, something metallic and sharp. So that was how they had done it. The tea. Week after week, carefully measured doses, accumulating in his system until his perception became unreliable enough that he could no longer distinguish between two identical faces. He stopped drinking the tea after that, only pretending to sip from his cup. But the symptoms did not fade immediately. They lingered for days, confirming that whatever had been in the tea had accumulated in his system over weeks. His vision remained unreliable. His sense of time stayed elastic. And he had begun to lose track of which sessions had actually happened and which he might have imagined. Philip tried to work through it. He finished Vera's face and began work on her clothing, on the background, on the final details that would complete the portrait. But his hands shook constantly now, and he could no longer be certain whether the face he had painted belonged to the woman who had sat for him in the early sessions, or the one who sat for him now, or whether both of them had been the same person all along. On what Philip believed was his 21st sitting, though he was no longer certain of anything, he arrived to find the house quiet and still. Vera answered his knock and led him upstairs without speaking. When they reached the sitting room, Philip saw that the blackout curtains had been rehung over the windows. A single lamp burned on the mantelpiece. Vera took her seat in her usual chair, wearing her dark glasses once more. She did not look up when Philip entered. The room felt different somehow, emptier. Philip set up his equipment with shaking hands. He sat down and picked up his brush. The portrait was nearly complete. One more session, perhaps two, and it would be finished. Philip began to work. But the room was tilting more severely now. The colors were wrong. He could not focus on the canvas. His brush moved across the surface without him willing it, making marks he did not intend. He looked at Vera. She was watching him. He could sense it, even through the dark glasses, waiting for something. Philip tried to speak and found his mouth would not form words. The room was spinning. The shadows on the walls were moving, stretching toward him like hands. He stood, or tried to stand, and his legs would not support him. He sat down hard in his chair, breathing fast. The drug in his system, whatever it was, had reached a level where he could no longer function. But it was moving slowly and taking its time. He was aware of it happening, aware that he would soon lose consciousness. But the progression was gradual, almost gentle. A figure moved in the doorway. Nina. She came to stand beside his chair. She looked down at him with an expression that was neither cruel nor kind. simply clinical. She did not explain. She did not tell him they had been drugging him, did not outline their plan, did not say anything at all. Vera stood. She crossed to the easel and looked at the portrait Philip had been painting. After a moment, she nodded. She told Nina it was finished. They would not need him anymore. Nina helped Philip to his feet. He tried to pull away, tried to demand answers, but his body would not obey him. She walked him downstairs carefully, supporting his weight, and out to his car. She opened the driver's door and helped him into the seat. She told him to drive carefully, to take his time. The effect would fade slowly over the next few hours, she said. He would feel strange, disoriented, but he would be able to drive. The drug was designed that way, slow-acting, safe. Philip's hands found the steering wheel. Nina closed the door and stepped back. Philip started the car. The engine sound seemed very loud. He put the car in gear and drove down the gravel drive, moving slowly, carefully, his vision blurring and clearing in waves. The fog was thick. The road curved through darkness, but he drove on, following the familiar route by instinct more than sight. And somehow he made it back to the village. He parked in front of the hotel. He climbed the stairs to his room, moving carefully, using the wall for support. He unlocked the door and stumbled inside. The room tilted violently. Philip made it to the bed and collapsed across it. He woke the next morning fully clothed on top of the covers. Sunlight streamed through the uncurtained window directly into his face. His head throbbed. His mouth tasted like metal. When he tried to stand, the room lurched, and he had to sit back down and wait for the vertigo to pass. There was a note that had been slipped under his door. Philip picked it up with shaking hands and read it. The note was from the hotel manager. 2 women had called that morning asking about his welfare, expressing concern about his behavior the previous evening. If he needed medical attention, the manager should not hesitate to contact the local physician. Philip crumpled the note. Then he sat on the edge of the bed and tried to remember what had happened at the Gull's Wing. The details were slippery. Nina helping him to his car, her voice telling him the drug would fade slowly. The drive back through the fog. Had she said those things? Or had he imagined the conversation? He could no longer tell what was memory and what was hallucination. He spent the day in his room, drinking water, trying to clear his head. By evening, the worst symptoms had faded. His thoughts became clearer. But he understood now what the sisters had done. They had been drugging him carefully, systematically, over weeks. Not to discredit him, he realized now, but to compromise his vision, to make his perception unreliable, so that the portrait he painted would be a true composite. So he could not see clearly which sister he was painting. They had needed him just confused enough that the face he created would belong to both of them and neither of them. Philip sat at the desk and thought about his options. He could go to the authorities. But what would he say? He had no proof. He had been working under bizarre conditions that would make any accusation sound like paranoid delusion. And perhaps the authorities would believe him, would investigate, would discover 2 women living as one. But then the portrait would never be finished, and Philip would never receive his final payment. Or he could finish the work, accept the final payment, and walk away with enough money to keep his studio for another year. The next morning, Philip drove to the Gull's Wing. The day was clear and cold. The house stood silent on its bluff. Philip knocked on the door. After a long moment, Vera answered. She looked at Philip without speaking. Philip told her he would like to finish the portrait, 1 more session. Then they would be done. Vera regarded him in silence. Then she stepped aside and held the door open. Philip climbed the stairs. His equipment was exactly where he had left it. He sat up without speaking. Vera led him to the sitting room and took her seat in the chair by the window. Philip noticed that she was alone. Nina did not appear. Philip picked up his brush and began to work. The portrait needed very little now, some final touches, some adjustments to bring everything into harmony. After an hour, he stepped back. The painting was complete. The technical execution was flawless, the brushwork confident, the proportions exact, the modeling of light and shadow accomplished. A woman's face looked out from the canvas with intelligence and self-possession. Her gray eyes clear, her expression composed. Except that something was wrong. Philip stared at the portrait, trying to understand. The painting itself was well crafted. Every brushstroke served its purpose. But the face did not look like Vera. It did not look like Nina either. Philip turned to Vera. He told her to take off her glasses. Vera did not move. She told him the portrait was finished. Philip repeated his request. For a moment, Vera did not respond. Then slowly, she removed the dark glasses. Philip looked at her eyes. They were gray, just as he had painted them. But something about them was different. Something about the shape or the spacing or the relationship to the other features of this specific face. Philip turned back to the portrait. Then he understood. The woman sitting in front of him was not the woman he had painted. She was Nina. Philip's mouth went dry. He asked where Vera was. Nina smiled slightly. She told him he was very observant, more observant than they had expected. She explained that Vera was indisposed. Nina had sat for the final session in her place. They had thought he would not notice, but he did notice. Even with his vision compromised, even after everything they had done to him, he could still see the difference. Philip asked how long they had been switching places. Nina's smile widened. Since the beginning. Not every session, but often enough. Sometimes Vera sat for him, sometimes Nina paced while Lyra sat, sometimes Vera paced while Nina sat. They had been playing both roles all along. Philip protested that he had painted Vera, he had studied her face. Nina interrupted. He had studied a face, their face, but he had never really seen which one of them he was painting. In the darkness, in the dim light, with his perceptions compromised, he had painted whoever he thought he was painting. And now his portrait showed a woman who was both of them and neither of them. It would serve its purpose perfectly. It would anchor them, remind them which one was Vera. Except that it would not, Philip realized, because the portrait was a composite, an average of two faces. It looked like neither of them. It could not anchor anyone. But he said nothing. He gathered his equipment in silence. Nina walked him downstairs and let him out. As Philip loaded his car, he looked back at the house. A curtain moved in a second-floor window. Someone was watching him leave. Philip drove back to the village. He checked out of the hotel that afternoon. The final payment was waiting at the desk. He took the money and left. But before he left Mendocino, Philip stopped at his hotel room one final time. He pulled out a small canvas he had kept for himself, a preparatory study he had painted early in the commission, working from imagination before he had ever seen either sister clearly. It was rough, unfinished, but it was his. He wrapped it carefully and packed it with his belongings. The finished portrait belonged to the sisters, but this study was his to keep. 6 months later, Philip stood in a small gallery in the city, looking at a painting that hung on the wall in a group exhibition of works on paper and preparatory studies. The painting was small, roughly executed, showing a woman's face emerging from shadow. The features were indistinct, as though the painter had not quite decided what the subject looked like. The placard beside it read, "Study for Portrait, Oil on Canvas, Philip Darrow." Philip stared at the face he had painted and tried to remember what Vera Ashton actually looked like. He could not. He could remember the sitting room, the darkness, the sound of footsteps. He could remember Nina explaining how they had been switching places. But when he tried to recall either sister's actual face, the memory slipped away from him. The face in the study was wrong. Not obviously wrong. The proportions were acceptable. The technical execution competent for preliminary work. But there was something uncanny about it. Something that suggested the painter had been working from imagination rather than observation. The left side of the face did not quite match the right, as though two different faces had been averaged together. The eyes seemed to shift depending on the angle from which you viewed them, never quite settling into focus. It was a portrait of someone who did not exist, a composite. A woman invented out of darkness and confusion and the systematic erosion of his ability to see clearly. A collector stopped beside Philip, studying the small canvas with mild interest. He asked who the subject was. Philip opened his mouth to answer and found he did not know what to say. The subject was a woman named Vera Ashton, or her twin sister Nina, or both of them, or neither, or some impossible woman he had invented, painting in his hotel room by lamplight, trying to give form to sounds heard in darkness. He told the collector it was a preparatory study for a private commission. The subject was not at liberty to be identified. The collector nodded and moved on. Philip remained standing in front of the study, looking at the face that seemed to shift when he looked away. This small canvas was all he had kept from the commission. The finished portrait hung somewhere in the gull's wing, anchoring two women to an identity that might not exist, or anchoring them to nothing at all. Philip understood that he would spend the rest of his life wondering whose face he had actually painted, whether the finished portrait had served its purpose, whether the sisters had found their anchor, or whether they were still dissolving into shared darkness. But what haunted him most was simpler. He had taken the money. He had finished the work. He had signed his name to both the finished portrait and the study. He had created documentation, official, certified, permanent, of women he could not remember and could never truthfully describe, not because they had forced him, but because he had chosen to, because he had needed the money more than he needed the truth. The small study hung on the gallery wall, a fragment of a larger lie. And somewhere, in a house on the Mendocino coast, two women lived in darkness, looking at a portrait of Vera Ashton that showed neither of them, that showed both of them, that showed a ghost, painted into existence by a man who never learned which one was real. Leah Morgan noticed the Polaroid 2 hours after leaving the Ely gas station. She had been watching the road, the rearview mirror, the empty sage flats on either side of Route 50. The highway ran straight for miles in both directions. No other vehicles. Dawn light was just starting to thin the darkness behind her. The Polaroid was propped against the speedometer. She did not remember putting it there. She picked it up. The image showed her own face. Her mouth was slightly open. Her head was tilted against the driver's seat headrest. Gas station fluorescent light was visible through the window behind her and part of a pump. The date stamp in the corner read 4:17, 2 hours and 11 minutes ago. She had been asleep. She set the Polaroid face down on the passenger seat and put both hands back on the wheel. Her fingers were cold. She checked the rearview mirror. Empty highway. She checked the door locks. Engaged. She had locked them before pulling out of the gas station. She was certain. She remembered the sound. Someone had been inside the car while she slept. She drove another mile before she looked at the Polaroid again. The fluorescent light in the background confirmed it was the Ely station. She had pulled off Route 50 at 4 in the morning, filled the tank, used the restroom, bought a bottle of water she had not opened yet. The attendant had been reading a paperback. She had returned to the car, locked the doors, and closed her eyes. Just for a minute, maybe two, but it had been enough. The mile marker killer's signature. Polaroid on the dashboard. You wake up, or you find it later, and you know. He had been inside. He had stood over you. He had taken your picture while you slept. And he had left it where you would see it, and now you were marked. Leah set the photo down again and flexed her hands on the wheel. Her sister, Sophie, had been driving this same highway 5 years ago. Lone female traveler, solo cross-country trip, pulled over at a rest stop somewhere between Ely and the California border. They found her car 3 days later in a Bureau of Land Management pullout, with the driver's door open and her purse on the seat. No body, no Polaroid, but the pattern matched 2 other women who had disappeared on Route 50 in the previous 18 months. By the time the FBI connected the cases, the trail was cold. Leah reached under the dashboard with her right hand and touched the toggle switch. Still there. She had checked it 6 times since Ely. The metal was smooth and cool under her fingertips. She did not flip it. She withdrew her hand and checked the mirror again. Still empty. The sun was coming up behind her now, throwing long shadows across the scrub. She was 90 miles from the California border. The nearest police station was 40 miles back in Ely. She could turn around. She could walk into the station with the Polaroid and tell them everything. They would take her statement. They would file a report. They would tell her the FBI field office in Las Vegas would be notified. They would ask if she wanted an escort to the state line. She kept driving west. The fear was real. Her heart rate had been elevated since she found the photograph. Her mouth was dry. She had not opened the water bottle because she did not trust her hands to hold it steady. But the fear was also something she had invited. She had driven Route 50 for 3 weeks, sleeping in her car at gas stations and rest stops, making herself visible, making herself alone. She had known what the Polaroid meant before she picked it up. She checked the toggle switch again without looking down. It was exactly where it was supposed to be. The highway stretched ahead through the basin. No trees, no buildings, nothing but sagebrush and mountains in the distance. The loneliest road in America. That was what the sign said. In 1986, Life magazine had published an article calling this stretch of Route 50 the loneliest road in America, and the state of Nevada had turned it into a tourism slogan. Survival guides for sale at the visitor centers, completion certificates if you made it across. Leah had made it across 11 times in the past month. This would be the 12th. She glanced at the Polaroid on the passenger seat. Her sleeping face, the fluorescent light, the date stamp. He had been close enough to frame the shot, close enough to see the small scar on her left eyebrow where Sophie had hit her with a thrown tennis ball when they were 8, close enough to count her breaths. She adjusted her grip on the wheel and kept her speed steady at 65. The fear was useful. It would keep her alert. It would make the next part convincing. She just had to stay afraid long enough to reach the turnoff. The sun was fully up by 7. Leah watched the landscape flatten into alkali in distance. The mountains on either side of the basin were 50 miles away. The highway ran straight through the middle. No curves, no hills, nothing to interrupt the sight line. She could see 10 miles ahead and 10 miles behind. She had not passed another vehicle since Ely. Route 50 crossed central Nevada east to west through a series of basins separated by mountain ranges. The highway climbed each range through a pass, dropped into the next basin, crossed flat valley floor for 30 or 40 miles, then climbed again. Ely to the California border was 208 miles. Leah had driven it 12 times in the past month. She knew the mile markers, the turnoffs, the places where the pavement had cracked and been patched. She knew which rest stops had functional bathrooms and which were locked. She knew the spacing of the reflector posts along the shoulder. She also knew that in 208 miles, there were exactly 7 towns, and only 3 of them had gas stations that stayed open past 6 in the evening. The mile marker killer hunted this emptiness. 19 cases, 17 women still missing. 2 found in crashed vehicles on remote access roads. Cause of death, blunt force trauma, and manual strangulation. Victim selection based on isolation. Solo travelers, especially women, especially at night. He broke into cars at gas stations while the driver was inside. He left a Polaroid of the sleeping victim. Then he followed. The 3rd confirmed victim, Sophie, had never been found. Her car had been located in a BLM pullout 5 years ago with no signs of struggle. Keys in the ignition, purse on the passenger seat. No Polaroid recovered, but the pattern matched. Leah had been searching for Sophie's photograph for 8 months. She knew it existed. The FBI files documented his method. He kept the Polaroids. He cataloged his victims. Leah reached for the water bottle and unscrewed the cap. Her hands were steadier now. She drank half the bottle and set it in the cup holder. She scanned through the radio stations as she drove. Static on FM, 2 a.m. stations, broadcasting from somewhere far away, the signal fading in and out. Farm reports, wheat futures. She turned it off. The silence was not comforting, but it was better than the static. She checked the mirror. Empty highway behind her. Empty highway ahead. Sagebrush and sky. The basin stretched for another 20 miles before the next range. She could see the mountains in the distance, a pale line of ridges against the sky. The pass was visible as a notch in the elevation. Her phone had not had service since Austin, 40 miles back. There would be no service until she crossed into California. Route 50 passed through some of the least populated country in the continental United States. Eureka County, Nevada, had a population density of 0.7 people per square mile. Leah had read that in a AAA guidebook. 0.7, less than 1 person per square mile, averaged across the entire county. She wondered if the mile marker killer was one of them. The FBI profile suggested local knowledge, someone who understood the highway, the spacing of towns, the patterns of travelers, someone who had time to watch and wait. 19 women over 7 years. The Polaroid camera was a deliberate anachronism. No digital file, no metadata. The photograph was the signature. Leah touched the toggle switch under the dashboard again. Her fingers found the metal edge, traced the ridged surface. She had spent 8 months preparing. Sedan looked ordinary. Silver paint, Nevada plates, rental company barcode sticker still on the rear bumper. No one looking at it would see what she had built. The toggle switch was all she had. One flip, and everything she had planned would deploy, if it worked. If she had built it correctly. If the wiring held. If the actuators fired. If. She just needed him to put his hands through the window first. Leah drove another 5 miles. The highway climbed gradually toward the pass. She checked the mirror again, a habit now, and this time she saw it. A vehicle. Too far back to identify the make or model. Just a shape on the highway behind her, visible in the mirror for a moment, before the road curved slightly and the distance made it vanish into the heat shimmer rising from the pavement. She watched the mirror. The vehicle reappeared, still distant, maybe 3 miles back. She had not seen it before. Leah maintained her speed and watched the mirror. The vehicle stayed behind her, distance constant. She could see it clearly now when the highway was straight. Dark color, possibly black or dark blue, larger than a sedan, truck or SUV. She drove for 10 minutes. The vehicle remained 3 miles back. She increased her speed to 70. The speedometer climbed smoothly. She watched the road ahead and counted to 60. Then she checked the mirror and saw the vehicle holding position. She reduced her speed to 60, counted to 60 again, checked again. The vehicle remained. Leah's hands were tight on the wheel. Her earlier calm was gone. This was the variable she had not been able to control. She had studied the FBI files, mapped the locations where victims had been taken, spent 8 months building the trap. She had driven Route 50 for a month, making herself visible, waiting for the Polaroid. But she did not know what vehicle he drove. The FBI files contained no description. The 2 victims, found in their crashed cars, had been alone when discovered. No witnesses had reported seeing another vehicle. The files suggested he followed at a distance, waited for the victim to panic or run out of gas, then closed in. But there was no physical evidence linking any specific vehicle to the crimes. Leah had assumed a truck, something heavy enough to ram another vehicle off the road, something common enough to be invisible on a rural highway. She had assumed he would stay close once he started following. She had not anticipated this. 3 miles back, holding position, neither closing distance nor falling behind. She checked the fuel gauge. 3/4 full, enough to reach the California border with 50 miles to spare, enough to reach the turnoff with 100 miles to spare. The turnoff was 60 miles ahead. She needed him to follow her that far. She needed him to close the distance. She needed him to force her off the highway at the exact location where the dirt access road met Route 50, 2 miles from the abandoned missile silo. If he forced her off the road earlier, the trap would not work. The silo was the containment. The car was the capture mechanism. Both were necessary. Leah slowed to 55. The vehicle behind her slowed as well. She could see it more clearly now. Pickup truck. Large, lifted suspension. From the way it sat high on the axles, no visible markings. She drove another mile and made a decision. She reduced her speed to 45. The truck slowed. She tapped the brakes, flashed her brake lights 3 times, universal signal, go around me. The truck maintained its distance. Leah slowed to 40. The highway speed limit was 70. She was creating an obstacle. Any normal driver would pass. The truck slowed to 40. She turned on her hazard lights. 4-way flashers blinking. Another signal. Vehicle trouble. Pulling over, go around. The truck stayed behind her. Leah's heart rate was elevated again. Her mouth was dry. She reached for the water bottle in the cup holder and drank the rest of it. Her hand shook slightly when she set the bottle down. She accelerated back to 65. The truck accelerated with her. Distance held steady at 3 miles. He was pacing her. Deliberately. He wanted her to know he was there. This was part of the pattern. The Polaroid was the first message. The pursuit was the second. He was teaching her that she could not escape, could not outrun him, could not signal for help. He was showing her that the highway belonged to him. Leah positioned her right hand near the toggle switch under the dashboard, fingers brushing metal. But the turnoff was 58 miles ahead. If she triggered it now, out here in the open basin with no canyon walls to pin the truck against her vehicle, he could simply drive away. She needed the geography. She needed the dead-end road. She needed him to commit. She checked the mirror again. The truck was still there. She could not see the driver through the glare on the windshield, but she knew he could see her. She was framed in his view just as she had been framed in the Polaroid. Alone, vulnerable, marked. Leah drove. The highway climbed toward the pass. The truck followed. The sun was higher now, burning off the last of the morning cool. The air conditioning in the sedan was running, but she could feel sweat between her shoulder blades. 56 miles to the turnoff. She just had to stay ahead of him that long. The sun dropped behind the western mountains at 6:30. Leah watched the light fade from the sky. The highway had climbed out of the basin and was crossing high plateau country now. open rangeland with scattered juniper and rock outcrops. The truck was still behind her. It had been there for 4 hours. The distance had closed. 2 miles now, possibly less. She could see the vehicle clearly in the rearview mirror. Black pickup, extended cab, aftermarket grill guard on the front bumper. The kind of truck that belonged on this highway. Work vehicle, rancher's vehicle, ordinary. Leah had passed the turnoff for Austin an hour ago. The next town was Eureka, 30 miles ahead. Gas station, motel, population, 480. She had stopped there twice during her month of driving Route 50. The attendant had been a woman in her 60s who kept a portable television on the counter. She was not going to stop in Eureka. The turnoff she needed was 12 miles past the town, on the western edge of the valley. 42 miles total. The road ran 2 miles through sage and alkali flat before terminating at the fence line surrounding the abandoned missile silo. The silo had been decommissioned in 1969. Leah had purchased the property through a holding company for $23,000. The surface structures were gone, torn down for salvage decades ago, but the underground launch facility remained. Concrete shaft 140 feet deep. Reinforced walls, steel blast doors still functional. The access tunnel had been sealed with a gate that Leah had replaced with a heavier door welded to the frame, controlled by a keypad lock she had installed herself. She had been inside the silo 6 times in the past month. She had brought supplies, water in 5-gallon containers, protein bars, a chemical toilet, a camp stove and propane, a sleeping bag, a portable lantern. She had set up a camera system with 4 angles, powered by the solar array on the surface, recording to local storage. The cameras showed the main chamber 18 feet in diameter, concrete floor, curved walls, ventilation shafts sealed but still allowing minimal air exchange. It was a cell. She had built it to be a cell. Leah checked the fuel gauge, just over half a tank. The turnoff was 42 miles ahead. The truck in the mirror was maintaining its new distance, 2 miles back, close enough that she could see the dark shape of the driver behind the windshield. The sky was deep blue now, fading to purple in the east. Venus was visible above the mountains. The first stars were coming out. Leah switched on her headlights. The highway ahead jumped into visibility, white lines and reflector posts. The truck behind her did not turn on its lights. She watched the mirror. The pickup was still visible, but only because the sky behind it still held ambient light. Dark vehicle against dark sky. In another 10 minutes, it would be invisible. Leah's pulse was elevated. She could feel it in her neck. The truck was making its move, announcing itself. Headlights off was a message. She was supposed to see it and understand. He was not hiding anymore. He did not need to. She increased her speed to 75. The sedan accelerated smoothly. The truck accelerated with her. Distance held at 2 miles. Darkness came down. The sky went from purple to black. The only light now was from Leah's headlights and the faint glow of her instrument panel. She checked the mirror. The truck was gone. No lights visible. She could not see it. But she knew it was there. She reduced her speed to 65 and positioned her hands at 10 and 2 on the wheel. Her mouth was dry again. The water bottle was empty. She had nothing else to drink. Eureka was 20 miles ahead. The turnoff was 12 miles beyond that. 32 miles total. The truck hit her from behind. The impact was sudden and hard, a crunch of metal and the sharp jolt of deceleration. Leah's head snapped forward, then back against the headrest. The seatbelt locked across her chest. Her hands gripped the wheel. The sedan lurched but held the road. She checked the mirror reflexively but saw only black. The truck hit her again. This impact was harder. The sedan fishtailed. Leah corrected, steering into the skid, accelerator down. The sedan surged forward. The speedometer climbed past 80. Behind her, headlights flared on. High beams, brilliant white, flooding her mirrors, filling the interior of the car with harsh light. He was right behind her, less than a car length. Leah's heart was hammering. Her hands were locked on the wheel. The truck stayed on her bumper, headlights blinding in the mirrors. She could not see the road behind her. She could not see the truck. The blinding glare filled her mirrors. The third impact drove her forward. The seatbelt cut into her shoulder. The sedan's rear end lifted slightly, tires losing traction, then slammed back down. Leah felt the steering wheel shudder in her hands. She kept the accelerator down. 85. The sedan shook with each impact. The truck could push her off the road at any moment. Her modified windows might hold, or they might not. She had tested the polycarbonate against static pressure, not repeated high-speed collisions. She had installed the shutters in her garage alone, following schematics she had drawn herself. She had never crash-tested the system. She had no idea if it would work. But not yet. Not here. 32 miles to the turnoff. She had to hold the road that long. The truck rammed her again, headlights blazing, and Leah drove into the darkness with both hands on the wheel and her sister's name in her throat. The impacts continued. Leah counted them. 5, 6, 7. Each collision drove the sedan forward, tires screaming, metal flexing. The rear bumper was damaged. She could hear something dragging, a scrape of plastic on asphalt every time the suspension compressed. She kept the accelerator down. 90 miles per hour. The sedan was shaking. The steering wheel vibrated in her hands. Behind her, the headlights stayed locked on her bumper, high beams flooding the mirrors, turning the interior into a cage of white light. The highway was climbing. The grade was shallow but steady. Leah could feel the engine strain. The pickup stayed with her, pushing, ramming every 30 seconds. Methodical. He was pacing the impacts, wearing her down. 25 miles to the turnoff. Leah's shoulders ached from gripping the wheel. Her jaw was clenched. She forced herself to breathe. In through the nose, out through the mouth. She needed to stay calm. She needed to think. The sedan's rear-view camera had gone dark after the third impact. The screen on the dashboard showed static. The side mirrors still worked. She could see the headlights, the dark shape of the grille guard, nothing else. The driver was invisible behind the glare. Another impact. The sedan lurched. Leah's head hit the headrest. The seatbelt locked. She corrected, brought the wheel back, maintained speed. Eureka appeared ahead. Lights on the horizon. The town was small, just a cluster of buildings on either side of the highway. Gas station on the right, motel on the left. Everything else dark. Leah did not slow down. She blew through Eureka at 90, headlights cutting through the empty intersection, streetlights flashing past. In the mirror, the pickup followed. No hesitation. 12 miles to the turnoff, the highway leveled out. The sedan's speed climbed back to 95. Leah's fuel gauge was below half now. She had enough fuel, though not by much. If the impacts did not rupture the tank. The next ramming was different. The pickup pulled alongside her, driver's side, matching her speed. Leah glanced left. The vehicle was enormous. Lifted suspension put the driver's window level with the top of her roof. She could not see into the cab. Just black paint, dark windows, the bulk of it filling her peripheral vision. Metal scraped metal. The pickup was drifting into her lane, pushing her toward the shoulder. Leah corrected right, gave ground, steered away from the edge. The pickup followed. Grinding contact. The sound was terrible. A shriek of steel on steel. Leah accelerated. 98. The sedan pulled ahead. The pickup fell back, slotted in behind her again, rammed her from the rear. The impact was harder this time. Something in the trunk broke. Leah heard glass shatter. She reached for the toggle switch under the dashboard. Her fingers found the metal edge. The wiring should be intact. She had run it through reinforced conduit, isolated from the main electrical. But should be was not the same as was. One severed wire and the trap would not deploy. One failed actuator and the shutters would not drop. 8 miles. The highway was dropping into another basin. Long descent. Sweeping curve to the left. Leah took the curve at 80. The tires held. Behind her, the headlights swung wide, then tightened, staying on her. At the bottom of the grade, the pickup pulled alongside again. Passenger side this time, same tactic. Drifting into her lane, forcing her left toward the center line. Leah steered away. The vehicles touched. The sedan shuddered. The pickup kept pushing. Leah hit the brakes. The sedan decelerated hard. The seatbelt cut into her chest. The pickup shot past, brake lights flaring. Leah accelerated again, swung into the right lane, pushed the speed back to 80. The pickup was ahead of her now, 50 yards, slowing. She saw the brake lights brighten. The vehicle was stopping in the middle of the highway. Leah changed lanes, went around on the left. As she passed, the pickup accelerated, pulled alongside, swerved into her. The impact caught her rear quarter panel. The sedan spun. Leah turned into the spin, foot off the brake, hands working the wheel. The highway rotated around her. Sagebrush, sky, headlights, darkness. The sedan came around 180 degrees, facing backward, still moving. Leah cranked the wheel, gave it gas, brought the vehicle around again. 360. The tires bit. The sedan straightened. She was facing forward. The highway stretched ahead. The pickup was behind her again. Leah's hands were shaking. Her breath was coming fast. She forced herself to slow it down. She was still on the road. The sedan was still functional. 6 miles to the turnoff, she checked the mirror. The pickup had fallen back. 200 yards, 300. The headlights were still there, but the distance was opening. She kept her speed steady at 70, watched the gap widen. 400 yards. Maybe he was giving up. Maybe the spin had convinced him she was too dangerous, too unpredictable. Maybe he was looking for easier prey. The highway ahead was empty. Dark asphalt, white lines, sagebrush on both sides. She could hear her own breathing, the hum of the tires, the rattle of something loose in the damaged rear end. Nothing else. The desert night was silent around her. 6 miles to the turnoff, she could make it. She had built the trap. She had baited him. She had survived the ramming and the spin. She was going to... The headlights blazed on behind her. High beams. Full intensity. He accelerated hard and closed the gap in seconds. The pickup rammed her again. The sedan fishtailed but held, Leah corrected. Another impact. She held the line. 4 miles. The highway was climbing again. The next range. The road curved through low hills covered in juniper. Leah took the curves hard, using the turns to break visual contact for seconds at a time. The headlights vanished behind each hill, reappeared on the straightaways. 3 miles. The dirt access road was on the right side of the highway. Leah had driven past it 11 times. She knew the marker. Wooden post, number burned into the wood, faded almost invisible. Easy to miss at highway speed. She could not miss it tonight. The pickup rammed her again. The impact was brutal. The sedan's rear axle made a sound like a gunshot. Something had broken. The vehicle pulled hard to the left. Leah fought the wheel, held the lane. The sedan was limping now. She could feel it. 2 miles. She reduced her speed to 70. The steering was loose. The rear end was damaged. If the axle failed completely, she would lose control. The pickup pulled alongside again, driver's side, close. Leah glanced over. She could see the driver now, silhouetted against the far window. Large, male, both hands on the wheel, face in shadow. He looked at her. She felt it. Then he swerved. The impact caught her front quarter panel. The sedan's front wheels lost traction. Leah's hands were torn from the wheel. The vehicle went sideways, skidding, tires screaming. The pickup stayed with her, pushing, grinding metal, forcing her right. The shoulder, the embankment, sagebrush, the dirt access road. Leah saw the wooden post flash past. She was off the highway. The sedan's tires hit dirt and gravel. The vehicle slewed, still moving at 60. Behind her, headlights followed. She touched the toggle switch under the dashboard, but the silo gate was still 2 miles ahead. 2 more miles. The dirt road was worse than Leah remembered. Washboarded surface, deep ruts from runoff, rocks the size of fists. The sedan bounced hard over the terrain. The damaged rear axle groaned with each impact. Steering was nearly gone. She fought the wheel, trying to keep the vehicle centered between the ruts. Headlights filled her mirrors. He was right behind her, close enough that she could see the grill guard in the reflected light. The dirt road was single lane. Sagebrush pressed in on both sides, no room to maneuver. Leah checked the odometer. The silo was 1.7 miles ahead. She needed the sedan to last that far. The road climbed a low rise. At the crest, the headlights behind her dropped away for a moment. Leah used the brake to scan ahead. The road descended into a shallow wash, then climbed again toward a line of low cliffs visible in the starlight. The fence line around the silo property was at the base of those cliffs. Behind her, headlights reappeared, cresting the rise. He accelerated down the slope. The impact came from behind, harder than any on the highway. The sedan lurched forward, suspension bottoming out. Metal screamed. The vehicle fishtailed in the loose dirt. Leah corrected, gave it gas. The tires spun, caught, pulled her forward. The wash bottom was soft sand. The sedan wallowed through it, rear end sliding. She kept accelerator down. The front wheels found harder ground on the far side. The vehicle climbed out of the wash, 1 mile to the silo. The road narrowed. Canyon walls rose on either side, maybe 20 feet high, carved by ancient runoff. The cliffs were closer now. Leah could see the fence line ahead, chain link topped with 3 strands of barbed wire. The gate was visible, steel frame, the lock she had installed, catching moonlight. Behind her, he stayed close, waiting. The road was too narrow here to pull alongside. He could only follow. Leah's hands were numb from gripping the wheel. She flexed her fingers, one hand at a time, trying to keep circulation. Her shoulders ached. The seatbelt had left a bruise across her chest. She could feel it when she breathed. The road curved left, following the base of the cliffs. Leah took the curve and saw the dead end. The road terminated at the fence line. No gate here. Just chain link and rock. She had known this. She had driven this road 6 times. But seeing it now, headlights illuminating the barrier 30 yards ahead, her stomach dropped. She hit the brakes. The sedan slowed. She looked for the turnoff to the silo gate, the secondary track that split off to the right, 50 yards before the fence. It should be visible. It was not there. Leah's pulse spiked. She scanned the roadside, sagebrush, rock, the cliff face. No turnoff. She was past it. She must have missed it in the dark. Behind her, headlights flared bright. He was accelerating, coming fast. Leah had no room to turn around. The road was too narrow. She could reverse. Try to back up until she found the turnoff, but he was already closing distance. If she stopped, he would pin her. She made a decision. She drove forward, straight at the fence line. 20 yards. The sedan's headlights showed the chain link in detail, the way it sagged between posts, the rust on the wire. 15 yards. Leah turned the wheel hard right. The sedan left the road, plunged into the sagebrush. The suspension crashed over hidden rocks. The vehicle tilted, nearly rolled, slammed back down. Branches scraped the doors. The undercarriage shrieked. She was driving blind now, no road, just open desert. She aimed for the base of the cliff, where the fence line should angle back toward the silo gate. The sedan crashed through brush, tires digging into soft sand. Behind her, headlights followed. Leah saw the turnoff, not a road, just a gap in the sagebrush where vehicles had passed before. She swung the wheel, aimed for it. The sedan's front wheels hit the track. The rear end fishtailed. She corrected, felt the tires catch. The gate was ahead. Steel frame, chain link panel, keypad lock on the right-hand post. Leah pulled up to it, slammed on the brakes. The sedan stopped 3 feet from the gate. She looked in the mirror. Headlights were coming through the brush 50 yards back. He had followed her off the road. He was still coming. Leah grabbed her phone from the cup holder and jumped out of the car. The night air was cold. She ran to the gate, punched the code into the keypad. 8 digits. Her fingers hit the keys. The lock beeped. The gate swung inward on pneumatic hinges. She ran back to the sedan, got in, drove through the gate. On the other side, she stopped, jumped out again. He was closer now, 30 yards. She could see the dark shape of the cab behind the headlights. Leah ran back to the gate, found the interior keypad, punched in the close sequence. The gate began to swing shut, moving slower than she needed. He was 20 yards away, 15. The gate closed with a clang. The lock engaged. He hit the gate at full speed. The chain link buckled. The frame held. The impact was enormous. Leah felt it in her chest. The gate bowed inward, then sprang back. He reversed, backed up 10 yards, hit it again. The gate held. Leah got back in the sedan, drove deeper into the property. The silo access tunnel was 200 yards ahead, a concrete entrance built into the base of the cliff. She could see it in her headlights, the heavy steel door she had installed still closed. Behind her, at the gate, he was ramming it again. The sound of metal on metal echoed off the cliffs. The gate shrieked. The fence posts groaned, but it did not need to hold much longer. Leah reached the silo entrance, stopped the sedan, killed the engine. She sat in the dark and listened to the impacts behind her. The gate shrieked. The fence posts groaned. Sophie had been alone on this same road 5 years ago. Pulled over at a rest stop or a gas station, or maybe just on the shoulder to check a map. Tired, vulnerable. He had been there. He had watched. He had broken into her car, left the Polaroid, followed her. Sophie's body had never been found. Leah put her hand on the toggle switch under the dashboard. She closed her eyes and waited for the gate to break. The gate broke on the 4th impact. The sound was final, a shriek of torn metal, and the crack of fence posts snapping at ground level. Leah watched in the rearview mirror as the entire assembly tilted inward, then collapsed. Headlights flooded through the gap. He was inside the property. Leah started the engine. The sedan coughed, caught, idled rough. She put it in gear and drove the remaining distance to the silo entrance. The concrete tunnel opening was set into the cliff face, wide enough for a vehicle. The steel door she had installed was closed. She stopped 5 feet from it. No time to open the door. No time to reverse. The access tunnel led down into the silo shaft, but getting the door open required getting out of the car, punching in the code, waiting for the pneumatic locks to release. 30 seconds minimum. He would reach her in 10. Leah turned off the engine again. She positioned herself in the driver's seat, hands at 10, and 2 on the wheel, eyes on the mirror. Headlights were coming fast across the open ground between the broken gate and the silo entrance. 200 yards, 150. Her right hand moved to the toggle switch. Her fingers wrapped around it. She needed him close. She needed him to commit. She needed his hands through the window. 100 yards. Leah reached back and touched the partition behind the front seats. The plexiglass was invisible in the dark, 3/4 of an inch thick, medical grade, rated to contain violent patients in psychiatric transport vehicles. She had purchased it from a decommissioned ambulance company in Oregon. She had installed it herself, alone in her garage, working from a diagram she had found online. She had sealed the edges with industrial adhesive. She hoped it would hold. 50 yards. She withdrew her hand from the partition and gripped the wheel again. She forced her breathing to slow. In through the nose, out through the mouth. The headlights were blinding now. They filled her mirrors, turned the sedan's interior white. She could not see the vehicle behind them. The blinding glare filled her mirrors. 20 yards. Leah closed her eyes. She counted to 3. When she opened them, the headlights were 10 yards back and closing fast. He did not slow down. The impact drove her forward against the seatbelt. The sedan's front bumper hit the steel door of the silo entrance. The collision was simultaneous. Front and rear, the sedan crushed between two immovable objects. Glass shattered. The windshield spider-webbed, but held. The rear window exploded inward. Leah's head snapped back against the headrest. The engine died. The headlights went dark. The only light now came from behind her, the high beams of the vehicle pinning hers against the door. Leah sat in the wreckage and waited. She heard his door open. Heavy creak of hinges. Boots on gravel. He was walking toward her. She watched in the side mirror. A shape moving through the headlight glare. Large, male. He came around the driver's side of his vehicle and stopped. She could see him now. 6'4", maybe taller. Heavy build. Work jacket, jeans, boots. Hands the size of dinner plates. He was carrying something. She could not see what. He approached the driver's side of her car. Leah's hand was already on the toggle switch under the dashboard. Her fingers were steady. All the fear from the highway, from the pursuit, from the dirt road and the gate was gone. What remained was clarity. He stopped next to her window. She did not look at him directly. She kept her eyes forward, her hands visible on the wheel, playing the part. Terrified victim, frozen in shock, waiting for him to take control. He raised the object in his hand. Crowbar. 2 feet long, steel curved claw on one end. He positioned himself, feet planted, crowbar raised over his right shoulder like a bat. Leah turned her head and looked at him. She reached down with her left hand and rolled the driver's window down 2 inches. Bait. Let him think he could reach through. He swung. She flipped the toggle switch. The crowbar hit the window. Glass exploded inward. The polycarbonate layer behind it held, flexing inward an inch, then springing back. Tempered glass fragments showered the interior. He pulled the crowbar away, stared at the intact polycarbonate barrier, confusion crossing his face. Nothing happened. Leah's breath stopped. The shutters had not deployed. The system had failed. He raised the crowbar again, wound up for a second strike. She heard a mechanical whine. Pneumatic actuators firing, the sound muffled, delayed. Then a heavy metallic slam as reinforced steel shutters dropped from housings above the windows. The man's arms were extended, crowbar descending toward the glass when the shutter dropped. It caught his right forearm between steel and window frame. He screamed. The shutter had caught only one arm. His left hand was free. He dropped the crowbar and grabbed the edge of the steel panel, trying to pull it up. Leah could see his face now, lit from behind by his own headlights. Late 50s, weathered, heavy jaw, eyes wide. Leah sat frozen. She had designed the shutters to catch both arms. She needed both arms trapped. If he pulled free, he jerked his right arm, trying to wrench it out of the gap. The steel had caught him just above the wrist. His hand was inside the cabin, forearm trapped. He could not pull back, but his left hand was still gripping the edge of the shutter. He was lifting it, slowly. The panel rose an inch, 2 inches. The crowbar had fallen to the passenger side floorboards when he dropped it. Leah could see the steel curve of it below the seat. She had to get it before he freed himself. She unbuckled her seatbelt and leaned across the center console, reaching down toward the passenger floorboard. Her face was inches from the passenger window. His free hand was right there, fingers gripping the shutter edge, knuckles white with effort. If he let go, he could grab her through the glass. No, the polycarbonate would hold. She stretched farther, shoulder against the passenger seat, hand groping in the dark footwell. The man saw what she was doing. His eyes locked on hers through the glass. He understood. He pulled his left hand back and swung at the window. His fist hit the glass inches from her face. The polycarbonate absorbed the blow. Leah's fingers closed around the crowbar. She pulled it free, pushed herself back into the driver's seat, raised the crowbar inside the cabin, and swung it sideways at the window shutter mechanism, trying to trigger something, anything. The crowbar hit the interior panel. She heard a click. The second shutter dropped. It caught his left arm at the bicep, pinning it against the window frame. Both arms trapped. The man screamed again. He tried to twist his arms, but the shutters held. His forearms were caught in two different positions. Right at the wrist, left at the bicep. He could not pull free. Hydraulic deadbolts engaged in all four doors. The sound was industrial, final. Multiple heavy thuds as steel bolts slid into reinforced frames. The doors were sealed. Leah dropped the crowbar and climbed over the center console into the back seat. Her hands were shaking now. The partition between front and rear compartments was locked in place. She was in a separate cell now, sealed off from the front cabin, safe behind 3/4 of an inch of medical-grade plexiglass. She turned and looked through the partition. The man was still trapped, both arms caught in the shutters at different angles. He was pulling hard, jerking his arms, trying to wrench them out of the gaps. She could see his face clearly now. Heavy jaw, deep-set eyes, lines around his mouth, eyes wide with panic. He stopped pulling and looked at her through the partition. Their eyes met. Leah's breath was ragged. The trap had nearly failed. If the actuators had not fired on the second strike, if his left arm had not been in position when the delayed shutter dropped, he would have freed himself. But he had not freed himself. He was trapped. She did not speak. The man jerked his arms again, trying to pull free from the window shutters. The steel had caught him at two different positions. His right hand was inside the cabin, forearm trapped above the wrist. His left arm was pinned at the bicep. He could not pull back without breaking bone. He twisted, trying to angle his arms. His breathing was audible through the broken rear window, rapid and shallow. Leah watched him struggle. She sat in the back seat behind the partition and said nothing. The seconds stretched. He stopped twisting and looked at her again. Their eyes met through the plexiglass. "What the hell did you?" He started, then stopped. His voice was rough, strained. He was breathing hard. "Let me out of this." Leah looked at him and shook her head once. "No," she said. Her voice was calm, quiet. The first words she had spoken in hours. The man stared at her. His face was lit from behind by his own headlights, casting shadows across his features. Heavy jaw, deep-set eyes, lines around his mouth that suggested he was older than she had thought. Late 50s, maybe 60. He pulled at his arms again, harder this time. The shutters did not move. The steel was anchored to the door frame with bolts that went through the sheet metal into reinforced plates. She had designed it to hold 500 pounds of pulling force. His weight was not enough. Leah reached into her jacket pocket and pulled out her phone. She unlocked it, opened the camera app, raised it, and took his picture. The flash lit up the interior. He flinched. She lowered the phone and looked at the image on screen. His face, clear and sharp, eyes wide, arms trapped at wrong angles. She put the phone back in her pocket. The man's jaw tightened. He understood. This was not random, not an accident, not a malfunction of his plan. "Sophie Taylor," Leah said. She let the name hang in the air between them. 2 words, nothing else. The man's expression changed. Confusion crossed his face, followed by calculation. The panic in his eyes went flat. Not angry, not remorseful, just blank. He was thinking, trying to place her, trying to remember which victim had a sister. Leah watched the transition. The frantic animal fear drained out of his face and left something colder. He was sorting files, matching her face to a catalog of women, cross-referencing the name, trying to identify which entry corresponded to Sophie Taylor. His eyes moved slightly, left to right, as though reading an invisible list. A clerk looking for a misfiled folder. He knew exactly who Sophie was. He just needed a moment to recall which one. His silence was confirmation. Leah reached down beside the seat and picked up her laptop. She had brought it into the back cabin before starting the pursuit, along with a water bottle, a flashlight, and the keys to the silo. Everything she needed was within reach. She opened the laptop, waited for it to boot. The screen lit her face in the darkness. The man watched her. He had stopped pulling at his arms. He was conserving energy, thinking. His eyes moved across the interior of the car, cataloging details, looking for weaknesses. He would not find any. The laptop screen showed a grid of camera feeds. 4 angles from inside the silo, mounted at different heights on the concrete walls. The main chamber was visible in all 4 views, illuminated by work lights Leah had installed on tripods. The chamber showed the supplies she had arranged: water, food, basic necessities. Leah turned the laptop so the screen faced the partition. The man could see it now through the plexiglass. His eyes moved across the images. She watched his face as he understood what he was looking at. The silo shaft descended into darkness. She had replaced the access door with one welded to the frame, controlled by a keypad lock. She had installed the camera system, run power from a solar array on the surface, brought in the supplies. She had tested the ventilation. Minimal but functional. Enough air exchange to sustain one person indefinitely. She had built a cell. The man was still staring at the screen. His breathing had changed. Faster now, he understood. Leah reached beside the seat and picked up a small remote. She pressed a button. On the laptop screen, one of the cameras shifted angle, panning across the chamber. The motorized mount was functioning correctly. She set the remote down and looked at him through the partition. He met her eyes. The panic was there now, full and visible. He opened his mouth. She could see him forming the word. His lips moved. She leaned forward and pressed the button that released the gas. The hiss was immediate. Vents in the dashboard opened. Colorless gas flooded the front cabin. The man jerked his head back, tried to hold his breath. His eyes went wide. He pulled at his trapped arms with everything he had. The shutters held. 30 seconds. His face flushed. He gasped, could not help it, pulled air into his lungs. The gas went with it. 45 seconds. His eyes lost focus. His knees buckled. His weight hung from his trapped arms at 2 different angles. The shutters supported him. 60 seconds. His eyes rolled back. His body went limp. He hung in the window shutters, unconscious, breathing shallow. Leah watched through the partition until she was certain he would not wake. Then she opened the rear door of the sedan, climbed out into the night air, and walked to his truck. The truck was a 2012 Ford F-250, black paint, Nevada plates. Leah walked around it slowly, studying the exterior. The grille guard was bent where it had made contact with her sedan. The front bumper showed scratches and dents from multiple impacts. Old damage, not just from tonight. He had done this before. She tried the driver's door, unlocked. The interior smelled like cigarettes and motor oil. Fast food wrappers covered the passenger floor. A thermos sat in the cup holder. The keys were still in the ignition. Leah climbed into the cab and sat in the driver's seat. Her hands were shaking. The adrenaline from the pursuit was fading, leaving her cold and hollow. She gripped the steering wheel to steady herself, felt the worn leather under her palms. This was where he had sat while he followed her, while he rammed her vehicle, while he forced her off the highway. She released the wheel and opened the glove box. Registration and insurance card. She looked at the name, then put the card back. She did not want to know. She did not want him to be a person. She checked under the seats. Nothing. The center console held receipts, a flashlight, loose change. She popped the hood release and got out, walked to the front of the truck. The engine was still warm. She closed the hood without looking at it and moved to the truck bed. A toolbox sat bolted to the bed liner. She tried the latch. Locked. She went back to the cab, searched the console again, found a small key on a ring. The toolbox open. Inside, a coil of rope, a roll of duct tape, a tarp, work gloves, a knife. Standard tools for someone who worked outdoors, or tools for something else. Beneath the tarp, she found a plastic storage bin. She pulled it out, set it on the drop tailgate, opened the lid. Polaroids, dozens of them, arranged in neat stacks, grouped with rubber bands, 19 of them. She had known he kept them. The FBI files had confirmed it. She had spent 8 months planning this moment. Leah's hands were shaking as she went through the stacks. The third one held Sophie's photograph. Her sister's face, tilted against a headrest, mouth slightly open, eyes closed. Visible in the background, a rest stop sign, the outline of mountains. The date stamp read July 19th, 2019, 5 years ago. 3 days before her car was found empty. Leah sat down on the tailgate. Her legs would not hold her. She held the photograph in both hands and looked at Sophie's sleeping face. The scar above her left eyebrow from the tennis ball. The small mole on her cheek. The way her hair fell across her forehead. She had not seen a photograph of Sophie in 2 years. She had known this moment would come. Had driven Route 50 for a month waiting for it. But looking at her now like this felt like being struck. Leah closed the bin and sat on the tailgate with Sophie's photograph in her hands. The desert night was silent around her. The stars were bright overhead. She could hear her own breathing, ragged and uneven. The man was still unconscious in her sedan, gas dissipating in the front cabin. 6 hours, maybe. The concrete chamber was ready. The supplies were arranged exactly as she had left them. The cameras were running. When he woke in the dark, alone, he would understand that no one was coming. The other 18 families were still waiting for answers. The Polaroids were evidence. She could take them to the FBI. She could give those families what she had spent 5 years searching for. Or she could leave the bin in the truck, drive the truck to the silo entrance, park it beside her sedan, lock it, and walk away. Let it rust there in the desert beside the fence. Let him disappear the same way his victims had. No body, no answers, no closure for anyone looking for him. Leah put Sophie's photograph in her jacket pocket. The rest she left in the bin. She closed the lid, put the bin back in the toolbox, locked it, pocketed the key. She walked back to a sedan to check on the man. He was still unconscious, hanging from his trapped arms in the shutters at awkward angles. His breathing was shallow but steady. She looked at him through the driver's window and felt nothing, no anger, no satisfaction, no triumph. Just the hollow certainty that she had done what she came to do. She had 4 hours before he woke. Enough time to move him to the silo, seal the door, drive back to the highway, disappear. Leah reached through the broken rear window, unlocked the back door from inside, and climbed into the rear cabin. She opened the control panel beside the seat and pressed the button that released the window shutters. The pneumatic actuators hissed. The steel panels retracted upward into their housings. The man's arms came free. His unconscious body collapsed onto the gravel. Leah got out of the car and looked down at him. 6'4", maybe 240 pounds. Dead weight. She grabbed him under the arms and started dragging him toward the silo entrance. The silo access tunnel sloped downward at a 30-degree angle. Leah dragged the unconscious man 20 feet across gravel, then stopped at the steel door she had installed 6 months ago. She propped him against the cliff face, his head lolling forward, and punched the code into the keypad. 12 digits. The lock beeped. The door swung inward on motorized hinges. Cold air rose from the tunnel. The smell of concrete and stale water, and something older beneath it. Mineral deposits, ancient groundwater, the deep earth. Work lights mounted along the walls cast harsh shadows. The tunnel descended 100 feet to the main chamber. Smooth concrete floor, designed for missile transport equipment in the 1960s. Wide enough for a vehicle, but too steep to drive. Leah grabbed the man under his arms again and pulled him through the doorway. His boots scraped concrete, the sound echoing up the shaft and back. His weight was enormous. She backed down the slope, dragging him, stopping every 10 feet to adjust her grip. The fabric of his jacket bunched under her hands, slick with something. Oil or grease from the truck. Her shoulders burned. Sweat ran down her back, despite the cold rising from below. Halfway down the tunnel, she had to stop and rest. She sat on the concrete beside him, breathing hard. Her hands were cramping. She flexed her fingers, looked at him. His face was slack in the harsh light, skin gray, breathing steady and shallow. The gas would wear off in another 4 hours, maybe 5. She had tested the compound on herself once in small doses to understand the timing. The paralysis was total but temporary, no permanent damage. She stood and grabbed him again. The tunnel continued downward. The work lights made the concrete glow white, made the curved walls look like they were moving, closing in. The walls were reinforced, designed to withstand forces she could not imagine. The thrust of an 80,000-pound missile, the blast if something went wrong during launch. The concrete was 3 feet thick. Sound did not travel through walls like that. 30 feet from the chamber floor, his hand twitched. Leah froze. She was backing down the slope, both hands under his arms, her entire body weight committed to dragging him. His hand had moved, just the fingers curling slightly, then going slack again. She stared at his face, still unconscious, eyes closed, breathing shallow. But she had tested the gas in small doses. She did not know his tolerance. She did not know if his size, his metabolism, his decades of cigarettes and fast food had altered the absorption rate. If he woke up here in the tunnel, with her hands under his arms and her back to the drop, his breathing changed, deeper. A wet, rattling sound in his throat. Leah let go of him and scrambled backward down the slope. His body began to slide. The incline was too steep. Without her grip to anchor him, gravity took over. He slid down the concrete ramp toward her, boots scraping, jacket dragging, the wet rattle still coming from his throat. 240 pounds of dead weight sliding heavily down the narrow tube in the dark. Leah turned and ran. Her boots slipped on the smooth concrete. She hit the chamber floor hard, rolled to the side. His body slid past her and stopped against the far wall with a heavy thud. She scrambled to her feet, pressed herself against the opposite wall, stared at him. He was lying on his side where he had come to rest, not moving. The wet rattle had stopped. Just the echo of her own breathing, loud in the concrete chamber. She counted to 60. He did not move. Her hands were shaking. She could feel her pulse in her throat. She had spent 8 months building this trap, 3 weeks making herself visible on Route 50, 4 hours being rammed at 90 miles per hour. She had dragged him down 100 feet of concrete slope. She was not going to stop now because his body had slid toward her in the dark. She crossed to where he lay. grabbed him under the arms, and dragged him to the center of the chamber floor. The chamber was 18 feet in diameter, circular walls rising to a vaulted ceiling 40 feet overhead, one of 3 levels in the shaft. The control room was above, accessible by ladder. The lower levels had been sealed decades ago, filled with groundwater. She let him go. He slumped onto the concrete. She straightened, pressed both hands against her lower back, felt the muscles protest. Her palms were torn from dragging him. She could see the raw skin, feel the sting of it. Her shoulders ached. Her entire body felt used up. The supplies she had brought were arranged as she'd left them. She did not look at them. Leah walked to one of the cameras mounted high on the wall. The lens was angled down, covering most of the chamber floor. She waved at it. The camera was recording to local storage, hours of footage she could retrieve later if she ever came back. She lowered her hand and looked at the camera. She would not come back. She would not watch him wake. She would not monitor his decline. The camera was insurance, documentation, nothing more. She turned and walked back to where he lay. His chest rose and fell. His hands were scraped from where the shutters had trapped him. Blood had dried on his wrists in dark lines. She looked at his face and tried to feel something. Satisfaction, maybe. Completion. The thing she had spent 8 months building toward. Instead, she felt tired. Her body ached. Her hands hurt. The hollow certainty from the truck was still there, unchanged. She walked to the tunnel entrance and looked back one last time. The chamber was clean, functional, exactly as she had designed it. A cell, a tomb, a place where someone could survive for months and then stop surviving. Leah climbed the tunnel slope. Her boots echoed on concrete. The sound bounced off walls built to contain missile exhaust, built to withstand blast pressure, now carrying only the sound of her breathing and the scrape of her footsteps. At the top, she stepped through the doorway into the desert night. The stars were still bright. The air was cold and clean. She turned and looked down the tunnel. The work lights illuminated the concrete, the walls, the curve of the shaft. She could not see the chamber floor from here. She could not see him. She pressed the button on the exterior keypad. The steel door swung shut. The motorized hinges were smooth and quiet. The door sealed against the rubber gasket with a hiss of compressed air. The bolt slid home with a mechanical click. Leah put her hand on the door. The steel was cold under her palm, 3 inches thick, welded to the frame. No handle on the inside, no keypad. No way to open it from below. She had 4 hours before he woke. She had tested the gas on herself in small doses, calculated the dosage for his weight. But she had seen his hand twitch in the tunnel. She had heard the wet rattle in his throat. His tolerance might be higher than she had planned. His size, his metabolism, she did not know. She pressed her ear against the cold steel and listened. Silence. Just the faint hum of wind across the cliff face and the distant sound of her own pulse. She withdrew her hand and walked away. If he woke early, it would not matter. The door was sealed. The chamber was 140 feet below ground, 3 feet of reinforced concrete. No one would hear him scream. She walked back to the vehicles. Her sedan sat crumpled against the steel silo door, front and rear ends crushed, engine dead, rear axle broken. It would never drive again. She transferred the bin of Polaroids from the truck bed to the pickup's passenger seat. 19 women, 17 families who deserved answers. She got into the truck, started the engine, and drove away. She left her sedan where it sat, pinned against the silo entrance beside the broken gate. Let it rust there in the desert with him sealed below. 2 weeks later, she walked into the FBI field office in San Diego and set the bin on the counter. Route 50. The mile marker killer. She walked out. The FBI announced 19 victims 6 weeks later. The suspect's vehicle had been located at an abandoned property in Eureka County. The suspect remained at large. Leah kept Sophie's Polaroid in her wallet, and sometimes at her desk at work, she would realize she was staring at the closet where the hard drive sat, unplugged, waiting. She knew the cameras were still recording to local storage, 200 miles away in the desert. Solar panels feeding power to the system. Lights illuminating the concrete chamber day after day. Hundreds of hours of footage accumulating on solid-state drives she could retrieve if she ever drove back. In quiet moments, she thought she heard the faint hum of those distant cameras, though nothing was connected. She wondered whether the solar array was still feeding power or whether dust had covered the panels and the chamber had gone darks. The storage would fill eventually. Had already filled, perhaps, and then the oldest footage would be overwritten, and she would never be able to go back to the beginning, would never know what the first hours had looked like when he realized no one was coming. Not knowing was her power over him, but it was also her punishment. She never opened it, but she never threw it away.